Roki Sasaki made his much anticipated Dodgers debut this morning in the final Tokyo Series game. There was some good and some bad. The good, he hit triple digits in the first inning, showing off that incredible arm that he has. The not so good, though, his command was pretty shaky. Sasaki pitched just 3 innings and was lucky to escape with only 1 run allowed. He walked 5 Cubs batters against 3 strikeouts, throwing just 25 of his 56 pitches for strikes. Shohei Ohtani, though, did what he does best. He smacked a home run. Dodgers win this one 6-3. Last night, we had 2 March Madness games in the first 4. Alabama State needed a Hail Mary of sorts. They were tied with St. Francis with 3.4 seconds left in the first 4 matchup. Well, Micah Simpson's long pass was deflected twice before he finally connected for a layup with 1 second left to lift Alabama State 70-68, a huge win there. And North Carolina did not come to play. They came to dominate. They crushed San Diego State 95-68, so they will advance to play 6-seeded Ole Miss on Friday. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Thank you. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're in the Navy Yard, holding it down. 106.7 The Fan Studios. B's taking care of some business. A little TCOB for B Mitch today. It'll just be me. We got a packed show coming your way. Trust me, man. But you got to start. I mean, the reason we all love March Madness, as much as I'm fired up about the Terps, or people are fired up about their alma maters or their bets or their brackets or whatever the hell it is, the reason we love March Madness are the upsets and the buzzer beaters, and frankly, the colleges we never heard of that make you pay attention. And I know it was a playing game, and probably not everybody was watching, but the Alabama State St. Francis game last night was awesome. Alabama State scores at the buzzer. I'm not saying it was necessarily like high-level basketball. There's a difference between an awesome game and high-level basketball, but it was damn fun to watch. And I really enjoyed. So last night, I'm not sure when this happened, but I've become a TGL nerd. Like I watch TGL. And so last night I had multiple TVs going, and I was excited to watch the Carolina game just because I know how much heat they've gotten over the last few days. And I was curious if they would turn that into kind of the right kind of motivation. They sure as hell did, by the way, if anybody watched Tar Heels. Thank you, Jeffrey. But so I had, what channel was that on? Like, Brian? True TV?
True TV.
Dude, so one thing that was very odd about True TV, and if anybody was watching it on a streaming service, it looked like AI. Like, it looked super glitchy when I was watching it through my Roku. But then when I put it on cable, it was totally fine. So last night I had all the TVs going. Girls went to bed. Fairly productive afternoon. And I'm watching the Caps, and then it was intermission of the Caps. So I switched from Caps to TGL. Again, I'm a TGL nerd. I don't know how it happened. I find it really enjoyable. Have you watched any of it, Landfill? It's kind of good, dude.
I don't get sized.
I kind of like it. White Brian, any TGL in your life? Do people even know what that stands for?
Total Golf League?
Sure. I don't know if it's total or what, but it's the indoor video game golf. Last night it was the Bay. I have no idea how they've arrived at the teams. It was Bay versus Atlanta. I kind of think they must have had a draft because, like, Arthur Blank was there. I assume he's the owner of the Atlanta team. But next week's the finals, and Landfill, we might have to get a TGL guest to preview the finals next week. B. Mitch will be fired up about that. So I'm flipping back and forth. Caps are just a wagon rolling. But I have the TV on, and it's Alabama State, St. Francis. I don't know the mascots. I don't know the locations. I assume Alabama State's in Alabama, but at times we've been, nobody would think one of the colleges is in Michigan that you think would be in Louisiana, like Oakland. Oakland is in Michigan, not Oakland, California. There are times where we get confused. Comes down to the wire. Both teams are making plays, and then it just is like this sloppy turnover foul fest. But Alabama State, were they trailing or was it tied? I think they were down 1.
Tied.
All right, it was tied. And the announcers, who I don't remember who they were, forgive me, are like, they're not going to try the baseball pass. You take this to overtime, take your chances. And then dude unloads. There's a scrum for the ball. Bama State gets it, slaps it around, up, in. It was so much fun for the tournament to kick off like that. And I got a very big kick out of it. So then I'm fired up. I'm March Madness high, only to encounter Carolina just beating the ever-loving tar out of San Diego State. If you watch that game, one of those teams didn't belong in the tournament, and it wasn't the ones in Carolina Blue. What did they shoot from 3 last night, White Brian? 1,000%?
I'm not sure the exact number, but it was 6 for 9 in the first half.
And is that Melo Trimble's little brother?
No, I thought that too, but it's not.
They got to be related. They look alike. You sure they're not related?
I'm looking it up now.
I'm looking it up now. All right, so Seth Trimble's older brother, someone named J.P. Takoto, who played for the Heels for a couple of years. Maybe they're not related. They got to be, dude. I know, that's Melo. All right, maybe they're not. They look a lot alike.
Melo Trimble was 2016?
I think he might have been before that, honestly.
Yeah, pretty wide gap.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But it was a great way to start the tournament. I think Carolina's going to get to the Sweet 16 now. That's just how this is going to go, because who do they play now?
Ole Miss, I think.
Look out, Rebels, because the Tar Heels are coming. If they shoot like they did last night, they'll beat anybody. But it's a ton of fun kind of getting ready for March Madness. And I've never really been into the playing games, but last night kind of got me into it. And then tonight, dude, got a DMV battle. AU Mount St. Mary's. I saw a stat today. Mount St. Mary's is undefeated when they score more than 70 points. So I guess the Eagles, are they both the Eagles? I think they are, right? So AU is going to want to slow that thing down, is my theory. And that starts early too, like 6:45 or something.
Yeah, 6:40.
All right, I'm fired up. And then tomorrow, man, we'll be out at MGM. Make sure you come hang out. March Madness is here. There's no better place to catch every game with us than Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join me, B-Mitch, Grant, Danny, Thursday and Friday for the opening round of the men's tournament. We're doing our shows live at Tap with mouthwater, game day bites, and tons of TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. Now, we've in the past given Grant a hard time because he tends to, like when we all have remotes, when our show and then Grant and Danny have a remote, Grant tends to get there very early, and we've given him a hard time for that in the past, just joking around with him. I'm guessing he's going to get there Thursday and Friday early, and these 2 days, I do not give him a hard time because Tap's an awesome place to watch the games. And I think they open at 11. I remember last year, dude, if you want to get a table, if you and the boys or the girls or the people, whoever, if you and your people want to get a table, you got to get there early because they fill up fast, man. And everybody's going to eat, drink, be merry all day. I imagine if I was Tap Landfill, I would have like an hourly spend rate to stay at your table. Like you can't just roll in there, get a Coke and a tater tots and chill for 8 hours. Like I think they should implement some sort of pace of play metric. Speaking of pace of play, the Caps are an absolute wagon. I was talking to Johnny Cakes Allville about it this morning as we both walked to the restroom. And, the Red Wings have been fighting for a playoff spot. Like the Red Wings are a decent team, and the Caps just dominated them last night. I mean, really start to finish. The Caps had gotten in this weird, kind of bad habit of letting the other team score first, but LT was awesome last night. I think he got his 30th win as a goalie this season. The only thing, the Caps win 4-1. I mean, the young guys for the Caps are just so good, man. Protas had 2 assists. Strome had a goal. PLD had a goal. McMichael had a goal. Willie punched one in. It was awesome. The only thing that's not awesome is Ovi didn't score. And now we're at 8 with 14 to go, which I don't know why 8 with 15 sounded like no problem. 8 with 14, just maybe because they're both even numbers. I don't know. Just sounds a little tight. If you look at the Caps' upcoming schedule, they have the Flyers Thursday night at home, tomorrow night at home. I got a feeling Ovi's got to get one there. The Flyers stink. Dude, if you're a Philadelphia sports fan, enjoy the fall and the summer and the fall because the winter sports are terrible. The Sixers are terrible. The Flyers are terrible. I don't mean this hyperbolic. I'd rather be a Wizards fan than a Sixers fan right now. And I understand kind of the weight of that sentence. Like, Wiz are not good. Let me be clear. But at least there's a plan. I think the Sixers have $500 million, maybe more, committed to Paul George and Joel Embiid. And Paul George seems to want to play, just no longer can. And Joel Embiid seems not to want to. So I'd rather be the Wiz. I'd certainly rather be the Caps than the Flyers. Flyers stink. I'd like to see Ovi get 2 tomorrow night, Landfill. And then all of a sudden we're talking about 6 and 13. It also kind of sucked. Sucks the wrong word. So the Caps were up 2-1 with like 4 minutes to play. I think it was 2-1. And so you're like, all right, well, Detroit's going to pull the goalie. Maybe Ovi gets an empty netter. Then the Caps are able to push one more in. So then it's 3-1, and you're not going to pull the goalie, and then they get another one. But very little to complain about over there. We got to get John Walton on maybe tomorrow or Friday. I'm going to save the story for John to tell it, but there's an incredible, whether it's serendipity or coincidence or whatever, John Walton has an incredible anecdote about the Gretzky chase that I learned yesterday. But here's what I'm telling you. If you want to watch, if you think Ovi's going to get one, go to the game tomorrow night because Saturday's game is the Panthers at home. That's a big league, like maybe Eastern Conference final preview matchup because the Panthers are defending Cup champs and they made a lot of big moves at the trade deadline. They're not exactly on fire right now, but they're a good team that's playoff tested. So that is going to be a really challenging game. Then the Caps are on the road for 2, including that big one at Winnipeg next week that we're all kind of amped up about. Then they go to Minnesota. So I would go tomorrow night if you can, if you want to see an Ovi goal. That maybe you get 2. Now, Landini, there's a lot for us to discuss. I'm going to turn to the people for some advice. I also walked in here. Are the people in the stream talking about me sweating? I kind of guess they are. Okay, good. I lost track of time downstairs, Landfill. I was so blown away to see Jeff Walker in the gym that everything got out of whack. All right. Jeff, are you feeling limber, bro? You got some good stretching in. Feeling nice and loose?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, actually, JP. I'm actually down.
I believe, you know what? Jeff takes his stretching very seriously, Landfill. I wish Jeff and I could combine our workout routines because I don't stretch at all, and I'm 43 and need to. And Jeff really leans in on the stretching. You got on that bike for a minute, Jeff?
Well, JP, my workout didn't start at the gym here. I always start at my neighborhood. I go up jogging up and down Eastern Avenue.
That's a scene over there, dude. I saw your Snapchat that one time. Are those ladies of the night of the day out when you're jogging in the morning?
Sometimes they are, JP, and I just jog right past them.
That's if you've never seen Jeff's Snapchat, there's some wild stuff on Eastern Avenue. So Jeff was in there. Dude, it drives me so crazy. Is Wednesday the day the most people come to work? Because the amount of people that just interlope in the gym. The amount of people that I swear are just grumpy that they have to be back in the office, that just go down there to hang out for 10 minutes with no real plan or rhyme or reason, it drives me nuts. And what drives me nuts further than that is I have lost yet another pair of AirPods. So I'm just raw dogging it at the gym. I just have to listen to people's conversations. Jeff didn't have headphones, so I got to listen to his Peloton instructor for the minutes he was out there. It drives me crazy. Does anybody have a cheap AirPod alternative?
Yeah, the earbuds.
Yeah, but it's hard to exercise with like the wire in. I don't know. I'm increasingly frustrated. I think my wife's increasingly frustrated that I continue to lose these little things. I don't know. We'll all persevere. I think I do want to get into some football conversation today. There's a lot for us to discuss. Neil Greenberg's going to join us at 11. I'm curious what he thinks about Ovechkin's kind of run now. Ben Fox from Yahoo Sports will join us at noon. We're also going to give away opening day tickets. You are 8 days away from opening day. I wonder if those bars and everything kind of a block away from us are going to open early. Like, the Salt Line open for lunch? Because I bet they'll be open early that day. I think I get to work opening day for NBC4, which will be fun. Found that out yesterday. Later in the show, Jeff Erman's going to join us. We're going to talk some NCAA tournament. We got to eventually make some picks, get our brackets in. I still don't know who B. Mitch is letting in to the B. Mitch and Finley not public NCAA tournament bracket. I am getting requests from lots of people, and I am just completely pawning them off to B. Mitch. I'm like, it's up to B. At this point, I'm not even sure if all of us are in. Landfill, are you in? You handed your bracket in?
I gave B. Mitch my bracket. I gave you a preview first.
You did. You put it in the text thread, and you highlighted that you have Grand Canyon beating Maryland.
That is correct, yeah. Grand Canyon, which, by the way, I'm convinced is a fake school. Nobody's ever heard of Grand Canyon University or whatever before.
I think it's just
before
like
this year.
A brand new school.
I think it's like Bishop Sycamore.
No, dude, because Dan Marley was coaching there like 7 years ago or something. I bet it was, you know how a lot of colleges celebrate like their founded date? Like, remember when the Commanders became a thing and they messed up the dates?
Yeah,
like I feel like Grand Canyon could be in that category where they're not so like if Grand Canyon was founded in 2009 would not shock me.
Okay, I'll find out.
White Brian might have it.
1949.
No way. It was a community college or something. Here's what I know, Landfill. There's a lot of money in Phoenix and Scottsdale. There's a lot of money, and I feel like they got tired of,
That's what ASU is for.
Yeah, but I think they were like, no, we need because Tempe to Scottsdale, kind of far, and there's some traffic. And I think they just started their own thing in Scottsdale next to like a better golf course. I can't confirm or deny that. I don't even know. Is Grand Canyon in Phoenix or is it up by the Grand Canyon?
Prescott, Arizona.
Prescott is how they pronounce it. I know that because I've been there with Mitch Tischler, John Keim, Rich Tandler, and Brian McNally and Michael Phillips. And Mitch hit like a trifecta at a horse racing bar and bought us all beers. Shout out to Prescott. That is weird because that's like a random little town that's not really near anything or near the Grand Canyon. I got no file on Grand Canyon, and I'm keeping it that way because Maryland's going to beat them. Landville, serious question. I know how much you love money and not losing it. And this is you got to give B. Mitch a $20 bill to get into the B. Mitch and Finley not public bracket invitational. It's a $20 legit cover charge. Would you rather Maryland lose to Grand Canyon and you come in dead last in the pool or win the pool?
That's tough. I mean, I got a free roll because Greg is paying the entry fee. So
why?
I just want chaos. I want to see Grand Canyon win.
Hold on. Now, I get if Greg has the 20 and you don't have one. Why is he just paying your entry fee?
I don't know. He texted me.
Greg, what are you doing? Now, has Greg turned his bracket in? Because B. Mitch will not accept electronic copies.
Now, B. Mitch is, he doesn't believe in technology.
He might be a Luddite. He's like anti.
He's constantly...
Although he's good at technology.
I don't know that that's true. He doesn't know how Google Docs work. He's always replying all on emails.
He had a great reply all earlier this week. When I saw the reply all, I thought of Danny Rouillet because now at two of these 106.7 The Fan nights, and Danny's a legit comedian. He's not the type of dude to recycle work, but he makes a B-Mitch reply all joke every time, and that makes me laugh. There's some things we need to talk about. I need some advice. I have a problem in my life that I have tried to take some time off, and then the next 2 days I'm not going to be in this location, so it gives me a moment of pause to gather my thoughts. I think I'm even going to open the phone lines up on this to get some real advice from the people. Perhaps there's experts with the problems I'm dealing with. I certainly want to lean in on the boys in the aquarium. I have a problem. Okay. Now, if I had a problem with real estate, I know exactly who I would call. His name would be John Leahy. John is the man, and when it comes to the Fine Living team, they can get your house an instant cash offer within 24 hours. Think about all the reasons people move, right? A lot of them are family related. So for George and Sylvia, they were retired, and they really wanted to relocate down to Florida so they could be closer to their grandkids. I mean, one, who doesn't want to go to Florida? And if you are a grandparent, don't you want to be closer to the grandkids? But not everything went according to plan. First, they tried to sell their house themselves. They figured wouldn't have to pay the commission and they could just get it done. They lived over in Temple Hills. Stuff was going quick. Well, it didn't happen quick. And at a certain price, they needed to be able to afford their new place down in Florida. They realized they needed an expert. That's when Sylvia, George, they were like, dude, we're down on our luck. We better call Leahy. They called John Leahy in the Fine Living Group, and within just 3 weeks, they got a cash offer, 15 G's over the asking price. That's why you need to talk to John. If it's people that need help, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group will get it done for you. Trust me. You can figure out what your home's equity is worth in just 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. And say you're George and Sylvia and you got to sell a house at $475 to be able to buy the one in Florida at $375 and then live comfortably. Talk to John. He can figure that stuff out. And if you need a few upgrades on the house, just something to make it worthwhile to sell it, talk to John. He can front you the cash, and then you settle up with him on the back end at closing. It's easy. He does this every day. There's a reason why he's the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group. Start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Minnesota Vikings are moving past their discussions with free agent quarterback Aaron Rodgers, leaving second-year player J.J. McCarthy atop the quarterback depth chart as off-season practices approach. Rodgers made it clear that he preferred to sign with the team, but the Vikings ultimately decided that they didn't want to push McCarthy's timetable to the 2026 season. Though the Vikings, they do still need to continue to work to find a veteran backup for McCarthy, as multiple candidates have signed elsewhere while the Vikings were busy discussing Rodgers. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, folks, we live in an era where people are encouraged to do the research, right? Like, the world's at our fingertips. You can do the research yourself. Now, a lot of times people find complete BS and then they claim that's the research, but that's a whole different topic. But Landfill and I decided to do some research on White Brian's claims that Grand Canyon University was in Prescott, Arizona. White Brian's an idiot. It's in Central Phoenix. B's texting me. Drab is our Arizona insider. He just came in and confirmed that. So White Brian's dumb. College basketball expert, but does not know where Grand Canyon University is located. Basically, what Drab said, Grand Canyon used to be a fake college.
I think it still is.
It might still be a fake college. It used to be a for-profit college, which these for-profit colleges are the ones that like just encourage their students to rack up killer amounts of student debt. And then generally these for-profit colleges then partner with a credit agency that they report everybody to and take all their money. So it's a really pretty underhanded system. So we can't confirm or deny if Grand Canyon is that, lest any lawyer be listening. We're certainly not making any allegations. But Drab said they threw a ton of money at sports. They're trying to get good at basketball, and he thinks it's weeks, if not months, until they are extended an invitation to join either the Southeastern Conference, the Big Ten, possibly the Big East. We'll see. So let's just have Maryland beat the hell out of Grand Canyon, and then we never have to speak of them again. Now, Landfill, I have a problem. There are callers on the line to offer me advice. Don't even know what the problem is. But I'm going to be honest. Last week, I think, last Monday or Tuesday, I got this big old, so I park like a block away. And I'm lucky that a buddy of mine has provided me a free parking spot for many years now, right? We've been doing the show a while, and I park like a block away, and I have this free parking spot. I get down to my car the other day in said free parking spot, and there's this giant sticker. I think I told you guys about this. This giant sticker right where the driver's seat is. So I can't get out. Like, I have a hard time driving it, whatever, and it says, we're going to tow your ass. All right, I do a little research. You got to do the research yourself, Landfill. Talk to my buddy that lives there. And he's like, dude, it's a rogue employee. You're good. Give it some time. So that was last week. And so I parked here in the work garage every day. $18 a day I had. $18 a day. I'm here for, this radio program's 4 hours. I bet I'm generally here for about 4 hours, 6 minutes. Some days I stick around. I got to be somewhere, whatever. But, I mean, do the math for me on that. What is it, an hour? Like, Brian, 4 1/4? 450 maybe? So, yesterday I was like, all right, maybe I go back to my old parking spot. And I rolled the dice. And I was like, you know what? This week, I'm going to do 2 days at MGM. So this week, I'm only paying for 3 days of parking. So that's a little less than $60, which is still a ton of money to park your car. And I'm debating because I won't be back here the rest of the week. I'll be at Tapped. Yo, shout out to MGM National Harbor. The parking is free, landfill. I think. But do you think by next Monday I should go back to parking there, landfill? Even though apparently it's a rogue employee has very much threatened to tow my car.
I think you should park there.
Because you want my car to get towed?
I don't want your car to get towed, but it would be hilarious if your car got towed. So for me, there's no downside to you parking there.
Okay.
But for you, there potentially could be.
Should my car get towed?
That is correct.
I am going to call out on the radio show at 9:59 a.m. So,
yeah,
consider the consequences. You might have your hands quite full. If my car gets towed, I promise you I'm calling out one day that week.
I mean,
that's a guarantee.
That happens all the time anyway.
No, I work remotely, but I still work. I'm telling you, I ain't going to work. Jeff, you are a veteran of car and parking problems. There was a period of time where you had a serial stabber of your tires. I mean, no person runs into more logistical trouble with their automotive vehicle than you. You think I should go back to parking over there?
That's tough, JP.
It's tough, right?
That's
Like
tough.
somebody's out to get me, man.
Why can't your boy just give you an updated parking pass?
Dog, we talked about it. Like it is. Like I'm up to date. There's no like new sticker and I have the old sticker. Like what my boy suggested is, so it's a garage with multiple levels. He's like, dog, just go down a couple levels. Nobody ever goes down there. So now I'm traveling into the parking abyss. I mean, who knows what's down there, landfill? Could be full of mole people. What do you think about going further down, Jeffrey?
Yo, it's worth a try. I mean, that's still tough.
Damn, if this seems too risky for Jeff, I gotta reconsider some stuff.
My thing is, you don't want to walk. It's always the worst feeling when your car is towed. Like you walk to the car, you don't want to just be walking back.
Yo, did I tell you? I called Greg about this when we had the 106.7 The Fan night in Leesburg that night. So you went, didn't you, Jeff?
Yeah.
All right. So I parked in that garage right next door. Shout out to Leesburg. And whatever, parked, walked in, all's well. Walked back out to my car, walked to my spot, and my car's not there. And I was like, what the bleep? And I walked around in a circle. I was like, yo, did my car just get stolen in freaking Leesburg? And I walked another lap. And then I called Greg, and he didn't answer because I left early, and he was still hanging out. And then I walked around again, and then I was like, hold on, let me check my phone. There were like 2 separate basements to this parking garage in Leesburg that really threw me for a loop. I was very upset about it. I will open the phone lines. If there are any parking officials, like you work for Colonial or whoever the big parking outlets may be, I am curious what the deal is with towing a car out of a private garage. Because that doesn't seem like the easiest thing to do. 800-636-1067. I legit want your advice. The fact that Jeff thinks it's risky has me taking great pause. White Brian, what say you? You're the one that just told us Grand Canyon was in Prescott, Arizona.
Yeah, I think you should do it.
Just say F it, or you think it'll be fine?
You'll be fine.
Now, are you also rooting for my car to get towed like landfill?
No, I think it's just too much of a headache to get a tow truck into a parking garage.
That's kind of what I think.
Yo, why won't you just like print out a piece of paper that say, yo, my stuff is up to date. Don't touch my car or there will be serious problems.
Doesn't that kind of make it hotter? Like if the dude walks around that put the sticker on my car. You don't think he's going to notice this random?
I mean, JP, if he see your car again, he's gonna put the sticker on it regardless. Like,
That's true. You think he's a listener or she, perhaps?
no.
I wonder why. I don't understand it, but I think next Monday I'm back over there because $18 a day is a real kick in the ass.
Or get a dash cam
Mm.
and figure out who it is.
Then what do I do?
Then you approach the guy and be like, "Yo, why are you doing this if my stuff is up to date?" And then that way you have a name, and then you contact the company, and you know you can really get free parking. And be like, "Yo, I'm being harassed by one of your employees. I'm getting tickets, and all my stuff is up to date. You don't want this to be an issue? Free parking forever."
Listen, I'm not going to do all that, but I like where your head's at. It's also kind of like a side hustle that I've got going, so I don't know that I can really
Oh yeah,
attack back. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a drug dealer gets robbed, he can't call the cops. You know what I mean? That's kind of where we're at in my parking saga. I will keep you all up to date. Neil Greenberg will join the program at 11. What is this? Breakfast at Tiffany's? All right, there's a lot of people are offering a lot of advice with my situation, my parking situation. My man Mitch in Manassas says he's been stickered before. Landfill, now we have a verb for what happened to me. I've been stickered. All right, Mitch, what do I do?
You got to get some rubbing alcohol on the razor blade to take it off.
Shout out to, so over at the Monumental offices, there's a dude that runs the garage, and he got that joint off for me. And I gave him a $20 handshake. So shout out to that dude. He's awesome.
He earned it.
Yeah, for sure. But is your only advice about how to get the sticker physically removed? Because I appreciate it.
It's horrible.
Yeah, but what do I do do I park there again?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't park there again because you are risking your stuff getting towed.
Can they send a tow truck into a
Cowboy
garage?
fan who does know who you are.
What's that?
I said maybe it's a Cowboy fan who does know who you are.
The Eagles fans seem madder at me lately, but yeah, you might be right. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tailgate Ted has an idea. He says, hire a TaskRabbit to sit in your car one day to catch the guy harassing you for parking and then have them grab you once they show up. To which Cody Betts, who's a rich tech executive, I might add,
Multimillionaire.
replied, I'll do it for $400. I'm not paying $400 for somebody to sit in my car for 4 hours.
You got to get a motion camera and set that up.
That's what Jeff said.
Yeah. That shouldn't cost you $400.
How much does one of those cost? White Brian, look up a dash cam for me. I don't know, man. I think I just got to start. How much does it cost to park downstairs?
I think it's $18 a day.
the monthly, you jerk.
230. That's not fun.
What is 18 a day? Assuming 4 weeks in a month, 4 work weeks in a month, that's 20 days. Assuming I'm in here 16 out of 20. What is 16 times 18?
360.
Damn. Are you sure?
That's not correct.
No, yeah, 20 times 20 minus 40. Right?
I feel like he just made that up.
White Brian, dog. After you told us Grand Canyon was in a different state, I'm feeling a little suspect about you. What'd I say? I'm here for 16 out of 20 days a month times 18.
16 times 18 is 288.
Yeah, White Brian, you say it very confidently, but you're wildly off.
I thought you said 20 times 20 times 18.
No, I said 16 times 18.
He said 360. That wasn't even close.
Yeah, I did 20 times 18. My fault.
Yo, for all the JP doesn't know how to do math, I think I'm better than Brian.
Also, a dash cam costs $130.
Oh, damn. Well, what's a dash cam cost on Temu? Look up a Temu dash cam. I tell you what I'm not doing is $180 for. Ooh, I just got a
$18.
Yeah, $18. All right. So I can pay $18 for a dash cam. All right. We've gotten to the source. Hello, sir. How do you do?
Pretty good. Yourself?
I have a quandary, sir.
Well,
I have
actually,
a problem.
no, you're not doing good. So I'll just cut to the chase.
Okay.
When I was in college, I worked in a. This is how old I am. A service station, and I used to tow cars for mechanics liens as well as we would do parking garage. We had a low-profile tow truck that gets into those garages. It's very easy.
Damn.
And in today's tow trucks, they have these things on them that they grab the wheels from the inside. You don't even have to get out of the truck to do it. You go grab the truck, you go grab the thing, put the thing on a remote, pick the car up, and haul it out. 30 seconds.
So you telling me they got AI tow trucks now?
No. They're not AI, but the actual thing that picks up the car, it wraps around the wheels, and it can be controlled from the inside of the truck.
So in your experience, should I stop parking there?
I would go to the owner of the building. I mean, you got context. Go to the owner of the building and find out what's up. If it's the owner of the building who's giving you crap, you're hosed. If it's just some tenant, talk to the owner.
What if I just drive down to the bottom of the garage?
Man, typically when I towed garages, it was because I got a call. Or I was told, well, actually, that's not completely true. We had one account where it was once a day, drive the garage and look for illegals and haul them out.
Damn. Did you ever you had somebody's car up on your tow truck. Did you ever let them off, like a good-looking woman or something?
Yeah, I actually have. It wasn't because it was a good-looking woman. It was because I believe the hard luck story. But it's not like we didn't operate like you see on that, whatever, that Discovery Channel show or that crap in which, we were real hard asses. We didn't do a whole lot of that. Now I've done mechanics lien stuff. I've been shot at.
Whoa! I want to be clear. I don't want my situation to raise to firearms. Thank you for the call, Ben. I appreciate you.
No. That's not going to happen. I was towing someone's car who didn't pay a bill. They were not happy with me. That's what it was. It wasn't they were illegally parked. They didn't pay their bill, and it was about $1,000 bill.
Jeez. All right, man. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a good one.
You too, bud. Landfill, I like how he was like, we weren't real hard asses or anything, but this guy wasn't even illegally parked. He just hadn't paid a bill, so we towed him, and then he shot me. Last tow truck call. Morgan, what up? You got a solution for me?
Possibly JP, possibly is your buddy own or rent?
My buddy owns.
Awesome. All right. So what you want to do is have him check his condo documents, see if it's okay for him to lease the parking spot out. If it is, he can lease it to you for $1. You're legally set.
All right. Now you're talking. I appreciate it.
And it's another possibility.
What?
Another possibility is it could be an upset tenant who put the sticker on your window. Maybe you're parking in a spot.
Yo, so here's the thing. There aren't assigned spots. Like, it's color coded, and as long as I park in the right color, I've been cool for 3 years. And then one day, I just no longer was cool.
Well, some people are clowns.
Yeah. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you listening.
Anytime.
Thanks, dude. I feel like I've reached no real resolution, and the best answer I can think of is to come into the office less. Because we figured out 16 times 18 was 288, right? That's if I pay the daily rate. And what is it to pay monthly? 250, 260?
230.
That-
Or you could get towed. That would be great too.
What do you think getting towed is going to cost me, like $350?
Yeah,
to get out?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's like 1.5 months of parking. You should just take the tow.
I don't want to get towed. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
Aaron Rodgers wants to go play for the Minnesota Vikings. Unfortunately, for the veteran quarterback, the Minnesota Vikings don't want him back. The Vikings are reportedly standing by 2024 first-round pick J.J. McCarthy as their signal caller for 2025, and they are moving away from their conversations with Aaron Rodgers. That means the Giants and the Steelers are now Rodgers' really only obvious options for 2025, barring a retirement announcement at the age of 41. Pittsburgh was previously considered a favorite to sign the former NFL MVP, but no further conversations have come out between the two. Moving over to some college basketball news, Indiana has hired West Virginia's Darren DeVries as their new head coach for the men's basketball program. DeVries will receive a 6-year deal with the school. He's joining the Hoosiers after spending just one season with the Mountaineers. He led them to a very good record this season, 10-10 in the Big 12, and then they were snubbed from March Madness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, when you hear Ozzy singing Iron Man, time to talk to Neil Greenberg. Get a little smarter. Hello, Greenberg. How do you do, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm sneezing a bunch all of a sudden. I need to get camera on the phone. I'm worried about pollen. But dude, I'm fired up. I love March Madness. This is a great time of year. Even the game last night, watching Alabama State that I had never heard of until yesterday, win at the buzzer, just kind of gets you fired up for what's coming over these next couple of weeks. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge time of year for me. It's one of my favorite times of year. There's so much happening. You got reasons to take off work.
Clearly, Brian found one.
I think it's a great, I think it's a great time. It's a great time of year because this is when probably most people are into sports, and that includes people who aren't into sports.
Right.
Because the March Madness pulls from all different walks of life, all different interest levels. So you can always find someone to talk about March Madness. Someone's always willing to talk about their bracket.
Totally. So let's get down to the brackets. If you follow Neil Greenberg like I do, you can do so at ngreenberg on X, the Everything app, also known as Twitter and Instagram. N Greenberg is where you follow him. Neil joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. You just, I think it was today, maybe it was yesterday afternoon. You posted your 10 steps to winning your March Madness pool. Take us through the steps, brother. Let's get rich.
Yeah, so the first thing you want to do is you want to get a sense of how big the pool is. The larger the pool, the more risk you want to take because you need to have a unique bracket. If you're in a smaller pool, like 10 people, then it can be chalkier. If you enter one of these ESPN pools, then you want to really be like off the wall a little bit because everyone's going to have Florida advancing, everyone's going to have Houston advancing, etc. And I also start my bracket with the Elite Eight. I try to figure out who's going to be in the Elite Eight because that cuts down a lot of my decision making for the bracket. So I know if I have my 8, then I just kind of pencil them through the rest, and then I have to make fewer decisions throughout the whole bracket.
Interesting.
I would say don't go crazy picking upsets, especially this year. I think last year we saw a very chalky bracket. I think we're going to see a chalky bracket this year as well. Just the increase in analytics usage is getting a lot of the teams right in both the field, but also in seeding. And on paper, this looks like to be one of the strongest high-seeded brackets in a long time. So don't go crazy on upsets. That being said, I mean, there's some 12 seeds that are already favored in the betting markets, like Colorado State. Number 11, North Carolina is a slight favorite as well. Those are really great upsets to take in the first round because not a lot of people follow the betting market. So they may just see an 11 seed and think, oh, there's no chance to win. But as I said, they're favored in the betting market. So those are pretty easy round of 64 picks to take. And I would say my last thing, even though there are 10, but I would say the last most important, I think the SEC is overrated, and I would fade a lot of these teams: Auburn, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri. I'd fade a lot of those teams in the bracket and just go with some other picks.
Greenberg, do you care? One of our video producer, White Brian, is an Auburn guy, and he's just shaking his head at you. Do you care if he gets to respond here?
Oh, no, let's get him on.
Fire away, White Brian. I know you don't like it.
I think we've almost gotten to the point where so many people are fading Auburn. I'm not worried about the fact that they're kind of limping into this tournament.
Well, you never want to limp. I think what's going to hurt Auburn, I think ultimately, is they send their opponents to the free throw line quite a bit, and that doesn't seem like it's a big hiccup. But when you're looking at one and done tournaments, when you're looking at what usually fuels upsets, there's a lot of fingerprints, and the higher the lower seeded teams are typically move on when they're able to grab a lot more offensive rebounds, create turnovers, but also get extra points, easy points at the free throw line. And I would say Auburn, does have a challenge in that regard. They do pretty well defending the three, but I think if they're going to start sending the opponents to the free throw line, that's going to create some extra easy possessions. And also, they don't really play very fast. They have a very efficient offense, second best in the country. Defense is very good, but they also play at a pretty slow tempo. So while their offense is efficient, it only takes a couple of botched shots to make it so that the other team can keep the score close.
Well, so here's my counter to, I think, specifically like talking to Greenberg here, myself and White Brian, we are so inside all this stuff, right? That we're looking at the betting markets, we're looking at their last five, we're looking at net or all these quad one wins, whatever like metrics are available. And I can see White Brian's point, like, oh, everybody thinks Auburn's cooked, which makes me like them more. But like, ignore all that, strip all that away, right? Why did they lose 3 of their last 4, White Brian?
You put teams on the free throw line, they didn't make their free throws, and they struggled rebounding, which makes me terrified of Creighton.
Okay. See, that I think is more real analysis than like, oh, everybody's zigging, I'm going to zag. Even if a big-eared radio host often says that, I just think, who do you think the best team in the tournament is, Greenberg?
Well, I think Duke's the best team. I think Maryland is the best value, and I actually have Maryland beating Duke in the final.
Whoa!
I think Duke.
You have Maryland winning the title in your bracket?
Yeah, I think so.
Talk about burying the lead, Greenberg.
I'm sorry, no, I have Duke over Maryland. Sorry, I have Duke over Maryland.
You have Maryland in the final?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, and actually, if I'm going to be putting it in like a big bracket, I probably flip that. I probably have Maryland winning.
All right, but that is about all right. So everybody understands this. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If you're joining a 2,000 person bracket, or just like one of these super 8 million people brackets on ESPN.com, or I'm sure the Post has one. I'm guessing Odyssey has. Like every big company has one of these things, right?
Right.
Your theory there is don't go with the chalk because everybody has the chalk. You gotta do something different, and that's right. In that scenario you like Maryland.
Yeah, so like if you're looking at I would say any pool with more than 150 people, a team like Maryland would be very enticing to me as as a championship play. When you look at like the ESPN People's Bracket, a lot of people have it's almost split between Florida and Duke to win the title in the title game. So right away, I probably don't have either of those teams winning it because you just have to be so much more right in the early parts of the bracket. If half the bracket's going to have Duke winning, half the bracket's going to have Florida winning. The only real way to like differentiate yourself is to have neither winning.
Right. And I imagine everybody's going to imagine 75% of brackets have either Duke or Florida winning.
Right. So both these things are true. I think Duke is the best team in the bracket and has the best chance of winning. I would not necessarily pick Duke in every type of bracket I'm in because everyone's they're going to be a very popular choice, right? So there's like realistic March Madness talk, and then there's how do I maximize my bracket talk? So depending on like what kind of conversation we're having here, but in terms of brackets, like I have Duke beating Maryland. I feel like Maryland in the final is enough a differentiator where if Duke does win, I still think my bracket can be unique. But if I'm in, a really, really large bracket, hundreds of thousands of people, then I absolutely would have a team like Maryland winning it all.
Okay. So let me back out of that. Maryland's a comfortable favorite against Grand Canyon. I think Maryland will be favored over the winner of Memphis, Colorado State, should they advance. Although I am a little nervous of Colorado State, I'll be honest with you. You are comfortable. Forget trying to win your bracket. You think Maryland can beat Florida in 40 minutes of basketball?
Oh, yeah. And if you look at my tweets, actually, I was on the show. I've been talking about Maryland on the show for a couple of weeks.
You have.
Like, so this isn't really like necessarily a surprise. I think Maryland's a very good team. I think Colorado State is going to beat Memphis. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge. But look, all teams have a challenge at some point. I think Connecticut in this bracket is really tough for both Maryland and Florida. I think Connecticut could be really undervalued in the tournament. And if I'm in a big, if I'm like in a huge thing, I would even consider, moving Connecticut past the Sweet 16. If I'm putting in a couple brackets to differentiate. And this is a tough bracket. Like Connecticut being here kind of jammed me up a little bit because I really like Connecticut. I like both BYU and VCU to make a deep run. They play each other in the round of 64. That kind of jammed me up a little bit. So you have to make decisions here. But as I said, I've been talking about Maryland for a while on the show. I thought they were going to be a lot better than their seeding. I think they're obviously a really talented team. They like to play fast. They take care of the ball on offense. They're very, very good defensively, limiting rebounds. They don't send opponents to the free throw line. They're pretty good at generating turnovers. Like they do a lot of the things that you want a good tournament team to do for a deep run.
Listen, man. I had a plan. I'll never understand why in the hell Arizona's the 4 seed in the East and Maryland's the 4 seed in the West. Sure seems like you should swap those. I had a plan of going to Newark, New Jersey to watch Maryland play Duke in the Sweet 16. But Greenberg, if you're telling me I got to fly to San Antonio to watch Maryland play Duke in the finals, I will be there, sir.
Look, that's what I have. I mean, these are all educated guesses.
Sure. Yeah. But I get that.
But that's what I have right now. And like I said, I've been on Maryland for a little bit. There's no reason for me to jump off now.
I feel like I know you well enough. I think the 5-12 upset has gotten to be like too mainstream. And I think if you're actually looking for an upset, you need to go lower. You got anybody 13 or below getting to the Sweet 16?
Actually, I think the 11 seed is way better value than the 10 seed. I think North Carolina is going to be really good. I've been on them a little bit. I talked about VCU. I think I've even talked about VCU on the show. I think that they're good. I don't know if I'd go lower in this bracket than the 12 seed, but I like number 10 New Mexico. I like 12 Liberty. I think McNeese State has a shot.
I think they're just McNeese now. They dropped the state.
Yeah, McNeese, I'm sorry.
Yeah, get it right.
Utah State, 10 seed, I think they can be okay. We talked about number 12 Colorado State being favored and possibly number 10 Arkansas. So I actually like the 10, 11, and 12 seed line a lot more than I like the 13 and below. But I did tweet out the most likely upsets by seed, and at 13 you had Yale, 14 you had Troy, 15 Nebraska Omaha, and then 16 was Norfolk State.
Norfolk State. All right. If Norfolk State took down Florida, we're including Norfolk State in the B. Mitch and Finley DMV for the March Madness tournament. They count we go from Norfolk to Emmitsburg, Maryland. Greenberg.
Oh, wow.
They'd have my full support. I think they're the Spartans, Norfolk State Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that would be a historic upset, so I'm not saying that they're going to do it. I'm just saying most likely team at that seed for an upset would be Norfolk.
I want to make sure we get time for some hockey, but St. John's, man, I am fascinated by what that second round matchup, assuming St. John's beats Omaha, they're playing, it's Patino going against Bill Self, or even juicier, Patino going against John Calipari. I find that fascinating. I know that the Johnnies play really tough, really good defense, but they can't really score. And I fear if St. John's gets a quick whistle against some really good athletes on Kansas or Arkansas, I feel like that could be – I'm guessing you're from Queens. Like, did you grow up loving St. John's?
All right, so St. John's was very close to where I lived. I almost went there. They've been my favorite collegiate basketball team for as long as I can remember. I'm so happy to see them doing so well. I am fading St. John's. I do not think they're going to make it out of the opening weekend. I have them losing to Kansas. Here's the thing about St. John's. They're having a great run, but I do think that a lot of it is hype. I am fading St. John's. Maybe I'm not allowed to go to the corner pizza place anymore with that. But I am not a fan of St. John's in this tournament. I'm fading them to go home pretty early.
Dude, I kind of think I am too. I just think a lot of it will determine on the whistle because they play so physical, and I don't know that. I don't know. I'm fascinated to see how it goes.
And if I'm saying that, like, that's something that I believe, and it pains me.
Can I ask a different question, Greenberg?
Sure.
I believe in our conversations, I think you're a proud member of the tribe, correct? Would go to St. John's not impact that?
Look, if they gave me the right scholarship, I was going.
Hey, money talks, so talk Mo Bucks.
Plus, at the time, there's no on-campus housing, so they actually gave you money to live off campus, which was very appealing to someone that does not like any sort of parental supervision or supervision of any kind. And for me to be able to run amok, even more so than I did as a kid in Queens, was very appealing.
All right, quickly, let's talk a little hockey. The Caps are an absolute wagon. Last night's game was just dominant, frankly, and I think there's no reason not to see them rolling all the way into the playoffs. Dude, right now, the first round matchup would be the Rangers, and I get some are nervous about that because of the goalie and some of the talent on the Rangers. But, dude, the first matchup that really concerns me for the Caps is like the Eastern Conference Finals. They got to get the Panthers or something. Like, they're just so damn good. I'm curious where you land.
Yeah, I think that you don't really have to worry about Washington matchup wise because they really are good. They can beat you in a bunch of different ways. The hockey world at large is probably seething that Tom Wilson is now a 30-goal scorer in the NHL.
F the hockey world at large. They're also mad that Ovi's going to break Gretzky's record. Just a bunch of Canadian miserable dudes.
Tom Wilson is a guy that if you're outside of the Beltway, like, you really abhor him or feel like you have to. But he's also the guy that you would absolutely get a tattoo of his face if he was on your team. But yeah, 30 goal scorer. Talk about a guy that really did reinvent his game and just completely, reinvented himself as a hockey player. I think that's amazing. But yeah, I mean, this team is really good. They're deep. Ovechkin, obviously, Wilson, Protas, Connor McMichael. I mean, they just have so much talent, and they're well coached. And I think that's really the key to this whole thing for me is that I am confident that Carberry, maybe we should call him Starberry, is able to navigate any sort of playoff matchup. So I think that he is definitely the guy. I mean, I'm not breaking ground here, but I think that he would have them in a position to play competitively against any team in the NHL in any round at any time. So yeah,
LT's a stud,
Rangers,
too.
Hurricanes, whoever, it doesn't matter. Just let's see how this whole thing pans out.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. The goaltending's been great too. But the flip side of that is I had felt incredibly confident all along that Ovi was breaking this record this year. I weirdly, last night's 8-15 felt like no problem. Now 8-14 feels a little daunting. I think we got to see him put at least one, maybe a couple in against Philly just because they're so bad.
Yeah, I mean, one hat trick changes this whole thing, right? I mean, and that's certainly within the realm of possibilities for him. I think he's going to get there until I think he's not. And I know that that's maybe a cop out, but like you never know when back-to-back hat tricks are going to happen. You never know when, and this is obviously a long shot, but if he got an Ovechkin trick, I don't think anyone would be like, oh yeah, that's weird. But I think a multi-goal game against Philadelphia, like you said, kind of changes the outlook quite a bit. He just needs a little bit of a run, and we'll wait and see. But if not, I think next year, the hype's obviously going to be even more real, and we just have to wait. But I still think there's a good chance he does it this year.
I still think so too. Greenberg, I appreciate your time, bro. I really do. And go Terps.
All right, good luck in the pools. Be Mitch. I miss you. Talk to you guys soon.
See you, man. That's our buddy Neil Greenberg joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow him at N Greenberg on X. A lot of great content, and he'll be all over your good betting options during March Madness. This morning, I had to text my boy Garv. Garv runs Orsman Fairfax Toyota. I need an oil change. I like going over there. They take great care of me. Garv responded to me in about, 15, 20 minutes. And he apologized. He's like, hey, man, sorry for the delay. I'm 3 hours behind you on vacation. And I was like, Garv, why on earth are you responding to me while you're on vacation? He's like, oh, man, I just want to take care of you, make sure the car's good. Like that is a different level of care they give you. And there's a reason the Orsman Automotive Group of Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. They know what they're doing, and they treat you right. They got great locations all over Northern Virginia. Orsman dealerships offer most of America's favorite and best-selling brands like Toyota. They got the location I always go to in Fairfax, plus one in Chantilly. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler. I think I heard celebrity Chris Russell bought a Kia from Orsman Kia Chantilly, Billy and Chantilly. They got it all. Bob Biaggi, the original celebrity, runs the Chevy Buick GMC store in Alexandria. In addition to the unmatched selection, Orsman offers incredible deals and financing options. And don't forget Orsman's tremendous selection of quality, certified, used vehicles you could choose from. Best of all, every vehicle is sold by Orsman's Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. I might get my car washed today, landfill. Loaner cars with major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. Even more good news, if you got a car to sell, check out Orsman. They're going to pay up to $125 a Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of the make, model, or year of that car. It's simple. At Orsman, they like to keep their customers happy. Take it from me, JP Finley, a beyond satisfied Orsman customer. Let's ride together.
Our final of the first 4 games continue today. 6:40 p.m. We've got Mount St. Mary's versus American University. American's the leader in the Patriot League in team defense, giving up 67.3 points, holding opponents to 45.4% shooting. However, Mount St. Mary's, they have averaged more points per game than the Eagles, but as an AU alum, I've got to say it, go Eagles tonight. And then 9:10 p.m., Xavier squares off versus Texas. Xavier is the slight favorite in this matchup. The team's been playing very well as of late. They've won 7 of their last 8, with that only loss coming by 2 in the Big East tournament. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So I'm getting very into these electrolyte packets. If you're watching on the stream, I'll show you. I tried a new one today, Celsius Lemon Lime Hydration. Banging. I have no idea how, with 0 sugar in there, they can taste that good, but the other ones I do are Element, which are really, really salty, but you get used to it and you like it. Marginal breaking news here in the NFL that I wanted to at least discuss. The Packers, despite catching some heat in spots for this, are moving forward to propose a rule banning the tush push. So the league meeting is, I guess it's in 2 weeks. Yeah, I fly to Florida on March 30th. So, so the league meeting Monday, March 31st, and Tuesday, April 1st. Yeah, less than 2 weeks. Wow, I didn't realize that was that close. So the league has to get all these official proposed rule changes on the books. Green Bay says, I don't care if you give me grief. We're pushing forward. Green Bay has proposed a rule change, Rule 12, Section 1, to prohibit an offensive player from pushing a teammate who is lined up directly behind the snapper and receives the snap immediately at the snap. That is clearly very much targeted at eliminating the tush push that the Eagles run so well. I mean, there's 4 of us here that watch a ton of football. I can't even think of another team that tries it with the. Remember when Washington tried that one? Mariota came in and it looked like he was supposed to pitch it to Robinson. I don't know what that was. I think that is overkill, and I think that is way too targeted specifically at what Philly does really well. I don't think there should be a rule change for what one team does really well. Because if there was, could you institute a rule change that quarterbacks that wear the number 15 on 3rd down aren't allowed to run around behind the line of scrimmage for more than 9 seconds before they complete a back-breaking 3rd down conversion to a tight end? Because, that'd be pretty targeted at the Chiefs, right? I don't think you can specifically try to eliminate something just because one team does it really well. However, I do think they should reinstate. This is not a new rule. It'd be reinstating the old rule that you cannot push a ball carrier from behind. I think it's dangerous. And I do think that would have some impact on the tush push. I think it would have more impact, though, on generally when you see a skill position guy, a receiver, a running back, a tight end, and they're starting to get tackled around the 10 or the 5, and then you see a tackle running from 10 yards past and just blowing up the whole pile. I think that's legitimately dangerous, and I think they should get rid of that. That's just me. I don't get the vote. There are 2 other rule proposals. Everybody's going to talk about Green Bay trying to ban the tush push, and rightfully so. But I think these other 2 are just as interesting, dude. The Lions have proposed to eliminate automatic first downs for defensive holding. Think about how many times it's 3rd and 17 and there's a defensive hold 6 yards down the field and it's an automatic first down. I don't hate that at all. Now, I do wonder if it doesn't incentivize holding a little bit. Like, man, it's not a first down. Let's just grab a little bit, see if they call it. But I think the rules are too skewed to help the offense anyway. I like that one. And the Eagles, not to be, clearly Green Bay's coming at the Eagles, but Philly's got their own rule proposal. The Eagles proposed to align the regular season overtime rules with the postseason rules, giving each team a chance to possess the ball in a 15-minute period. So we're clear in regular season, if you get the ball first and you score a touchdown, it's game over. If you kick a field goal, the other team gets the ball. In overtime, both teams get the ball. I would vote no on the tush-push ban, yes on the Lions' proposal to eliminate automatic first downs for defensive holding, and I think no on the Eagles' proposal to change overtime. They've messed with overtime so much over the last handful of years. And, dude, regular season games, you're already playing 17 of them. They're going to go to 18 in a year. I don't think you need to extend overtime that much more. So I am a no, yes, no. Landfill, what are you?
Get rid of the tush push. I'm cool with the getting rid of the automatic first down and absolutely change the overtime rules.
So you're a yes on everything.
Yep.
How would you like to be addressed now that you're an NFL owner?
Mr. Landfill.
Mr. Landfill. Okay. Jeff, how do you vote, sir? And how would you like to be addressed?
Mr. Walker.
Okay. Mr. Walker?
No, you gotta say Mr. Walker. You gotta put a little deepness in it. Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker.
There we go. I'm on ban the tush push. I hate that play. Most of the players be offline, offsides. People be getting hurt. Ban it. Yes. And then Hurts pissed me off with taking all day and Louvu jumping over the line. What else was Louvu supposed to do? Ban it. I'm okay with the defensive holding. Yeah, they need to be cut too. And extend the overtime rules.
All right, so you're a yes on everything.
Yeah.
What about you, White Brian? And how would you like to be addressed?
White Brian's fine.
Okay. That's the only NFL owner that's cool with just being called White Brian. All right. What do you got?
No to tush push, no to defensive holding, and just go to college football overtime.
Yeah. Oh my God. College football overtime is injecting Mountain Dew into your veins. Like it's I tell you what, it definitely is where unders go to die. I know that much, but it's entertaining, but it's not football. I think college football should do a kickoff each rather than giving both teams the ball to 25. I almost want to open the phones on this. I bet people go nuts. You can vote. Ban the tush push, first downs for defensive holding, and changing overtime. I've told you how I vote. You know how the aquarium votes. I bet the NFL tends to be very hesitant to make big changes. At noon, we're giving away Nats opening day tickets. At 12:30, we got to make a lot of NCAA picks. I watched both of the first 4 games last night, which is new for me. I did bet on them both, which helps. There's so much betting to happen over the next 3 weeks. If you love college basketball, this is the time for you. Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Tonight, first 4, AU is a 2.5-point favorite. That total is really low. You're getting it on ESPN Bet low. So if you want to get in on that action, here's what we know. AU likes to play it slow, and Mount St. Mary's is undefeated when they score over 70. AU is going to try to keep that thing in the 50s, let alone the 60s. No surprise then that the total's 129.5. Say you want to play some long shots. Say you think Wofford can beat Tennessee. Get on that money line, man. Get rich. This is the time. There's so many bets today, and then tomorrow is when you need to be on ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Bet the futures, whoever you think is going to win the regionals, who's going to get to the championship, who's going to win the championship. Future bets this time of year are the best. And if you bet $20 on the team you think wins it all, and they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Plus, you can receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Make sure you check out Virginia. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of talk about the extremely non-public March Madness pool on the B. Mitch and Finley program. I mean, all we're doing is just limiting the payout in this thing, but that's okay. I would care more to win this for like $80 or whatever it might be, just for talking purposes, really. Now, I just tweeted out my feelings about these proposed rule changes in the NFL. I think the Green Bay proposal to try to ban the tush push is too specific. They're seriously just trying to ban the tush push. I would revert, however, to the old rule that offensive players can't push a runner forward. Whoever has the ball, you shouldn't be able to just run up behind them and smash them and keep them going. The Lions proposed that defensive holding isn't an auto first down. I'm all in on that. If you got 3rd and 17 and a holding flag gives them 5 yards and a first down, that's junk. I also wouldn't mess with regular season overtime. These dudes play 17 games. It's about to be 18 games. You don't need overtime going longer. The defense can simply get a stop if you want the ball. JT's in Orange County on the votes. JT, how you voting?
So, JP, this is my opinion on it. I'm voting yes for the defensive holding and the overtime. But on the tush push, either revert back or just don't allow it in the red zone. I'll hang up and listen.
You can't you start instituting things in like certain parts of the field. That just seems too gimmicky to me. You either have it or you don't. I get what you're saying, because at the goal line, it's the problem with me for the tush push, and I don't like it. But I think Philly's just really good at it. If it was that dominant of a play, everybody would run it. I'm just seeing this now. Now, this is all public info. Nikki Jabvala is where I'm seeing it. The Commanders have sent a rule proposal in to permit clubs that may qualify for the playoffs to obtain scouting credentials for 2 consecutive games, weeks 17 and 18, played by a potential playoff opponent. And clubs hosting wildcard games must provide scouting credentials to all teams in the same conference who are in the playoffs. That's just about getting access to watching teams you think you're going to end up playing. And the reason you want it to be week 17 and 18 is if a team is loaded and they might already have their division sealed up, or maybe they even have the 1 seed sealed up, probably not going to play anybody week 18, so you want access to see them week 17. I get that. I mean, these teams and coaches are so paranoid, I could see that getting voted down. But I think it's relatively fair because everybody is allowed the same access. Like, it's not like just one team has it. Generally, they're pretty slow with real rule changes stuff. But just another kind of subplot to watch at the owners' meetings. These owners' meetings, dude, as somebody who's covered a lot of them, are so much different for me now. It used to be such, I mean, it was just so different. And then once, even before the sale was coming, it was very different. Bruce Allen, back in the day, Bruce Allen would do interviews once a year at the owners' meetings. And basically, he chose that to make getting the Bruce Allen interview as difficult as possible. Because it's like, all right, I will do one-on-ones with everybody that's at owners' meetings, but it means you got to fly to Arizona or Florida or whatever. And it's just remarkable how much different things are now. I mean, Commanders fans, smile. You made it. One other quick thing I wanted to point out, Landfill. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Remember the quarterback show they did a few years ago? I think it was Kirk Stafford, maybe? Who all did it?
Mariota.
Right. It was Kirk, Mariota, and try to find that for me, White Brian.
Wasn't it Mahomes?
Yes. It was Kirk, Mariota, and Mahomes. And it was awesome. Netflix has announced. Also, Mariota got completely boned by the editors of that show because it was made to look one way, and that situation went down a very different way. When a when a coach and an organization guarantees you're the starter and they're not going to go to the rookie because the rookie's not ready, and then they go to the rookie just because they have to appease ownership or try to save their own jobs, you have a right to be pissed. Anywho, Netflix has announced the new series of quarterback. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins again. And while I'm incredibly excited about that, Burrow and Goff will be great. I've also learned something about the series Netflix quarterback. You obviously get paid for it because it'd be one thing if Kirk did it once, but to do it again, there's a check getting cashed, dog. Ben Fox from Yahoo joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Netflix is bringing back their documentary-style show Quarterback. This time, the season's going to follow Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins. So we'll watch Kirk Cousins' season where he struggled with the Falcons and lost his starter job to Michael Penix Jr. in Week 15. Joe Burrow recovered from wrist surgery to record his first 17-game season in his NFL career, but the Bengals ultimately fell short. We'll watch how Burrow deals with that. But Commanders fans rejoice because, yes, we'll watch Jared Goff lead the Detroit Lions to the top seed in the NFC last season, but we'll get to relive it all over again where the Lions suffered an upset in the divisional round at the hands of Jaden Daniels. And Darren DeVries will succeed Mike Woodson as Indiana's head coach. DeVries just wrapped up his only season at West Virginia. The report said he was also in the running for Iowa's head coaching job. The Mountaineers snub from March Madness freed up DeVries to pursue these job possibilities at a time when other hot names in the coaching carousel were too busy preparing for the big dance. Go with the pros at Door Pro America, from spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 866-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcow 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Here's the good news, folks. Every day this week, we're giving away Nats opening day tickets at noon. Caller number 9 right now, 800-636-1067. You win Nats opening day tickets. Thursday, March 27th versus Philly. First 20,000 fans get an opening day t-shirt. For the complete Nats schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. Grant and Danny also giving away a pair of opening day tickets at 4 o'clock today. Giving those tickets away every day. Right now is your chance. Right now is our chance to get ready for the madness. Our guy Ben Fox joins the program on the Rude Guest Hotline. Ben, what's up, man? How are you?
Doing well, JP. Thanks for having me. It's a great time of year, gambling, brackets. What else do you want?
Hell yeah, man. Ben is a senior sports betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. And, dude, I was checking out your column, and it's interesting when you think about it from this prism. You wrote that legalized sports betting is now available in 38 states. So this will be the most bet NCAA tournament ever. Legally, certainly. Beyond betting, how much impact do you think I truly think one of the biggest reasons that everybody cares about March Madness is office pools. And everybody, including the guy that's into rock climbing and never watches sports, or the lady who hasn't watched sports since her son was a wrestler in high school, everybody gets into the office bracket for tournaments.
100%. I think it's fascinating because it's one of the times of the year, right? The Super Bowl being one of the other key ones, I'd say, where everybody is kind of watching the same thing in sports. Apologies to the first couple games of baseball in Tokyo, but everyone is kind of focused on that. The NBA is, the regular season is kind of winding down before the playoffs.
And it's an awful product.
Well, so, it hasn't been great the last couple of weeks for sure. But I think it's also fascinating because everyone, right, is in these bracket pools. And then, like you said, Jeff from accounting is going to end up winning, and he knows nothing about any of those teams, right? And so it is a little bit to a word of caution, I think, with gambling as well, especially on the tournament, is if you build up this bankroll over the year, you probably don't want to blow it all on March Madness on a bunch of teams that you don't know anyone on. And so that's always a word of caution, right? It's like everybody loves high points. Okay, well, you know where High Point is? Can you name any players on their team? Do you know their mascot, right? So we tend to love this, and there's 16 games on Thursday, 16 on Friday. That's all well and good, but I do think it's the number one recommendation I have is you are allowed to bet during the game as well. And I would if you haven't seen these teams, you have no idea, watch the games a little bit, see how it plays out the first couple minutes, and then maybe make a play there.
For sure. You got to be responsible over this next week. I mean, if you have degenerate tendencies like a certain big-eared radio host might, you gotta play it cool over the first couple of days of the tournament because you got a lot of options, man. Let's talk though about some of the stuff you like, dude. You have kind of some betting storylines that like the three metrics that you're checking out specifically as you start looking at these games.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, since I'm not this smart, this was from Thomas Casale, who's at CBS, and kind of a college basketball handicapper that I've spoken with over the years. I think he does a great job. And three of kind of the metrics he was looking at in terms of teams that he likes to back in the tournament. One was offensive rebounding percentage, just because there's going to be some game where you're not hitting shots, right? And so can you also crash the glass? Can you get extra possessions, get fouls, get the other team in the bonus, etc.? One was turnover percentage. He specifically cited Michigan. Obviously, they're a small favorite, I think down to 2.5 over 12 seed UC San Diego. And that's one where, as he said, Michigan isn't going to solve their turnover problems. They were bad in the regular season. They'll probably be bad in the tournament. It's just one of their Achilles heels. So potentially avoiding teams like that. And then free throw percentage, just that travels team. I think he cited Gonzaga as one of the teams with the best free throw percentage. In these games, he was specifically citing like conference tournament games and NCAA tournament games. When you're betting on these teams, remember, there is no tomorrow, right? So there's going to get a lot of fouls at the end of games. If the game is in that, 4 to 8 point range, the underdog, whoever is losing, is probably going to keep fouling, try and make the layup, try and make a three, keep fouling. So if you're betting on one of those teams, their ability to make free throws down the stretch is probably going to be a determining factor over whether they win or potentially a favorite, whether they cover.
Yeah, I mean, the free throw stuff is so simple. I remember years back when Derrick Rose was at Memphis and they played Kansas in that final.
No, I lost. Don't get me started on that one, man. I lost my bracket pool because of that.
Well, dude, they couldn't hit a free throw, right? I mean, that's ultimately why they lost that game, and you're still pissed about it however many years later.
Yeah, and look, there's so much in college, right? Unlike the pros, they're 1-1. And how many times do you see somebody miss the front end of a 1-1, and instead of potentially getting 2 points, they get 0. Other team comes down, hits a 3. Like, college has so much of those momentum swings as well.
Totally, man. Totally. So what games do you like then? Kind of, we'll start with just games you like in the first round or two, some opportunities, because I mean, if you can identify a spot, the key to me is if you can identify a team, a spot you really like, is to look at the money line, because we know there's going to be upsets. They exist in this tournament, and if you can pick your spot, you can make some cash.
For sure. I thought this was kind of fascinating that this year, so last year there were 8, and I always get the higher versus lower seeded teams, right? But, the lower seeded team, meaning a higher number, so a 12 over a 5, 13 over a 4, etc. There's only 2 lower seeded teams that are favored this year, which I thought was interesting. And last year there were 8 in the first round. So something where, again, you always think of those upsets happening potentially. And like Colorado State is a small favorite over Memphis. So even if they won, a lot of media outlets would call it an upset. The betting world would not call it an upset. So I think it's interesting there are fewer of those. I think one team, that I know a couple people are looking at is Georgia. There was some sharp money on Gonzaga to open. I think it opened around 4.5. It's gotten up to 6.5 at some places. I think it's at 6 right now in a couple. And a couple people that I spoke with for the article liked Georgia, just feeling that line was inflated a bit. And sometimes we overlook the simplest thing, I think, in sometimes these games, right, which is that Georgia has a potential top 5 pick. in Asa Newell. And so if they have the best player on the court, obviously he doesn't get in foul trouble, that's also a major advantage. So just kind of feeling like Gonzaga potentially a little overvalued, one of Mark Few's good teams, maybe not potentially one of his great teams. So that's definitely one. I would say if there were probably three, I would say, popular underdogs that people are betting on. Akron is certainly one over Arizona. That opened at 15.5. Arizona minus 15.5 in a couple books, down to 13.5. And at BetMGM, 90% of the bets right now are on Akron. So that is a popular dog. Drake is another one. They obviously had, I think they were one of the most popular teams last year. They were playing Washington State, ended up losing that game, but that was a team a lot of people liked last year. They're playing Missouri. This line hasn't moved, but the public is all over Drake. With, again, at BetMGM, 85% of the bets on Drake, plus 6.5. So those are two, and then High Point is another one. A ton of, some money line as well, but a ton of spread action on High Point at multiple books as they're facing Purdue. That number has come down as well. So kind of sharps and public on the same side. That opened as high as 10.5, now down to 7.5. So that's generally not good for sports books when the sharps and the public are on the same side. And that's one, I think people obviously seeing Purdue last few years having a couple upsets, including as the number one seed. Obviously a lot of turnover, but really, really poor defensively, and High Point being a very good team offensively. A couple people liking the over in that one as well. I think it's 153.5.
Talking with Ben Fox here, the senior sports betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. You can give Ben a follow at BFAWKES22. All right, so that's your like straight up kind of picks for the first round. As you start to fill out brackets and you're starting to have a Final Four and maybe a champion, do you have? I mean, this feels like a really chalky bracket year. Do you have any? I don't know, 3s or 4s getting to the Final Four?
So I'm usually a risk-averse person when picking the bracket because I think for a lot of years, you know, you'd take all these upsets and then it would be some of the higher seeds and you'd go, oh, if I just stuck with, you know, that team, which should be better anyway, I'd have a better chance. Ultimately, it's most likely not going to be 4 number one seeds in the Final Four. I think it's happened once or twice. So for me, I think Duke, assuming that Cooper Flagg is healthy, I have 3 different bookmakers. They are the top power rated team. One bookmaker had them, I think, 3.5 points better than his number 2, which was Florida. So I think it's Duke and then everyone else. Others have Florida as a little closer to Duke, and that may be a point or so on a neutral court. But I do think Duke is the top team. I didn't have anything super interesting. I had Duke and Auburn in my final with Auburn winning. The kind of, I guess, upset I had was Tennessee coming out of the Midwest, just because I think they have a ton of experience from last season. And I think St. John's is definitely interesting. If there's the hottest team, it's definitely Florida, right? Everybody saw them last week. Their futures odds have come way, way down from what you could have gotten before the SEC tournament, or certainly during the SEC tournament. So I think, St. John's and Florida, if they meet, that'll be an interesting game. I still had Florida coming out of there. So I was very interesting. I had 3 1 seeds and then Tennessee coming out. I think for me, I can't really identify a 3 or 4 seed that I love. I think people might have liked Iowa State, but obviously missing their best player for the tournament is a pretty big blow. And then I think for Michigan, again, they're a 2.5 point favorite against the 12 seed. A ton of people, while the public is betting on Michigan to cover that game, there's also a ton of public is betting UC San Diego on the money line. So that's one where, again, can they even get out of the first round, let alone get further? So for me, at least, I'm not seeing a ton of potential upsets there. Same thing with Memphis, right? A 5 seed, they're not even a favorite in their first round game. And Maryland, same thing against Grand Canyon. People like Grand Canyon as a potential first round upset, but I'm not sure about going that far. So a long-winded way of saying my bracket will be fairly boring, but that's generally how I've filled it out in the past.
Let me ask you specifically about Maryland, because I care greatly because I went to college there. There's more action on Grand Canyon than the Terps right now?
So just saying that, to cover, 70% of the bets on Grand Canyon at plus 10.5. I think a lot of that as well is from last year. And obviously seeing Grand Canyon, they looked, you saw them in their first round game. You were like, how is this team an underdog? They looked fantastic.
Right.
And obviously not the same team the next season. But right now, 70% of bets, 75% of handle at BetMGM on Grand Canyon. And it's come down a tick, opened to 11.5 down to 10.5. Hasn't moved too much, but I think there's always going to be people taking kind of shots as well at the lower seeded teams, especially on the money line. And Grand Canyon is one of those, as we've seen, 92% of the bets right now on Grand Canyon money line at plus 450. So a lot of people just taking a stab, whether that's putting in a parlay, putting in a single bet. I think you'll see people who even bet every single underdog on the money line, figuring if a couple hit, you'll be profitable throughout the first round.
It's interesting. I understand why you'd take that Green Bay money line. Like, I get the enticement of it. I did when I saw that line open at 11, right? Listen, I make no bones about it. I'm a biased observer of Maryland basketball. I thought that 11 was high, but when Maryland's right, they could blow anybody out. They beat the hell out of Illinois in the Big Ten tournament last week. Has the line moved down specifically on that Terps game?
So it's only moved down a point. I think from it opened 11.5 and now down to 10.5. I think what's interesting about a lot of these games, and especially when you have kind of a major team against a mid-major, is just seeing kind of how that lower seeded team reacts, right, coming out. And you typically, it goes one of two ways. One is a Grand Canyon will come out, they hit a couple shots, they're pumped up, and all of a sudden it's 10-4 at the first TV timeout. And the other is the opposite, where Maryland comes out and it's just you can very clearly see they have more talent. They've been through kind of some bigger games. They're more athletic. They face better competition. And you're just, you're holding that ticket plus 11 and you go, oh, I've made a big mistake. So I think the first couple minutes of a lot of these games can give you a sense of whether kind of that underdog, the stage isn't too big, and also whether they can compete athletically and size-wise with other teams, right? There's certain matchups in previous years, right? Purdue, it's like, do you have anybody who can possibly guard Zach Edey? And that's a massive thing to see, because he could just get your entire team in foul trouble. Obviously for Purdue, didn't work out too well a couple times the last few years, but I think those are some of the things too, with some of those underdogs as well. They tend to have one or two stars, right? And that's the other thing why I like live betting as well. You can see if that star gets in foul trouble, they might really, really struggle because they rely on that guy for 30%, 40% of their offense. That's something I think the more you're paying attention, taking advantage of it, watching the games, it's where you can get some opportunities in games as well.
That's really interesting. This is different. Switch it real quick. I just wanted to ask you this. Do you have odds or any lean on where Aaron Rodgers ends up?
I think it's a good question, and this is just me speculating. I think retirement is definitely on the table, as well as other teams, just because at a certain point, do you want to play for a team that doesn't want you? And I think you already saw Cam Hayward come out kind of with that tweet about essentially being sick of waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision. Like, we're the Steelers. That's our brand. That should be good enough, right? If you want to come here, great. If not, we're fine. And the Giants is going to be as much or more of a train wreck as the Jets. I guess the good news is he doesn't have to move. I live 10 miles from the stadium or so now, so it would be interesting to go to a bunch of games, but it's not like they're a Super Bowl contender. And ultimately, that's why my Vikings are or were interesting. I think it would be a terrible move for the Vikings. I'm glad that they kind of publicly have come out and said we're good for now. And ultimately, he's kind of a bunch of these teams kind of have to wait, which is also tough for those teams, right? Because they're figuring out, hey, what are we doing in the draft? The Steelers are a potential Jackson Dart destination. The Giants could be Shedeur Sanders. It's tough for those teams to figure out what they're doing in terms of a quarterback if they're kind of waiting on Aaron Rodgers, number one. And number two, it's how big of a prize is it? We saw him with the Jets. He got to fire an offensive coordinator. He got to run the system he's always run. He got to bring in Devontae Adams and trade draft picks for him. And they had pretty much the same defense. It didn't work out well with that team. So if you're going to a Giants team with a worse offense and a worse defense, arguably a better coaching staff, I think people like Daboll, how well is it going to work out in also a difficult division, much like the AFC East, the NFC East? All of a sudden, you got the Cowboys with a healthy Dak Prescott, the Eagles, and Jaden Daniels, your Commanders, on the rise. That's not an easy division to go into either. So I'm not sure there's a great spot there. And I think at a certain point, like all these players, right, nobody remembers Jerry Rice was on the Seahawks for a season.
Yeah,
they remember him as the 49ers and the greatest wide receiver of all time. Rodgers, it's kind of that thing. If you drag it out here for a couple seasons with some poor performances on random teams, like, is that good for you overall? Or is it good? I'm sure he's got a media career, other aspirations he wants to start. Do you want to just start that sooner rather than going through another season?
The kind of media career he would start would be at like Outkick or maybe McAfee. Like, I feel like it'd be a very different area. But Ben, we got a boogie here, man. Thank you very much for making time for us.
Anytime. Appreciate it.
All right, Ben Fox, senior betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. You can give him a follow at BFAWKES22. You know who else you should give a follow? The Orsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. When you got that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. Convenient locations all over Northern Virginia with all of your favorite brands. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, those big beauties. Chevy, Buick, GMC. You know what's pretty dope? I think my buddy Culver's wife is driving an Acadia, which is the smaller GMC SUV, but a Denali version, so it's dope as hell. That's kind of an intriguing option, Professor Landini. They got nothing but intriguing options at all of the Orsman Automotive of Virginia locations. Beyond just the cars, they got great rates, and the financing right now is so difficult. They'll take great care of you and give you a great deal. The Orsman Lifetime Edge gives you $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. Looking to sell a car, they're going to give you up to $125 of Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of make, model, or year. That old beater you got sitting in your backyard, take it to Orsman. They'll buy it. They want to keep their customers happy. They've kept me and B happy significantly for a number of years. When it comes to Orsman, it's simple. Let's ride together.
Some bracket help as March Madness heats up. All but one champion since 2001 has entered March Madness in both the top 21 in adjusted offensive efficiency and the top 44 in adjusted defensive efficiency. There are 12 teams this year that fit that bill. You've got Florida, Auburn, Duke, Houston, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas Tech, Wisconsin, Iowa State, Arizona, Illinois, and Gonzaga. The surprises there, 3 of the top 12 overall seeds didn't make the cut. You've got number 2 ranked Michigan State, number 2 ranked St. John's, and number 3 Kentucky. Something to keep in mind. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. This time tomorrow, Brian and I will be at Tap Sports Bar. The whole 1067 The Fan crew from 10 a.m. on will be out there. Our show will be live at Tap Sports Bar from 10 to 2. Grant and Danny will be live at Tap Sports Bar from 10 to 2. You need to get your ass over to Tap Sports Bar. Oh, pardon me. They're from 2 to 6:30, right? We'll be there all day, all night. I can only imagine what Jeff's going to do over there, legal and illegal. But you know what? It's going to be a hell of a day. Get over there. It's going to be fun. This time tomorrow, though, seriously, games will be on. What's the first game of the tournament, White Brian?
Creighton versus Louisville.
Okay, it's a good game. White Brian, how long you been doing this with us now? 5, 6 weeks, 2 months, something like that?
2 or 3 months.
2 or 3 months. You haven't learned to just press the damn button yourself? Make Landfill press it every time?
Well, I can turn it on from my end, but I think Landfill needs to also turn it on from his end.
Okay. I wanted to talk about this. I read this yesterday in Awful Announcing, and I found it really interesting. And you can just leave people's mics on because I'm going to ask you guys what you think. I'm a confessed TGL watcher. I like TGL. I don't know what it stands for, but it's dope. It's video game golf with the best players in the world. Obviously, the greens and the bunkers leave some to be desireds because you see these dudes like kind of shank them here and there. I mean, Tommy Fleetwood hit a really ugly shot the other day that generally those guys don't hit in real golf. But I think it's fun, man. And so this Awful Announcing, it's a pretty cool website, especially if you're into like the kind of the business of sports media. They did this story on there's all these emerging sports leagues, right? Because basically what's happening is major cable companies, and you saw this with ESPN and Major League Baseball having this divorce where ESPN, I'm using approximate numbers. ESPN was paying Major League Baseball like $200 million to be able to broadcast Sunday Night Baseball. And the reality of baseball is until the playoffs, it's mostly just a regional sport. Like, I'm going to watch Nats games and I'm going to watch O's games. I won't watch a single St. Louis Cardinals game all year. And if Sunday Night Baseball is Athletics Rays, I have zero interest. I'd rather watch reruns of Seinfeld on Netflix. So I think that's the demise of especially baseball. And so basically what these cable channels, what Fox Sports 1, ESPN, and then like even down to the RSN level, what they're looking to find is programming they can get cheap. That's cool. And TGL has hit it. So they examine a bunch of different leagues on their long-term viability. So they're saying TGL, indoor professional golf, founded 2025, their broadcast partner. Like having a good TV deal matters a lot. They have a multi-year deal with ESPN. TGL is getting about 500,000 people watching per match. Okay, that's pretty significant in a really splintered cable television universe. Social media following is also important with this stuff. 575,000 followers across Instagram, TikTok, and X. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is they have big name brands. SoFi, Best Buy, AG1, that like green drink. FanDuel is their betting sponsor. They got FedEx and MasterCard on that thing. They're chilling. The outlook for TGL is strong. And they've had some really cool viral moments. When Tiger hit the wrong club, there's been a lot of cool stuff. TGL ain't going anywhere. All right. I also think they found a real sweet spot kind of in the calendar. Now, this one I'm not as sure of. Unrivaled. There is an absolute freight train of surging popularity for women's sports. Whether like the four of us watch it or not, like it is surging. And I've actually really started, I don't want to front and act like I watch every game, but I've started to really enjoy the NWSL, the women's soccer. The Spirit are really good, and my daughter loves watching it, and so it's something for us to do together. And I think their opener is this weekend, I'm pretty sure. Obviously, women's college basketball like has always been kind of big, and then the Caitlin Clark thing happened, and now it's huge. I think the WNBA is approaching that. So this is unrivaled women's 3-on-3 basketball. They got a serious deal on this thing. 6-year, $100 million deal with TNT. They're averaging about 200,000 viewers per game. They have about 330,000 followers via social media. And they've got strong brand support. Sephora, Sprite, Allies, State Farm, Ticketmaster, Under Armour, Icy Hot, Miller Lite. Miller Lite selling some beers. I'm reading this. Unlike some other upstart leagues, Unrivaled was founded to fill a legitimate market need, a place for WNBA players to stay competitive during the offseason without having to go overseas. This, alongside a roster of blue-chip brand partners offering all kinds of player perks, allowed the league to attract the best talent. Plus, smaller, quicker 3-on-3 format and unique rules make for compelling content, reflected by solid average viewership figures in its inaugural season and a 9-figure TV deal with TNT. And then I think you start bringing this on the road. I could see that working. I think the players, I mean, we saw this with Griner, right? I don't think the players want to have to go to Russia because Russia's got the most cash. And I don't think they want to go there right now, or maybe for the foreseeable future. So if they have a viable option to stay home and play 3-on-3, I think that'll work. And if you get the best players, who's the woman for New York? So Ionescu? Like, if she's playing 3-on-3, I'll watch. She's Steph Curry of women's hoops. Or I guess Caitlin Clark might be. But I'm not – that's not appointment viewing for me, but I could see it working as a business. Anyone disagree on the women's 3-on-3 league?
Also, only 3 players on each team. It's not like you have – these entire gigantic rosters where everybody's got a.
That's a great point.
Plus, if it's kind of like a side thing, you don't need that to be your primary paycheck. Yeah,
I imagine the teams are like 5 people in case somebody needs a sub.
Probably, but still,
it's similar. You know what's funny? It's funny you say that because that's what the golf is too. Like the teams consist of like 5 guys, but I think there's only 3 per night that are active.
Right. Plus,
cut your overhead way down.
Again, with the golf, I'm sure that you guys, it's easier to get people to commit to, 4 or 5 evenings a year. We'll pay like 30, 40 grand or something each time you show up.
Hold on. Did you see what the golf payouts are for my TGL?
I didn't. I did see yesterday, though. You were talking about Tommy Fleetwood earlier, that he's made $25 million on the PGA Tour and has never actually won.
It's crazy. Bro, now, granted, this is for the team, right? And the teams might have up to 5 guys on them. We're not sure. I think there's only 8 teams in the league. 2 of them missed the playoffs. 6th place in this TGL gets $1.5 million. Yo, 5th place gets 1.75. Again, I think there's only 8 teams.
If there's, you said there's 5 guys on each team, so for 6th place you get 300 grand a piece.
Listen to this money, dude. Fourth place gets $2 million. Third, $2.25 million. Second place gets $4.5 million. And first place gets $9 million. I think clearly they had to do this as kind of a response to Live to keep the top guys happy. But as far as I know, it's working. All right, we'll go speed round with some of these other leagues because I find it interesting. They talk about Live Golf in here, and they're basically like, yo, Live Golf sucks. Nobody watches it, but they have Saudi Arabia behind them paying all the money in the world. And I find this interesting, but I would love to know how much of this is purchased. But apparently Live does really well on social media. Now, nobody watches the television, but Live does really well on social media. They have 2.3 million followers across Instagram, TikTok, and X. And I think Live does really well internationally. I think in Australia, Live's a powerhouse. And they do have a lot of brand support. Now, those happen to be Riyadh Air. You know what I mean? Like, the brand support doesn't matter because you have the Saudi Arabian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Quickly, boys, do we think Live makes it? There's a lot of talk of Live merging back with the PGA or bringing those guys back.
I think the issue is, it's bad golf, but you have some big names because you stroked them huge checks. But those contracts are coming up.
Yeah.
And unless you just give those guys massive payouts again, they can go back to the PGA Tour.
I think the top dogs, Rahm, Brooks, DeChambeau, will come back. I think, especially because, all right, I just collected on 250 or whatever, and I'm coming back. Jeff, you've been to the Live event. I want to go to the one this summer at RTJ. And I've been with you at a PGA event at Avenel. So you think Live can make it?
In person, yes. I actually do, because it was a lot going on around the tournament. It was music playing. I think it'll be all right. I don't think it will be as strong as it was when it first came out, but I think it'll still survive. And to the last one, I didn't get a chance to chime in. TGL makes watching golf easier for the new golfer. If you get what I'm saying. Like, for people that's new to the sport, it actually makes it easier to watch and more enjoyable. So I think that's going to be a good product for a long time.
TGL is dope. We're early adopters, Jeff. We are TGL hipsters. When everybody's watching it in a couple years, we'll be like, oh, man, you guys don't even know what it was like back in the SoFi Center. All right, we got a couple more. Professional women's hockey, PWHL. Apparently, it crushes it in Canada, and it's growing in the U.S. I think that's going to work. I don't know that I'm going to watch a ton of it, but I think that's going to work. All right, we're going to make some picks. We're going to talk some football. Jeff Ehrman covers the University of Maryland. I need a serious, in-depth look at what's going to happen to my Terps Friday at 4 o'clock. Ehrman will do that. But JP Finley here. If you want an in-depth look at comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Ruud. These systems have Wi-Fi compatibility, which means you have full control of your heating and cooling right from your phone. Forget to turn down the heat right before vacation. You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. Jimbo was out at my house last week, and the best thing with these Ruud systems, they are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. You got to check out the tax credits, too. You can save up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Landfill, how many songs can you think of that have a whistling solo?
12.
Patience, Guns N' Roses?
Sure.
Give me another one.
There's that hipster song with the whistling.
The Young Folks?
Yep.
You know what I'm going to do while Landfill thinks of whistling solos?
Isn't there a whistle song by Flo Rida?
The Yin Yang Twins. The
Yin
whistle
Yang
song.
Twins.
Blow the Whistle. That song?
No.
Sing it for me,
The
Jeff.
whistle song. Whistle while you turn.
Oh, yeah. There's another one. I consider myself a good whistler. What do you think, Landfill? Subpar?
Don't worry, be happy.
Let me hear you whistle, Landfill.
I don't believe in whistling.
I believe when the junkies use the term whistle, it's for something altogether different.
I think so.
Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to check out the Washington Wizards. Join the Wiz for Cherry Blossom Night in partnership with the National Cherry Blossom Festival when they take on the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday, March 29th. Check out the Wizards special edition Cherry Blossom merch before you catch the game. For tickets and more info, visit thefandc.com. The Caps were wearing their Cherry Blossom warm-ups last night. I was over there for NBC4. Those jerseys, you can bid on them in an auction to benefit charity on the Caps website. Those are dope. I don't know, the Cherry Blossom stuff, to me as a traditionalist, perhaps, has gotten a little out of control. The Nats did them well a couple years ago, but the Caps ones were really cool. And for TV, I got to hold up a Tom Wilson one that he had signed. And part of me wanted to just run away with it and keep it. But I think Tom Wilson might have kicked my ass. So I did not do that, as the proceeds go to charity. Check it out if you want. All right, Landfill wants us to make official picks for the play-in tonight. We start with the local game, AU versus Mount St. Mary's. Tenleytown versus Emmitsburg. White Brian, what do you got?
American.
Landini?
I'm also going American.
AU, clean sweep. Jeff's doing the phones, so I will also take American. What league is Mount St. Mary's in?
I got to look it up.
The Mountain,
Prescott League.
The Mountain East? I know there's a Mountain West. All right, Landfill, while White Brian looks that up, let's each try to name an opponent, a conference opponent of Mount St. Mary's. I know AU's in the Patriot League. I know some Patriot League teams. Mount St. Mary's plays
Sam Houston State.
No.
Duquesne.
No.
Cleveland State.
Cleveland State.
No.
Cincinnati State.
That's not a school.
Temple.
No.
No, Temple, I think, is in the Big East.
Catholic.
No.
Mount St. Mary's is like literally, I believe, who's the legendary coach at DeMatha? Morgan
Towson.
Wooten. Morgan Wooten used to host his basketball camp at Mount St. Mary's, and it was called Mason-Dixon. Like, it is literally the Mason-Dixon line right at the Maryland-Pennsylvania border. So I think we're thinking too geographically, Landfill, whereas these college conferences are no longer about geography.
That's a good point.
Grand Canyon.
Did they play Grand Canyon?
No.
Damn it.
Middle Tennessee State.
No.
Louisiana Lafayette.
Lower
No.
Tennessee State.
What if B-Mitch just hates Mount St. Mary's?
Mitch hates a lot of stuff.
Give us a state, and we'll give you a college.
I'll give you a hint. Rick Pitino.
Iona.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The MEAC? Is that the MEAC?
The MAC.
Oh, 2 A's.
Yep.
Okay. What does MAC stand for? Hold on. Let's let Landfill guess at this.
I looked it up.
All right. Now I'm going to guess then. It's either, I want to say Metro and not Mid. Am I right with Metro?
Yep, you got one part.
Metro Atlantic Athletic Association?
Yeah.
Bang!
I mean, it's conference because it's C at the end, but
Oh, damn. I just spelled MAC.
yeah, you got the hard part.
MAC.
They have Quinnipiac in their conference.
They always have the polls. Give me the members of the MAC.
You have Iona, Mount St. Mary's, Marist, Quinnipiac. I'm not sure on the lower
Damn.
end.
Somewhere, if Eric Bickle's listening, he's pissed because we've made whistle references, and Marist is where his son went, and we were unaware of the conference affiliation. So, boys, we really let EB down. We'll try to do better. Next, we're going to talk some football.
This sports update is brought to you by Orsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Clemson is finalizing a new 6-year deal for head coach Brad Brownwell that will keep him at the school through 2031. Now, Clemson went 27-6 overall this season, including an 18-2 mark in ACC play during the regular season. The Tigers defeated SMU in the quarterfinal round of the ACC tournament for losing to Louisville in the semifinals. Brown's club earned a 5 seed in the upcoming NCAA tournament. Clemson has taken on 12 seed McNeese in the first round that starts on Thursday afternoon. But tonight we do have some March Madness action, 6:40 p.m. Mount St. Mary's versus American University. AU is the slight favorite for this one. As an American alum, go Eagles. And then 9:10 p.m. we've got Xavier squaring off versus Texas. Xavier is the slight favorite in that one. If we're lucky, we'll get a game like Alabama State versus St. Francis last night, where it came down to a Hail Mary buzzer beater, and Alabama State got the win. March is the best. Orsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, as they say at Orsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1 o'clock. We got another hour. Grant and Danny after that. Tomorrow we're going to be at MGM. It's going to be dope. We're 8 days away from Nats opening day. That'll be dope. We're less than 24 hours now from the NCAA tournament coming. Denton Day has decided to grace us with his presence. Remember at Landfill, we used to get Denton once a week, and then he said we had to start paying him, right? Wasn't that the thing? He demanded a retainer, I believe.
Could you imagine if I started demanding money here? not how that works. I just stopped getting the text message. I don't know what happened.
I think you'd be better off, like, of places where you could demand money and expect it to get answered. Where does a radio station rank?
Probably pretty low.
Yeah, I think you got a better
really
chance,
low.
like going into a fast food restaurant and just demanding food.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe like a grocery store, like a food bank.
Yeah,
I just walk into a food bank. I want money. They'd probably be more off to give me that than here.
So I don't want to lose this, and we have the audio, so then you're just gonna have to bear with me here. Obviously, the Bengals have made a move to solidify their offense. In that they paid Jamar Chase and T. Higgins a lot, and so that leaves this like big dangling participle of what happens with Trey Hendrickson. And I was listening. I saw this on Instagram, maybe. Albert Breer was on with Rich Eisen, and I thought Breer's response is pretty telling of where the situation is.
I can think of worse problems than having to pay Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase. But I guess that would be the thing, is that you do have a lot of your resources allocated on one side of the ball. So now you have to make it work on the other side of the ball. We'll see if they get Trey Hendrickson done. Logan Wilson, they did give a contract too. But, if you look at the structure of those Colts teams back in the day, they paid Dwight Freeney, they paid Robert Mathis, they paid Gary Brackett, and then there was a lot of youth around those guys. That's what I think it's going to look like in Cincinnati going forward as a result of this.
And in 30 seconds or so, is Hendrickson possible? Do they have?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, I mean, I just, it's expensive now. It's gotten more expensive.
Yes.
That's really the question. The guy had 35 sacks the last 2 years. I think the reason why he was the most available of the three, and the reason why the Bengals let him go out and seek a trade, is simply because of his age. He's 31 years old. The other two guys are in their mid-20s. To me, to me, they looked at it and they said, this is the guy that we probably have to be most willing to part with. But they didn't want to part with any of them, So we'll see if they can work something out. I think there's a way to get it done. They're going to try. They got some runway now to get something done there.
So there's a lot of interesting things there. I do think the Bengals' decision to go from Lou Anarumo to Al Golden is perhaps a nod towards being able to get young players to help right away. Golden just came from Notre Dame. He obviously can connect with rookies and young defensive players. Anarumo, I think, was kind of scapegoated in a lot of this, but one of the knocks on him was that guys weren't really developing from what was a really good defense that they just didn't pay guys to stick around. The bigger thing that matters for Washington fans is the Hendrickson thing. And my one real takeaway from that, when Breer said they've got some time, some runway on this, Hendrickson played last year without guarantee money on that deal. I can't imagine he would do it again. I think that's the undercurrent of the trade, at least the permission to talk about a trade. But that sure to me seems like nothing's going to happen until the draft. And then it'll depend on what kind of offers come draft time.
I wonder how hard-headed he is.
Who?
Hendrickson. Like, will he actually be the kind of guy that holds out into training camp? Because it's one thing, like last year, not playing with guaranteed money and not wanting to do that again. But we've seen guys, like Myles Garrett broke. Now, they paid him $40 million, but he was like, nope, it's about winning. It's not about money. It's about winning. It's not about money. And they're like, hey, here's $40 million. You're like, all right, I can go $40 million as long as we don't have a quarterback. Like, we don't have a quarterback, it's fine. So I'm curious to see how he is going to be in terms of actually holding out. Because if they're going to call your bluff, then it doesn't really matter. And if you're willing to bluff, it doesn't really matter.
I don't think it's about him. I think it's about them. I think it's about we're not going to be able to spend a lot, so we need to draft really well. Do we want more bites at the apple? And you wait to draft time to drive it forward, and somebody misses the
edge market.
But
don't you feel like as soon as the first round ends, it's like driving a car off the lot, where the value for him in terms of trade partners goes down drastically for Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Because if right now they're asking for a first round pick, if that first round ends, no one's giving you a 2026 first round pick.
It just doesn't mean it won't happen. I mean, when Trent Williams wasn't traded day one, go back in time, was that 21, 20?
Right. That'd be great for Washington, who maybe doesn't want to pay that price right now, that 1 1/3 or whatever the rumor is. Because as soon as that first round goes, you might be able to get him for like a 4, like a 3 and a 4, something along those lines. And I'm expecting Adam Peters to get a lot more draft picks than they currently have by the time we get to the draft, or as it goes on, at least.
They're going to be desperate for it. If they allow themselves to get desperate, that's when it will occur. I keep getting people tweeting me, yo, what's up with the McLaurin contract extension?
It's March.
I can't imagine there's even real outside of like, hey, we got to talk. Like, I just think that now the NFL calendar is kind of, free agency is coming and not gone, but the initial wave is over. There will be more people signed and more people, in and off rosters. But now the focus is going to shift to the draft. You got pro days are happening at colleges. Soon you're going to have more and more of the 30 visits. Like the next wave of trades and whatever else might happen, I don't think much, if anything, will happen until draft week.
They're not really in a rush. Like the Bengals were in a rush to get their contracts done because they wanted to make sure that nobody rose the price for Jamar Chase again.
Well, and Higgins was sitting there on the tag, which screws
you, right? So like they had an incentive to get those deals done when they needed to. Terry's not really in a rush. You're not resetting the market. And I have a pretty good feeling, I don't want to speak for either side, but I have a pretty good feeling both sides want to come to a conclusion. So as long as he's not missing anything, there's no workouts or mini camps going on right now. So I'm not too worried about the Terry contract as of March 19th.
I couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. All right. The topic at hand, that everybody's talking about is the NCAA tournament.
Right.
We haven't heard from Denton, who SiriusXM college sports, man. That's what he does.
A little bit of gambling here and there.
Let's start with your Liberty Bibberty team. What are the Flames?
The Flames.
The Flames.
Fan the Flames.
Fan the Flames, Landfill. How do we feel about Liberty 5-12?
I mean, everybody loves a good 12-5 upset, right? It feels like that's the most bet or the most selected upset in all of the college basketball NCAA tournament. So I like Liberty. I haven't watched a lot of Oregon this year, but I love Richie McKay. I think he does a really good job. The contrast of styles is going to be unique. I always feel like that 12-5 and sometimes the 13-4. I think 13-4 is where a lot of the money is going to be this year, ultimately with upsets. But I always feel like
I think 12-5 has gotten to be too mainstream.
It's like way too mainstream. It was like really hip in 2017, and now everybody does it. So you gotta get on the 13-4, maybe 14-3 line. But I think they'll put up a good fight. It's redemption for that Fiesta Bowl that I had to sit through in Phoenix a couple years ago. So hopefully just ends up a lot better than that one did.
Oh, Wendy's here. Wendy blew me off earlier. Said she was unavailable. Thanks for nothing, Wendy. Wendy's got a Wizards jersey.
She has a Wizards baseball jersey on. It looks like pretty fly.
Who do you like in general? What's your Final Four? What are your picks?
I
imagine
Houston.
you've spent a lot of time thinking about this.
No. Don't spend a lot of time. The more time you spend, the worse your bracket's gonna look. That's how I'm not crunching numbers. I'm done with crunching numbers. You know how many years I've spent crunching numbers and looking at all these like in-depth analytics on Ken Pom offense versus defense and all that jazz. I'm done with that. I like Houston. I watch Houston play and I'm like, that team's really good. I like Houston. I don't believe that future Wizard savior Cooper Flagg is fully healthy.
Yeah, he's probably not. Are you not concerned by Houston's can't shoot?
Yeah, they're not a great shooting team.
Like at the end of the day, you do have to
score some points, but I have a feeling that LJ Cryer is going to. I think he's one of the few guys that has the takeover gene. You saw it a couple weeks ago. He has the takeover gene. He had like 30 in a game on a Sunday. I really like great guard play. I think guard play is what lifts teams in the NCAA tournament. Florida's going to be tough to beat, though.
Florida's going to be tough to beat. I wonder,
you got Maryland winning the whole thing?
No. I don't want to be. Oh, I've said all along, I just want a Sweet 16. I just want another
Their draw stinks. Like that side of the bracket is brutal to be on.
Especially once you get to the regional.
I think Coach K took them out of Duke's bracket. Everyone's been so focused on the Bubba Cunningham thing. I think Coach K still doesn't want Maryland and Duke to play. They should have been in Duke's side.
You are the second person this week on this radio program to suggest that.
Yeah.
And the first person wasn't me.
Who was the first person?
Barstool Nate. Dude.
I mean, he is my Sirius XM coworker, so I should probably be nice to him, but he never comes to the events.
Barstool Nate works at Sirius?
Coach K does.
Oh, okay. It wouldn't shock me, dude. There's no way Arizona should be in the East.
No, they
and
shouldn't.
Maryland should be in the West.
Like Maryland, you're flying hilariously.
It
Maryland
just doesn't track.
Maryland and Liberty, who are about 200-ish miles apart, are flying to Seattle to play for. Like that doesn't make any sense. Yet somehow Louisville, who's an 8 seed, is going to play in Kentucky. Like, why on earth is Louisville getting a home game? If they beat Creighton, they're getting a home game against Auburn. That doesn't make any sense. Auburn is a top seed in this whole thing.
Dude, AU versus Mount St. Mary's, which we looked up the distance of that. It's like about a 90-minute drive, I think.
Yeah.
They have to go to Ohio.
They got to go to Ohio, to Dayton. It doesn't make any sense.
My boy Kerwin plays rugby, and he gets in this big international rugby tournament every year. And his team here in D.C. is the Renegades, right? And he went to Italy for a rugby tournament. And they have various brackets. You win, you lose. Like, however, their final game in Italy was against their crosstown D.C. rival. like I feel like that's where we're headed here in this era of scheduling. You got Houston win it all. So give me your Final Four.
So I got Houston winning it all. I have Florida in the Final Four. I have Michigan State in the Final Four. And then I have Arizona in the Final Four. I have Arizona beating Duke in the Elite Eight, just because I have the questions about Cooper Flagg and his health status. It does remind me a little bit.
Wouldn't Arizona have to beat Duke in the Sweet 16?
Or Sweet 16, and then I guess I think I have them beating St. Mary's. I have St. Mary's over Alabama in the round of 32.
Ooh.
I have Auburn losing to Creighton in the round of 32. So
are you fading the SEC?
I am fading the SEC because as a guy that is a relative fan of the Big Ten, the conference that has the most teams in it usually has a really bad
The
first
Big
weekend.
Ten has, like, when they've gotten 10 teams in and 6 of them lose the first
in the
weekend,
first like 2 days. And
Right.
you're just like, what is happening? So I feel like the SEC is going to be like Georgia is a 9 seed. I ain't watching Georgia play. I think they have a losing record in the SEC, but they're a 9 seed.
Now, White Brian, you are here to defend your SEC. He's an Auburn alum. We don't know what their mascot is, but he loves them. Yet another dude on here saying he's going to fade the SEC.
Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable, but the Big Ten history makes sense.
How do you feel about Auburn's guards? What do you think they are?
They're a lot better than what they've been the past 5 years. I am a little worried with
I
the
think
last
that joke went over his head.
couple games.
I didn't even hear you. What'd you say?
About the guards when Bruce Pearl got on ESPN and says guards aren't one specific thing?
That's not even a joke. Nobody was going to get that.
Oh,
Landfill, does that count? That's a miss by Denton,
if you're
not a
an
miss by
Auburn
White
fan,
Brian.
you definitely saw Bruce Pearl get on ESPN and say his guards are not an expletive that you cannot say on television or radio. It was like mega viral
Hold on,
for
real
college
quick.
basketball.
Hey, Landfill, apparently this mega viral moment. Did you hear it? Are you aware of it?
No.
Jeff, mega viral. Aware of it? Yo, Jeff is on these internet streets. Jeff lives on TikTok and Instagram Reels. Jeff, did you see it or hear it?
I didn't see that.
Okay.
Oh my God.
White Brian?
I saw it.
Thank you, White Brian.
He went
saved
to
the
damn
day.
Auburn.
He saved the day.
I kind of think I'm fading St. John's.
They're like Houston. They can't shoot. They can fight.
Right, but
they can't
not
shoot.
as good as Houston.
Yeah, they're not as good as Houston.
You know who's bad? San Diego State. I've never seen a team take worse shots more consistently.
I turn that
big fella, number 0. Listen, he clearly has some athletic gifts.
Right.
That's a raw basketball player.
Very, very raw basketball player. You're a better man than me if you watch the second half. When they had 19 points in 18 minutes, I was like, this is over. I'm going to bed.
My buddy came over. It was dumb.
I had UNC for a very hefty sum, and it cashed out.
All right, what do we like tonight? Any hefty sums to be made?
I don't know if I'm going to bet American. I don't know that I'm going to put a lot on American.
What, if I may, White Brian has informed us his average bet size is 20 cents. What is your average bet size? Dan?
Mine is not much greater, but it is great. It's about 5 to 10.
Okay.
5 to 10. You know, I'm not.
Landfill's kind of balling on his betting budget these days.
Landfill, what's your
his standard unit seems to be $10 now.
Damn, high roller over here. Jeez Louise.
And what about you, Jeffrey? Is it you? I mean, I don't know when you bet. You're a hard man to pin down.
What did you just say?
It's hard for me to know how much you bet, how frequently.
Nah, you said you're a hard man to do what?
Pin down.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something else. I was like, JP, don't ever say that again to me.
What did you think I said?
What did you
I thought you said you were a hard man to bend down. I was about to say, yo,
get your head out of the gutter.
Stop that.
Pause,
But
Jeff.
it depends. Like if I know for a fact something is going to hit, I'll put a decent amount of money on it. Like for instance,
the old when he knows
when I know something for a fact is going to hit.
Fact.
Are you betting like minus 300 odds? Like how do you know for a fact it's going to hit?
I just get this feeling. Like for instance, the last game I bet on, I put $10 on it.
Damn.
Baller.
High roller.
And it was the Wizards beating the Jazz. I just knew it was going to happen. I don't know why. I just got that feeling and I took it.
I mean, what's your unit over here? $15 over there?
Mine is larger.
A little larger than $15. I have an idea. I'm not gonna like put you on blast, but I have an idea because I gave you a bad weekend at college, and you walked up to me and you like, I lost X amount of money, and I was like, I don't think I bet X amount of money in my gambling career.
My unit is larger. That sound. Pause, Landfill. Yo, there is something that we haven't discussed in the basketball megaplex tonight, and it's important, Landfill. Washington Wizards are taking on the Utah Jazz. Both teams are terrible. Utah's 15-54. The Wiz are 15-52. Now, obviously, this isn't like the NFL, but this could kind of be the Cooper Flag Bowl tonight.
Yes.
These are the two worst teams in the NBA.
And Alex Sarr right now is looking a little too Joe Milton-ish for the Wizards.
I think. Listen, man, I really like what Washington is building. that they compete. They compete hard.
They play
every
hard.
game.
The young guys play really hard.
I think you bench some guys,
but
tonight.
like, can they chill? Can they
guys? We
hang
got
on?
Well, there's a big picture here. We all bought in. I'm okay with it. This is the Cooper Flag Bowl.
Like, Alex Sarr's already breaking records. I want to see guys that I've never heard of off the bench.
I need everybody to chill tonight.
Give me like a lot of Marcus Smart minutes.
Yeah. Now, Denton, you're welcome to hang out should you choose.
Oh, I'm here for the hour. Everybody else gets to sit in with you when B-Mitch is gone. So it's my turn to have fun for an hour.
Who's everybody else?
Literally everyone but me, it feels like.
Okay, man. Hang out. That's fine with me.
I would get jealous.
You sound a little jealous. But hey, did you hear about those astronauts getting saved in space? Did you see any of that yesterday?
It came across the timeline.
You know what could save you serious space? My guys at Door Pro America. If you get your garage door replaced, man, it is going to make your garage such a better place. It has changed my life for the better. It is seriously, it's silent. That's the absolute best part. There's a lot of things. They can cut down the size of like the actual door opener thing is 1/10 of my old crappy 1970s garage door, but the noise is the biggest difference. It is silent, man. And I come in and out that door. I got all ears tonight at NBC4. I usually get home like 9:30 or so. I don't have to mess with the front door anymore, waking the kids up. I just go in and out the garage every time, and it's awesome. My guys Shane and Vince from Door Pro America changed everything for us. They gave us a ton of options. Dude, the install was amazing. My garage looked way better than it did prior to their arrival. They're experts, man. They know what they're doing. We love the door. They're based locally. They've been doing it for over 50 years in the DMV. You should call them today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now, right now, at doorproamerica.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Orsman Ford of Alexandria. The Lions have proposed a significant change to NFL playoff seedings. So under their proposal, the division winner with the conference's best record would still receive the number 1 overall seed. But after that, teams would be stacked by records regardless of whether or not they won the division or received a wild card berth. That approach could have a significant effect on the Lions in a highly competitive NFC North, which fielded 3 playoff teams last season. So the Lions received the NFC's number 1 seed, but the Vikings were seeded 5th and the Packers were 7th. But if you look back based purely on records, the Vikings under this new proposal would have been the number 3 seed and the Packers would have been number 5. We'll see if the league votes to approve that or not. Orsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Orsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, time to get smarter. Our friend Mr. Jeff Ehrman will be joining us in just moments inside Maryland Sports. Jeff, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
Hey, JP.
We're 24 hours away from the madness. Hell, now we're 22 and a half hours away from the madness. How excited are you? Let's start big picture.
Man.
How fired up?
This is the best time of the year for me. It has been ever since I was in like 7th grade, sneaking a little TV under my covers so I could watch the late night games. So it gets no better than this, especially when you're covering a team that has a lot of excitement around it.
For sure, man. I couldn't agree more. Obviously, everybody should follow your work inside MD Sports. I follow your work. You are the preeminent Terps reporter for a long time now. I remember you broke.
Thank you.
You broke
likewise with your commander's work.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. At Jeff_Ehrman. So let's get serious. Let's get down to business. Friday, 4:00's coming. What do I need to know about Grand Canyon besides the fact that it's a fake college in Phoenix?
Yeah, does feel weird even writing like Maryland versus Grand, but they're a little bit of a sleeper. They're one of the better low seeds, I would say, which fits for the West because the region is just absolutely brutal. The biggest thing about them, I think, or biggest concern, I would say, is that they just have a ton of NCAA experience and overall experience. They have guys who've been around forever. They have 2 of their top players are 5th-year seniors. They played in the tournament last year and upset St. Mary's. They've got a ton of experience, whereas Maryland, as good as they've been, most of these guys have not played in the tournament. So, I could see Maryland coming out maybe a little jittery, whereas these guys should be pretty comfortable with all that experience. And then the other thing about them is, they don't have the big guys like Queen and Reese, so Maryland should be able to hit them pretty good in the paint, but they do have a lot of length, several 6'8", 6'7" kind of guys who've given some of Maryland's players trouble during the season. Jacoby Gillespie specifically, as some of his off games have come against long guys who can stay in front of him. So, they are dangerous, but again, there's a reason Maryland's favored by 10.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to ask, it feels like the way this game should start is by feeding Queen and Reese on the inside, taking advantage of the one thing that Grand Canyon doesn't really have, which is size down low.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the game plan. Go inside early, try to get them in foul trouble and take advantage of them that way. Kick it out to the three-point shooters when they're open. Maryland's definitely a better three-point shooting team. I think Grand Canyon's only around 31% this year. So they do have some pretty big advantages, despite all the positive things I said against Grand Canyon. This is a game that Maryland should win fairly comfortably as long as, you avoid foul trouble or some of your guys have, a clunker of a game that they have once in a while.
Yeah, I think foul trouble is my greatest concern because even in the clunker world, I think Maryland, the fact that all 5 of those starters can fill it up, or 4 of them can fill it up and Juju can help you offensively, I would say. If somebody's off, generally somebody else should be able to pick it up. And in that Michigan game, it took a while, right? They got down 15, but even in that thing, they were able to come back. I have a bigger picture. This kind of terrifies me, like an existential question. At some point, when the losses are all cataclysmic, the last 2 losses are buzzer beaters. One's from half court. One's letting a guard go 90 feet in 5 seconds. Like, are we concerned about their ability to close out games? I've said it. I've said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, there's no question. It's a concern. You wonder if it's just fluky, those things have just happened an inordinate number of times randomly to them, or if that's part of their DNA that they don't close out games strong. I mean, they haven't lost a game all year by more than 6 points, I believe, and most of those were 3 or 4 point losses. All 4 of the last 4 losses came on buzzer beaters. So you do wonder if that's something that, late in the game, execution-wise or whatever else. And that's one thing I've been wanting to do is go back and watch the last 5 minutes of all those games, see what their field goal percentage.
Don't do it, dude. You want to claw your eyes out.
Yeah, it's just too busy right now with the tournament to go back and look at that. But that is definitely something that concerns you going into it because so many of these NCAA tournament games, even high seeds versus low seeds, can come down to those final few minutes.
How deep do you think the rotation is going to get?
Not very. I think it'll be basically what it has been. He does like to get some of those guys in early, I think, just to get the starters an early rest and keep them ready for late in the game. So he does bring in Geronimo and Deshaun Harris-Smith and Jay Young, usually, well before the midway point of the first half. But once it gets late in the game, obviously you're going to go with the Crab 5, go with your starters and win or lose with the ones who brought you there. But yeah, at this point in the season, obviously it's been established that the bench just is not, although I will say Jordan Geronimo has really emerged lately. And even if he's not scoring, he's consistently bringing energy off the bench.
And I got to say, I don't care. Like, I'm done with the bench conversation. These guys are 20 years old. They're as fit as they're going to be. And they get a 5-minute break every 4 minutes.
Yeah, the NCAA tournament breaks are even longer, obviously, because they got to pay for those insane rights contracts that they have with the NCAA. So that helps. And then, the first.
Hey, those are their corporate champions, Jeff. Show some respect.
Yeah. Okay, my bad. Corporate champions. They, you have
to
one
honor
game.
John Feinstein. We're pointing that S out every time this month.
That's right. They got one day between first and second round, so that's really your spot right there where you're not getting a lot of rest. But then, if you survive, you got a whole, you got some time off.
How we feeling, dude? Let's have a real heart to heart. Nobody's listening. Talking with our guy Jeff Ehrman here. You can follow Jeff at Jeff_Ehrman, ERMANN. He joins us on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. How we all feeling here? Just you and me, a couple Terps talking it out. I think they should get to the Sweet 16. I think the Florida Gators are damn good. And I'm okay if this thing ends at the Sweet 16. I'm okay. I've made my peace. We're going to make it. How are you
I think
feeling?
A lot of people have a similar mindset as you, just because Florida is pretty daunting. They're playing so well, won the SEC. But the thing about them is, their coach, Todd Golden, is obviously a young, rising hotshot, but he's never been past the first round of the tournament. So you still got to prove it.
Can I ask a serious question? Has Willard? He's done it once?
Once. His record is 2-6 overall. So he's been past the first round twice.
Okay.
Wasn't
there one Sweet 16 at Seton Hall? Or no?
I don't believe so. I should know that, but I think there were 2 wins, 2 separate years.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, he has not, but he has more experience. At least Golden does not have enough experience. But like you look at the Arizona coach, the past few years they've been very highly ranked and went to the tournament and kind of flunked out. So that does matter. And I think anything less in terms of just focusing back on Maryland, anything less than the Sweet 16, obviously, I think is a huge disappointment, just given that they've had this breakout season that's gotten all the fans back on the bandwagon. You haven't been to a Sweet 16 in a while, so that's kind of that's a baseline expectation if you're going to call this season like a true breakthrough. And once you get there, obviously anything can happen. They've got a ton. We know how talented they are. They have probably the best starting 5 in the country, and so I wouldn't say they're not capable of beating Florida, but I would say, regardless of who they play in the second round, a Sweet 16 should be a fair expectation of this year.
I agree with that. And then last one from me for our friend Jeff Erman. Do you think Coach K called the NCAA and said, hey, you got to switch Maryland and Arizona? Because otherwise, why Arizona's in the East and Maryland is in the West makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, JP, I gave up on trying to figure out what the NCAA is thinking many years ago. If there's something that they can screw up, they probably will. I'm not sure what the reasoning was on sending them out west. And the funny thing is, a lot of times if you get sent out west, you're like, okay, we win, come back, play, in the East Coast, Midwest, or whatever. In this case, you're still out west in San Francisco. So, that is definitely, that's a bad break for them. I think their pass in the first 2 rounds is pretty advantageous, but having to travel out there and stay out there and not have as many fans if you were in like Providence or somewhere like that was definitely a little bit of a blow.
All right, last one. I as we've seen college football just say bleep you to the NCAA and kind of do their own thing. Is there a world where that happens in college hoops, or does NCAA kind of keep their control?
I think there's a world. I mean, a lot of people have mentioned that possibility of it just being like a power conference tournament. And normally I would say no chance, because that's obviously one of the big parts of the charm of the NCAA tournament is having Grand Canyon and Akron and all these random schools in every year making runs. I think that would almost ruin the tournament for me if you just had power conferences in it. But with the way everything's going all toward the money and becoming, so professionalized, such a business, I'll never say never.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I am fired up to watch the Crown college basketball tournament as well. So,
yeah, big time. You got your bracket done?
Yeah. All right, dude, you're going to be busy. Who's this guy you keep teasing about them recruiting every day? The local
Which one? There's a few.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a few guys on. I actually just posted something on the site. They got a couple transfer portal guys that are very interested in them. The portal actually doesn't officially open till Monday, so you can't officially say.
That is awful. They open the transfer portal during March Madness?
Yeah, it's just like in football, it opens before the playoffs.
yeah.
So you have these teams that are playing, and some of their players are considering leaving. There's guys who want in, but they can't host them on a visit because they're playing in the playoffs. So that goes back to pretty much what I said about the NCAA a minute ago.
You're going to lose Queen. You're going to lose Reese. We'll deal with that later. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about Grand Canyon's fake ass college. Jeff, thank you for the time, brother. Always appreciate it.
Appreciate you having me.
All right. Follow Jeff Erman. Trust me, at Jeff_Erman, ERMANN. Terps, Friday, 4:00. Lock it up. When we come back, we're going to make some bets. Who had Axl Rose as perhaps the world's preeminent solo whistler? You heard this, Jeff?
Not at all.
It's a banger, dog. What's your Guns N' Roses file, Jeff?
Oh, very little to none. More so on the none side.
Can you name a song?
No, but I can probably, if I hear one, I probably could be like, oh, okay.
There's
I know this
one
song.
that you 1000% have heard. Play WTG, Landini. You've heard this.
Yeah, that's it's at every sporting event ever.
Oh, yeah, I know. This is just about a guitar riff.
Yeah, it's Welcome to the Jungle.
It's everywhere.
You in the jungle, baby. You gonna die.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I gotta let it play. The show's gonna end before we say anything. It's just GNR. When you guys have to title the final segment, JP listen to Guns N' Roses.
JP teaches Jeff about Guns N' Roses.
Jeff, this slaps. We also convinced Jeff that the next time he's DJing at the club, he's going to close it out by playing the Eastern Motors theme song. I think people will dance to that, dude. I'm serious.
Yo, I'm going to record it this weekend.
Yes.
And I got you.
I am so hype about that.
He walked into our studio earlier when I was doing Kevin's show, and he walked in. He's like, "I'm testing your DMV," and then he was like, "I finished that lyric of Eastern Motor," and Brian did not get it.
Yes,
I got it.
Which Brian?
Brian on 980.
Black Brian. I'll say it for you. Black Brian.
It's getting really hard to keep up with all the
There
Brians.
are a lot of Brians here. There's
Yo,
3
Jeff,
Brians.
I told you, I can't. He's 980 Brian.
He is 980 Brian.
So I got to say 1067 Brian for B-Hawk?
Nah, he's white Brian.
No, he is white Brian.
You also weirdly tried to make like a jelly bean thing there for a minute. I didn't know what that was about. You know this one, Jeff?
Yeah.
Clearly, his Guns N' Roses file was much bigger than we thought.
Won't you please?
Yeah, I don't know the words, but I know the cadence.
Grass is green and the girls are pretty. GNR, man, they rock. I guess let's make some bets. All right. White Brian, what do you got?
Jeff and JP
You know
lost.
this one too. Craig and
Don't
Landfill.
you dare look back.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
No.
Is that the song?
This is my 6-year-old's favorite song. She loves loud rock.
Oh, yeah. And
You know
this
this,
is
though. This is kind of
from the Step Brothers.
Yes.
Ain't this that song?
Yep.
She got eyes.
There you go. Yeah. She got. Oh, we all jumped it. All right, Brian, go, dude.
Jeff and JP lost. Everyone else won. I'm taking Xavier minus 2.5.
B-Mitch loses today, officially. Just so we're clear. Correct?
Yes.
Hey, I was about to take Xavier too, man.
Yo, shout out to the locals. Mason plays tonight in
Give
the
me
NIT.
Texas.
Yesterday, I saw Guns N' Roses, Metallica, and Faith No More at RFK Stadium. Like, I mean, you could look up what year that was. Probably 90 or something. Yes, is that I always see. Book of Memories.
I'm taking Texas.
Texas side's tough. That line's been moving the wrong way. I'm guest picking for B-Mitch. I'm taking the Grizzlies lane 4.5.
That does not count. So we're
Yeah, that
clear.
don't count.
Why not?
Nobody's a
yourself.
bigger hard ass about if you're not here, you can't win a bet than B-Mitch.
All right.
Nobody's bigger hard ass than B-Mitch, period, about life, let alone the betting rules. I'll take the under. Xavier,
I'm also
Texas.
parlaying mine with Colorado Avalanche to win.
You know what? These aren't real bets. I'm taking AU. Give me the Eagles, dude. Or actually, White Brian, can I just bet the Eagles in the 16-16 playing game?
No.
I got both. I got all Eagles. I got
I'll
all
give you the
Eagles.
over.
What are you taking?
I'll give you the over if you want both Eagles.
I'll take the under in AU Mount St. Mary's. And that, folks, is a solo show. Denton, thank you for hanging out, man.
Yeah,
It was
of course,
fun.
man. It was fun.
Good to see you. Remember when Denton used to come on with us regularly and then just started blowing us off? Very much enjoyed the Guns N' Roses final segment here. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Ben Fox for joining us. Thank you to Jeff Ehrman for joining us. This time tomorrow, it's going to be me and B. Mitch live in a casino where they have copious amounts of alcohol and college basketball on the screen. Trust me, you should be there. We'll be there the next 2 days. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. White Brian owes you a Dog Mom cup.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nats made a few roster moves before their spring training game today. Nothing too surprising except the fact that Alex Call looks like he will be the fourth outfielder. He's had a very hot spring, so he deserves that opportunity. But Robert Hassel down in AAA will be knocking on the door for that next opportunity. 6:40 p.m., we've got Mount St. Mary's versus American University. The Eagles enter the NCAA tournament having won its last 4 games, but Mount St. Mary's is running hot too. The Mountaineers recorded a pair of upset wins, downing number 3 ranked Marist in the quarterfinals before beating number 2 Merrimack in the semifinals en route to winning the MAAC MAC men's basketball title. AU is the slight betting favorite in that matchup. And then at 9:10 p.m., Xavier versus Texas. Texas is another team that maybe didn't deserve to be in the NCAA tournament. They won 11-2 against a soft non-conference schedule, losing to the only 2 top 50 KenPom teams they played in Ohio State and UConn. And then they went 8-13 after that. No surprise there, Xavier is the betting favorite for that matchup. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Greetings and salutations, Grant and Danny. All right, ciao on 106.7 The Fan. If you're listening on the radio, that's cool. You listen on the Odyssey app, that's cool too, bro. Wherever you want to be, that's where we're going to be. No GP for the balance of the week. We got a fun one for you today. We're going to Tap Sports Bar MGM, National Darbar, tomorrow and Friday. What we're going to do there, and it'll be very complicated, we're going to sit on our butts, eat delicious food, and watch the tournament. Sorry about it. Toby's along with me. We got plenty of stuff to talk about today, but Toblerone, what's up, dude?
Dude, it's good to be here. I'm excited about the tournament games coming up tomorrow. It's what I'll usually be doing anyways, right? Sitting at home, sitting on my butt, eating, except I get to hang out with you guys. So I'm excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
So you just said something. Actually, it's true for me. It's very fitting. When people ask me, they find out what I do. It's unique. Not that many people do it, right? It's a different line of work, and I love it, obviously. But they're like, "What's that like?" And I tried to explain because I've had real jobs before, and like I know this counts. We get paid and stuff. Tens of dollars changes hands, but it's like the stuff I'm doing anyway. Stuff me and my buddies. Like when I'm texting my buddy Pat, like all the time. It's like we're not just like, "Hey, what's going on with the kids?" It's like, "Can you believe they didn't re-sign this guy? Why did they bring back this running back and not go shopping?" Like the stuff that I'm doing anyway with my pals, that's what I do. And they were like, "Oh, okay, well, that sounds pretty good." I'm like, "Yeah, it is." Like, yeah, that's the trade-off. You get to make lots of money doing your thing that's in demand. I have fun while I work. So I guess that's a balance.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It is something like I go to so many games, different stuff. I'd be doing it anyways. I'd be sitting at home watching the Nats. I might as well be over at the ballpark. I'm going to be watching these games regardless. I'm going to have 3-4 TVs. Why not do it at Tap Sports Bar, hanging out with you guys? So I'm really excited about it.
A game that we watched last night, this Washington Capitals hockey club. You may have seen them. And what they do when they play games, they win them at an unbelievable clip. So it's 1-1 in the third last night. I'm flipping back and forth between that incredible Alabama State game, which was a thriller ending. We'll get to that in a second. But I'm watching the Capitals. They're not playing that great. This is what I love so much about this team. I'm sitting there going, like, I had this running dialogue as I'm kind of watching it. I'm going, Detroit, you better score. You better score a couple times. The longer this goes like this, the more it's going to be up, goal, up, goal, up, goal. All right, like, put the kids to bed. Like, if you let this Capitals team hang around or do anything other than step on their throat, you're getting beat. Like when they don't have their A game or their B game, whatever. I mean, smarter people than me could break down, whether when I was watching them, if I'm right or wrong about it. But Detroit had more scoring chances. Logan Thompson is awesome. I love that he's here. I love that he's here now for the semi-long term after they locked him up. But robbed them a couple times on some odd man rushes. A couple sort of lazy passes by the Caps get pick off. You get scoring chances. When they didn't capitalize, I go, okay, the Capitals are winning. That's what's so much fun about this team.
Yeah, it's crazy because they can win in so many different ways. You want to get up and down the ice, everybody's scoring every time down the ice, then they can do that. You want to win 7-6, they can do that. You want to play a 2-1 game, they can do that. And even when they're not sharp, like it was last night, they weren't the sharpest team that you've seen. They still find a way to win and win pretty handily. It's impressive that this team, even when things aren't clicking, it can kind of change too. In the third period, it seems like even if the first two it hasn't been clicking, they can turn it on. It's just this team is so good. They play so well together. You do worry a little bit that the fact that they're so far out ahead, the rest of the season is kind of mail it in time in a sense. Maybe the OV goal chase adds a little bit of extra juice to keep them motivated going into the playoffs. I think they understand. They're a veteran team. Guys understand this. They've gone through this before. But I'm hoping that down the stretch, they find their different ways and then they find their rhythm, because ideally, once you get into the playoffs, you don't want the grinded out 2-1. Like, I want to see you clicking. I want to see no lazy passes, tape to tape every time. I want to see a team that is a well-oiled machine. And we've seen that for large parts of the season. Seems like they've struggled a little bit recently, but they're still winning games.
Yeah, precisely. And it's the thing where I know at some point you can't get away with it. Come postseason time, you can't get away with, we gave away 10 minutes, 12 minutes, or a stretch here and there. You've all watched the hockey enough where it's so nip and tuck. It's so cutthroat. It's so like one mistake gets magnified. These games are all so tight that you'd like to be able to go, hey, play a full 60-minute game. It's hard just to flip the switch for that intensity. You're hoping that they've still got it in the tank, because they were doing that the first half of the season, really, right? Especially in December, it looked like, oh my God, this team's a buzzsaw. They've I don't want to say sleepwalked, if that's even the past tense of sleepwalk. They've had some moments where they haven't been themselves. But as you said, the character of the group, the understanding of the group, the no panic in the group, they're going to come back and win the game more often than not. And it's been awesome. It's a great ride. Now, kind of down the stretch, it's 14 games, give or take, I think, left. And they're going to be the number one seed, and they got a shot, man. It's really, really fun. And some injection of life is coming at some point. You think young Mr. Leonard is on his way, which will be an interesting thing.
Dude, that's going to be electric when he gets here.
A couple bits of housekeeping, I would add. Nationals made some moves, all expected to me. The names to recognize: incredibly handsome Stone Garrett, reassigned to minor league camp. He remains handsome. That dude is a walking handsome muscle. Like, that's a chiseled professional model. The instant he decides, I don't want to do baseball anymore, maybe he could do both. I don't know. Andrew Pinckney, an intriguing we caught up with him. Really good dude. An intriguing, very toolsy, athletic prospect down in the minor leagues, and all of a sudden the glut of outfield depth that they've got in this organization. He was assigned to minor league camp as well. It made sense, but he really impressed, turned some heads, I think, in a few moments. And then option to AAA, a couple guys that I think are going to be futures of this thing. Robert Hassel III, who has looked pretty good, I would say, this camp, a little bit bigger, a little bit more focused on maybe some little things. Infielder Trey Lipscomb, who made such tremendous noise last year in spring training, looked like the odds-on favorite to win the second base job before Louis Garcia kind of, took hold of it and didn't relinquish it. And then, of course, Brady House is signed to minor league camp as well. So that's your Nationals housekeeping. Nothing sexy or crazy there. They're on right now on television, right? Nationals on television.
Beautiful. We love to see it.
It's a baseball game on TV.
We literally love to see it.
We literally do. We're going to go through the NFL rule changes that are being proposed in advance. Whatever this is, by the way, the NFL should teach a class on, Tobes, where they're not even discussing the rule changes yet. But there's they're like, you know what? Nobody's been saying anything about us for like a day, maybe a day and a half. No free agency moves are happening. Beep, boop, bop, boop, beep, boop. Hey, Tom Pelissero, how's it going? Here are a couple proposals. Why don't you go tweet them out? Let you know which team said what. And we're going to be discussing them next week. Why don't you get the idiot, pudgy shouters in various markets around the country to scramble and feed off of these things like food left out after dark? Why don't you throw some late night pizza into the oven and see if any frat brothers come running? That's what they're doing, and I'm here for it. We're going to discuss some of the rule changes potentially, and here's where I want to start the show. We had the first 4, but it's not the first 4. There's 8, but they're playing for the right to be the first 4. It's my wife was asking me about this last night. She's kind of like, what is this exactly? And I said, and I was explaining to her and my 11-year-old. Here's the basic gist, Tobes. This is the committee going, you don't deserve to be in the original 64 without proving one more thing to us. Whether you're a 16 seed down at the bottom because you're not good or are part of a conference that doesn't even have 2 rims in their home gym, Or you're one of these blue bloods, say North Carolina, who rolled last night, San Diego State, Xavier, a team that has had a lot of tournament success over the last couple of decades, Texas, a major program, obviously. Basically saying to these guys, we both know you didn't really deserve it. Prove it, right? So that's what this is. It's that kind of first right to have a tough path. Now, some of these teams, these 11 seeds in the past, I can't pull up from the top of my head, have had some nice moments where they've got, it's like winning the wild card round in baseball. You get a little momentum. You played that week instead of sitting around for a calendar week waiting. If you're one of these teams that is good, a mid-seed, a 5, a 6, somewhere in there, that maybe lost in their conference tournament fairly early, like in a good conference. Think of Clemson, right? They haven't played basically in a week. I'd rather play a game. I know this might be a hot take, and we'll talk about this a bit. I'd rather play a game with the chance that my tournament could be over than sit around for 8 days, just trying to wait for that much hype type thing, especially if I'm not that good. Now, if I'm Duke, I want every day I can possibly get, and I'm going to walk in and go, how's your ankle, Coop? How's your ankle, Coop? How's your ankle, Coop? How's your ankle, Coop? Like, you know what I mean? You need that. But if you're a team that's not that awesome, that's good but not great, I'd rather play than not play. But anyway, so that was last night, and we got a great one to start us off.
Yeah, so there's a couple of teams that were 11 seeds that have gone on long runs. VCU was an 11 seed that was in the first four.
Did they do the first
and
four?
They
Yeah.
went to the Final Four and lost to Butler. And one of my favorite teams to watch a couple of years ago was the UCLA team that beat Michigan State in overtime in the first four.
There you go.
They ended up in the Final Four when they lost to Gonzaga. Jalen Suggs hit that crazy shot to win that one at the buzzer after Juzang was
That's
really
right.
good. So that was a really fun team to watch as well. So you've seen some teams go on some runs out of these things. And honestly, Danny, we're going to talk a little more about Carolina when we get the chance, but they might be a team that goes on a little bit of a run because it seems like they've gotten hot. Sometimes you see some of these teams that are barely sneaking in. They hear the noise, especially a blue blood like Carolina, where they were talking about it all night on the broadcast because they had plenty of time because it was never close. But they kind of got rolling. Maybe they keep rolling, but it's not the real tournament yet. It's a nice appetizer because you had a great game last night. Like, when's the last time you watched Alabama State play basketball? Like, never.
I may have caught one at some point somewhere. Who knows? Like one of those. Like, let's just see how long I take. And Devin St. Francis. So if you didn't catch it, ends up a shot goes in with 0.7 seconds left. They put another second or 0.3 of a second back on the clock. Alabama State won. It was a thriller. It was a great game. Two teams just doing everything they possibly could to keep their seasons alive. And it was thrilling. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. So here's the question that I want everyone here. I want Corporate Clary to be able to weigh in. I want Darius Dameron to be able to weigh in. I want Toby to weigh in. I'll weigh in. You guys will weigh in too at 800-636-1067. Because I don't know that there's a straight answer to this. Has the NCAA tournament started yet? Or does it start Thursday? At one point, they called that the first round,
which was terrible.
They've changed that a little bit because they're like, okay, we know that it's not, right? But now everybody's bracket, like, for example, you could pick a bracket before last night
And why? What makes this any different? What makes the first four any different?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, North Carolina played a heck of a game last night. It's also good too because, seeing a team like a North Carolina, it almost works like the wild card was for a little bit with baseball, right? Where it was like a 1-game playoff, sort of get in and then see if you can go on a roll like the Nats did in 19. That counted as the playoffs. So maybe Darius could talk me into that a little bit, but I'm still going to lean with tournament starts tomorrow.
I posted one of these polls on Elon's app at Funny Danny, and I worded it terribly because it was during the segment, so people were joning on that. So I deleted it and then posted a new one. The 8 teams who are doing the play-in games have started. Question is simple. Has the NCAA tournament started, or does it start Thursday? The answers are yes, it has, and no, it starts Thursday. We'll get you the update on those results as they come in, and I want to hear from you guys. Kind of an informal straw poll, because there was some debate about this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Has the NCAA tournament started yet, or does it start for good on Thursday?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Cardinals right now in spring training. The Nationals trailing 6-1 in the top of the sixth inning. Earlier today, the second game of the Major League Baseball season, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 6-3. Roki Sasaki making his Major League debut, 3 innings, giving up a run, 5 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Shohei Ohtani with a home run. In the NFL, the Packers officially proposed a ban on the tush push. The Lions submitted a proposal to eliminate an automatic first down on defensive holding and illegal contact penalties. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at 9 o'clock. You hear that game over on the Team 980. Caps beat the Red Wings last night 4-1. And tonight, first 4 action, 16 seeds American and Mount St. Mary's at 6:40. Xavier in Texas will follow at 9:10. You can hear both games right here on the Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Washington Capitals defenseman Jacob Chikrin is going to join this program for his weekly spot. We're doing that a little after 3 p.m., so stay tuned for that. This program is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Toby Altizer in for GP today. It is G&D here on the Fan. Kind of stumbled into this as I've been, just talking to folks and kind of hearing the buzz in the world of sport, Tobias. And the debate's super quick. Has the NCAA tournament started yet? The first 4 are underway. There were 2 games last night, 2 more tonight. My argument is no, but I can absolutely see that the answer could be yes, because as Darius pointed out, they're on the bracket. This isn't a conference tournament. It's not the CBI or the NIT. These are NCAA tournament games, or at least adjacent to them. I could see it starting. So I'm saying no, but I understand the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell how the NCAA feels about it, whether it's an official start or not. I mean, last night they're talking about it's the first ever win for Alabama State in the NCAA tournament. So I guess they count it as a win because Alabama State's only ever going to get a win in the NCAA tournament if they beat Duke or if they beat Auburn or they beat some 1 seed, which just doesn't happen very often, obviously. So maybe they're going to count that. I don't know. It's just still, for me as a fan, I don't know. It just still doesn't feel like it's actually started yet.
Yeah, so like by letter of the law, I think we all understand that it has, right? Where you win your conference, you win your league, some of these small 1-bid leagues, right? Where you're going to the NCAA tournament, you may just have to play an extra game.
Well, and so what I think is interesting about that is we were actually having this discussion down in West Palm with some of the Nats beat reporters about the 16 seeds getting in. So you have St. Francis and Alabama State playing last night, and St. Francis loses to Alabama State, and they're just done. Did they really get to experience the NCAA tournament, or did they not? Like, they won their tournament, their conference tournament to get in. They get the automatic bid, and they lost to Alabama State, and they're done. And I think it's an interesting discussion of whether, if you're a 16 seed, you're playing at Alabama State, or tonight you're playing at either Mount St. Mary's or American. Would you rather be in the first 4, playing against someone in your weight class where you could legitimately win an NCAA tournament game, which it's considered, right? You can say you did that, or would you rather just say immediately get thrown into the Lions Den and face Florida or face Auburn or face Duke or Houston? I think I'd rather be thrown right into the fire, because then it's a cool experience I can tell everybody about for the rest of my life. I might lose by 40, but I get to say I played Cooper Flag, right? Like,
yeah,
I feel like that's what I'd rather have.
Let's go to Sean in Arlington. Sean, has the tourney started yet or no?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
Really love the show.
Thank you, bud.
Personally, for me, the tournament hasn't started yet. Kind of a purist. It's 64 teams. But I think the best argument to say that it has started is if you look at it, and it pains to say it because I'm a Michigan State fan, but they've made 27 consecutive tournament appearances, yet they were bounced by UCLA
in that first
in
four,
the 2021 season in the 4-game plan. So definitely, as you guys kind of just alluded to, the NCAA definitely considers the tournament has started, and that would be my best rationale for that.
There it is, Sean. I mean, now I kind of don't care what the officials say because that's a branding and money-making thing. If they were like, yeah, this thing's a lot lesser, it's in Dayton for whatever reason, here's the Dayton Flight Museum, there are a couple planes, you can't charge for it, but you got to brand it the right thing. Where like the NBA couldn't be like, yeah, this 9 seed kind of stinks and doesn't deserve anything, but we're not going to call it the the condescending opening.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like it's the play and they're going to consider it. The playoffs have started today because you're trying to sell things, you're trying to market stuff. So like the official element of that doesn't mean as much to me.
Yeah, I mean, officially they're going to obviously count it, but it just, as a fan, the feel of it is not the same. It's a little bit different. It's still good. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I mean, I was wildly entertained by that St. Francis game last night. Mike and Manassas, has the tourney started?
Yes, absolutely it has. And the reason being is you look at your American universities, your Alabama States and all them. Those guys, just bang their way through their seasons trying to be as good as they can, win their tournament, and they get there. And then you want them to say later to their children and grandchildren, yeah, I got into the almost tourney. No, they got into the tourney.
Right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, the way I tell the story, we definitely got in.
Well, and that's the thing for me about the 16 seeds is I want to be in the round of 64, though. So I feel like I'm like, if I lose to Duke, there's no shame. If I lose to St. Francis or I lose to Alabama State, there's not really shame. They deserve to be in the tournament. They won their conference tournament. Not saying there's some slouch, but it's a little bit different than saying I got pieced by Duke, right? Like I can live with that. If I say I never got to even play in the round of 64, have those extra couple of days being a part of the tournament because I lost to Alabama State, be a little bit frustrated by that.
So let's go to your, and by the way, this is Great Nanny's poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Visit dcmetropolitanmoving.com. I posted it and we're like, you know what? This poll's so good. Like Danny's so good at posting polls.
So
the station
good.
just posted it. So it's like, I mean, it's not like they're copying me, but it's still like nice to feel endorsed in that way. What about your would you rather play the playing game or go right to be cannon fodder? It's the 16th seed. The 11th seed, different animal. You'd rather be off that line altogether. I understand that. But there was a fierce debate, if I can say that, in the Nationals media room. There's a lot of downtime. So locker room gets open from on a given day, say 8 to 9 a.m. So all the media folks, we schlep down the hallway and you're catching up with whoever. You're trying to write a story about this guy. So you ask that. Manager's office will open a little bit after that. You go in there. Who's going to open day start? I'll tell you tomorrow. What's going on with this guy, et cetera, et cetera. Then you go back and you wait for the next availability to do something before a PR guy comes and taps you and tells you it's time to go. So one of the debates was, would you rather be one of the 16 seeds that just starts right away and you got Houston? If you're SIU Edwardsville, you got the Houston Cougars, dude. Grown men who are going to beat the brakes off of you. Or do you want to be one of the two teams that played last night for a chance to lose to the number 1 overall seed, Auburn, right? And the debate was pretty fierce, I would say. There people on either side. To me, I think I would rather play a game and for the chance of getting 2 games. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
sure.
It's more time on Natty TV, more time where they're treating me great, more time where it's, people get to know me, or it's 1 game and I'm done. I'm going to be 1 and done anyway if I go play Auburn, probably. I mean, there's a UMBC, we saw the story, but this is a different animal here. I think for me, if I'm one of these programs that's subject to playing as a potential playing game, meaning I'm part of whatever league that you can't name right now, and I win it, and it's like, yeah, you won it, but that's adorable. There are a bunch of conferences that are represented here too. I think I want more games. The more times I get to play on the big stage, quote unquote, the better it is for the little engine that could.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would rather be immediately into the round of 64. I can hear your point, though, because, thinking just personally, like if you're on American or Mount St. Mary's tonight, you're going to get talked about for 40 minutes of basketball because you're playing a game that theoretically should be a good one, right? Back and forth. if you're the star player of American or Mount St. Mary's, you're going to hear your name a lot. They're interviewing a guy from Alabama State last night. You hear guys like there was some great shot making down the stretch there from St. Francis as well. They're talking about all those guys. Reality is, if you immediately step in and play Auburn, chances are you're talked about for 5 minutes at the beginning of the game, and then you're down by 10 minutes into the game, and that's it. They talk about Janai Broom a million
that's
times.
Kind of my point, yeah.
But I kind of feel like for me, and maybe this is why I wasn't a very good athlete, because I kind of accept the fact that I'm probably going to lose this game. I'd rather just be there and say, if I lost to Alabama State, I'd be frustrated that I didn't get to say I played against somebody cool. I want to step in and play Duke and say, I lost in the NCAA tournament the one time I got there, but I lost to Cooper Flagg. I played against that guy. I can say that forever. Am I going to say I played against whoever the guy was that hit the game-winning shot last night for Alabama State? No, I'm not going to remember his name in 10 years. But if I played against Cooper Flagg, if I played against Janai Broom, if I played against some of these dudes, the rest of my life, I'm going to tell my kids, I got to play against that guy. We lost by 40, but I got to play against that dude.
So I think there's a distinction that I would offer. And I don't want to say it's a unique perspective, but having played mid-major sports myself, like more time where they're treating you just like the big boys, I'd do whatever I could to sign up for that. Does that make sense? So like right now, how many players on Mount St. Mary's can you name?
None,
right? With all due respect to those guys, they're a tournament team, etc. They're going to have a time on television tonight where they're breaking down, I'm looking it up, a dude named Ard. They're breaking down Ard hard. They're going to let you know, like, this. He's a slasher. He doesn't shoot great from three, but he can go fill it up. And he was big for them in conference. They're doing for us what we don't get very often. If you're Texas or Xavier or UCLA, or some of these teams that have been in the first four, it's like humiliating. It's embarrassing because what you're supposed to be is on the 4 or 5 line in the regular tournament, and you should have a regional not far from where you live. It's not quite the Duke to Greensboro situation where they give you a path to the Elite Eight every year, but whatever. It's still, that's what's supposed to be happening for you if you're a blue blood. If you're not, this is the only time in your career you're getting that. And if you got a chance at 2 of those, I would take it. You get 1, no matter what, and it's going to be awesome. Where they're breaking down, your game like you're one of the big boys, like the guys you see on TV, etc. I think that would be incredible, right?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it's a chance to go in and win a game. The chances of you winning against the 1 seed are next to none. It's happened, but is anyone going to give Duke a run for their money in the first round this year? Probably not. Is anything going to happen to Auburn or Florida or Houston? Probably not. There are certain teams that are more vulnerable to it, like that. Obviously, that UVA team that lost to UMBC was vulnerable, and they were able to overcome that and win that game. But it just doesn't seem like this year that's going to be the case. If you were to tell me that I get the opportunity to go against somebody in my weight class that I walk in feeling like I have a good chance of beating, then maybe that is the right sort of idea to have, to say, not only do I get to play against that team once I, beat whoever my opponent is in the first 4, I get to at least cherish the memory of winning an NCAA tournament game. So I think I could understand that. That being said, sign me up for being on the same floor as some stud that I can say for the rest of my life.
Jacob Chikrin joins us at 3. He's a stud. Can't wait to talk to him. We've got one travel story we couldn't tell yesterday because Ryan wasn't here. So we'll do that next. And remember, Jacob Chikrin at 3. I got Nationals opening day tickets for you at 4. We got some NFL rule changes to go over. Plenty of fun sports banter to come. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the fan. Toby is in for Jeeps. March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game with us than Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join 106.7 The Fans, B. Mitch and Finley, and Grant and Danny this Thursday and Friday for the opening round of the men's tourney. We're doing our shows live at Tap with Mouthwater and Game Day Bites. Tons of TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. Quite simply, I'm going to be very clear about this. I love going to that place, and I love watching the NCAA tournament there while eating delicious appetizers. It's one of my favorite things to do in the world. I love it, Topes. Can't wait.
Yeah, nothing beats having just a lot of TVs, great food for that first couple days of the NCAA tournament, great company, everybody living and dying on all the last-second shots going down. Then you turn over to the next TV with 5 minutes left in that game. Nothing better.
Like there's a little pocket. All of a sudden, you're like, where are you? And it's like 9 guys from Creighton. I've never actually met a person that went to Creighton, but like all the local Creighton alums are there sharing a pretzel. Oh, it's just the best, man.
It's great.
I cannot wait for that. That's this Thursday. So this past weekend, and we've got we're gonna be playing. I think who are we playing today, Darius? We said it. I forgot to write it down. Trevor Williams, right? We caught up with a bunch of nationals. We were at spring training, had a great trip. Thanks again to them for making that all possible. Tobias Funke, myself, Jeeps, who's still down there in West Palm. Corporate Ryan Clary allowed the whole thing to happen under his watchful eye and mentorship, just keeping all the things moving seamlessly. And we were down there, got some great interviews. We played a bunch of them for you. We will have our chat with Nationals pitcher Trevor Williams in the 6 o'clock hour, coinciding, by the way, with when we give away some Wizards tickets. A little Wizards Wednesday on the fence. So we'll do Wizards and we'll do something Nationals related. We can do that. It's the power of the radio. So the story we couldn't tell yesterday because Rhino was out with a little bit of a post-trip malaise, illness, whatever. Seems to be feeling better today. When the plane is boarding, generally, I'm asking you guys out there in Radio Land, Tobes, I'll pose it to you. When the plane's boarding, they're not on group 1 or group 2 or group 3 or the tail end of group 4, starting group 5. What do you do? What do people do generally?
Usually congregate by the gate.
Close by.
Yeah, just hang out, waiting for, if I'm in group 8 or group 9, I'm there, 5 minutes beforehand, just hanging out. And then as they're announcing the groups, I'm nearby. That way, as soon as they call group 8, group 9, whatever I am, I'm not in a rush, but I'm going to get on the plane at my appropriate time because I cannot miss the plane. I just can't have that happen.
Well, what's the point of being there at the airport?
To get on the airplane.
To get on the plane. What would someone not do in general? Like a regular person that understands the gravity of the situation. What do you think they would not do in a million years for any reason?
Yeah, normally I would not go the other direction. Of wherever the plane is going and wherever the gate is. I would usually be headed that way when it's boarding, not the other direction.
What did Ryan do?
He went the other direction.
He did. Did he do it once?
He did it twice.
2 times. We had a connecting flight.
He did it twice, one flight out of PBI, and then he did it again in Charlotte on our connecting flight.
So he did it 3 times total?
He did 3 times total.
Man. Now, I thought I had an ally in my guy Ryan. As we've traveled before, he has the appropriate angst, anxiety, fear for the complications of the travel process. We are both blessed to have Grant Paulson as a friend and cursed to have him as a traveling companion. He's the everything is just going to work out guy, and he kind of waves his hand at you. And most of the time it does work out. But when it doesn't, it's the biggest disaster possible, right? And he never acknowledges even that it's possible. And so the point I always try to make to him is for so many years, and I'm going off on a tangent. He's like, I'm like, hey, look at this Dan Snyder news. Look, this. He goes, is he on the team? He's going to own it forever. I can't even talk about it. I'm going, no, but look, this one's serious. This one's serious. It might. And he's like, wake me up when it does. And then it did. See what I'm saying? Sometimes Dan Snyder doesn't own the team anymore. Sometimes the thing happens. I thought I had an ally in Ryan Clary. I didn't think I had a guy that would take off during boarding, mutter something, leave a heavy, expensive suitcase Comrex thing just for anybody to walk by and snag, like we're doing bag drops in Mission Impossible, and mutter something and then meander off, restroom trip, trying to find the perfect bottle of water. I could not believe it. Ryan, your thoughts?
Yes, because I did do all those things, but let me just acknowledge this though.
Yes.
So yeah, I did go to the bathroom while we were boarding.
Mm-hmm.
I did go fill up my water bottle.
Yep.
But let me ask you this. What group were we? I was group 8.
Well, hold on. This is what makes it even worse.
No, it does not.
It was group 8, and it wasn't like group 1 now boarding, group 1, and Ryan's like, let me run real quick. I know we got a couple groups. It was like group 4.
It was
No,
the-
boarding.
it was the end
You
of group
guys
4.
were group 4. I was group 8 and group 9. I still have my tickets. I was group 8.
We were group 8.
And I asked Toby.
I was group 9.
Because I'm
I
4. I knew that we would be perfectly fine. So I was like, hey, Toby, can you just watch the Comrex? I went back to go to the bathroom and grab a water bottle. And I came back, group 4 was boarding. I'm still group 8. I went to the bathroom. I got a water bottle. Everything was fine. I did that for both flights.
You left her at group 5 on our connecting flight. Now,
I did. I made it back.
And you did make it back. And good for you.
Everything's fine.
This time it worked out. There's several points to be made. Number one, the wandering off, leaving the bag. You guys, there's a huge deal here. Like we're numbers. We're at the end. There's no frequent flyer. There's no special treatment. For both flights, you realize there were 0 people in group 7? Just FYI.
I had no idea.
The later groups, you never know. I don't know who's the subset of group 4 that's like, hey, you booked early enough or you checked in early enough. Group 5, you're kind of the tail end of that group. I don't know who 6 and 7 are.
You're right.
6 and 7 is a very, very limited group. So as soon as they're on group 6 not for the board, 2 people came up. No one was hovering around for group 7 from our flight from Palm Beach. So I instantly realized I'm going to be next. I'm going to be first in group 8. And I sauntered right up there. And she goes, now boarding group 8. Bam. See what I'm saying? Group 7, like that, didn't exist. You ran the risk. Now,
I ran the risk.
You're probably going to make it back in time, but you sacrifice potential storage space. The thing that everybody doesn't understand about travel, you are directly competing with these people for space, air, resources, and everything else.
You're right.
We lost the face-off, and we had to check our bags at the damn gate.
Mm-hmm.
We lost it.
Yeah.
And you were so callous about it.
I was, because again, you know what? It's weird. It's funny because I got back for group 4. And so I did see group 6 and group 7. I just didn't pay any attention to it because I'm that guy. Once I see the plane and once I see my gate and once I make sure that the plane is really there and that this ticket is a real thing, I'm perfectly fine. Everything else will work out. I'm going to get on that plane. In fact, I typically like being the last person on board, and I'm just okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with it.
So
everything will work out.
I don't mind that philosophy. On longer flights, I don't hate his philosophy of being the last dude on the plane. That doesn't bother me at all. The thing that does bother me, though, is potentially not being the last person on the plane, but the first person to miss it because I went to the bathroom when you were boarding. That's what bothers me.
Because we're all trying to get out of there.
Yes.
I know. We got, and like everybody's in this together, but we're also competing. It's like trying to make the Nats roster.
Yeah.
Right? Like, some people get sent down to AAA, but they all want to make the roster. You're competing with people, but at the end of the day, we're part of the same org. We're trying to get there. That's what being on a plane is.
It's fair. I think that maybe at West Palm Beach, I was a little too comfortable there because it was a zoo for whatever reason on a Monday.
Yeah.
That was a little much. I'm not going to lie. But in Charlotte, there's a bathroom right across the gate. I knew you guys had the bag. We were all good and everything worked
that's
out.
the other
We got
bit. That's
home
the other bit.
at midnight.
Imposed on us.
That's the other bit.
You see that?
A little bit like if you would have said, I'm going to take the Comrex and I'm going to run and do whatever you want. If you missed a flight, whatever, man. Like that's on you. But if you're like, I'm going to leave this bag, can you watch this?
You
now
guys
I
don't
can't
handle it.
leave.
Yeah, now I can't
now
go.
I can't go.
Group 8, not you, Tobes. Jacob Chickard, 5 minutes away here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Cardinals in spring training action today. They trail 7-1 in the top of the 8th inning in that one. Earlier today, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 6-3. They're now 2-0 on the season, wrapping up the Tokyo series. Roki Sasaki making his Major League Baseball debut, going 3 innings, on giving up just 1 run, walking 5, striking out 3. Shohei Ohtani with a home run in the game. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight on the road. 9 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Last night, first 4 action. Alabama State beat St. Francis 70-68. North Carolina beat San Diego State 95-68. Tonight, 2 games. 16 seeds American and Mount St. Mary's at 6:40. Can hear that game here on the Fan. And then after that, 11 seeds Xavier and Texas. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. Last night in hockey, Capitals beat the Red Wings 4-1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to G&D here on the Fan. No GP this week. Tobes is in and hanging out. We are partying hard. Jacob Chickern will join the show in a matter of moments. A special greetings to those of you listening on 106.7 The Fan here in the D.C. area. And a hi, what up? How you guys doing, Richmond? Thanks for checking out the show. Listen, anywhere around these parts, around the world, in fact, on the old Odyssey app. Come hang with us. Super quick, Tobes, right now, like to ask us during the commercial breaks, bring it to the airwaves. Anything in the world, best quality you would eat right now is?
This is a go-to for me.
Yep.
Prime rib.
You do prime rib.
Prime rib.
What's your side?
Little raw horseradish with it, some au jus.
Yeah, little au jus.
And then I'll go mashed potatoes.
Little mashed potato side. Lumpy mashed potatoes, kind of homemade. How'd you do it?
Yeah, homemade. Let's do it.
Little bit lumpy.
Yeah,
a lot of butter.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Darius,
Lots
anything in
and
the
lots
world
of
to eat, you could eat it right now. What are you eating?
Oh man, put me on the spot. I would go with a nice Philly cheesesteak right now.
Oh, go on.
Yeah.
Sesame seed roll, regular roll.
Let's do regular roll.
Okay.
We're going to have onions, green peppers on it.
Western.
I'm definitely gonna have some good mayo on there.
Okay.
Cheese. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Let's do provolone. I'm feeling provolone cheese.
Good
Right
answer.
now.
Good answer.
Okay.
Good answer.
I love
Good
it.
answer. Rhino, anything you want? What are you eating?
Anything I could want is honestly a sandwich also. I'm going to go with like a good Italian sandwich with also throw in some turkey on there as well. I want all the meat in the world. I want oil, lettuce, tomato, provolone, peppers, sweet peppers, hot peppers, banana peppers, all the peppers, and I'll be good.
That is a pretty good answer. I may fill you in on what I want, but we can't get our guest waiting. Our guy, Jacob Chickern, kind enough to join us here for his weekly spot. Jacob, good afternoon, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Always good. Walk us through last night. You guys were tied 1-1 with Detroit until you weren't. That's kind of been the story this year, is if you let this Capitals team even a little bit of a glimmer of daylight, you're getting beat. That was so impressive, that flurry there in the third.
Yeah, it was a game. I felt like we controlled the puck a ton. I think we had a lot of those on time. And I think we would have liked to generate a few more, high danger scoring chances, but, we really controlled the pace of play for most of the game. And then I think in the third, we, really wanted to try to just create more around their net. And yeah, we were able to, have a really good third and put the game away. So it was a good effort.
You guys have been really good in the third period. Is there just a mentality there that going in, you're going to just lock in? Like, how is it that you are able to be such a good team in that period to finish out games?
I don't know. We just got a, thing going in the third. I think, after the second, we always, talk about how thirds are best. So there's something about it that, we've had success that period all year, and it's almost something that gives us, confidence, after the first two going into, you'd call it our favorite period, I guess. We just like to, have an opportunity to go out and whether it's come back or from, a deficit or close the game out. I just think we've done a good job of both of those circumstances this year, and it's a period we just seem to have a lot of confidence with.
Jacob Chikrin with us here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer in for GP. Brought to you by Trusted Insight from Trusted Insiders, presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective. Jacob, how hard is it? I mean, you guys are pros. Obviously, you're getting up every night, and it's such a grind that the season you guys go through. But it's to your credit. You've done so well. You're so far ahead in terms of points in the division and in the conference. Do you find it's hard to kind of keep as sharp without teams pushing you as directly, or is it no? Thank goodness we can kind of let our foot off the gas a little bit. Walk me through that.
No, I don't think our mindset changes. I think we still want to be playing our best hockey going to the playoffs. So there's still things we want to continue to improve at, and we had a stretch fairly recently where we didn't feel like we were playing very good hockey. So I think. I think just continuing to, focus on our process, and we know how hard it's going to be, once the postseason comes around. So we want to continue to, keep the foot on the gas and make sure we're sticking with our game plan and our process and playing the way we want to. So that way, come postseason, we're not letting any habits slip, and we're not, we're not letting anything slip. We're just, sticking to the way we want to play, and it becomes, habits you just don't have to think about. You just go out there and you do it on a consistent basis.
You mentioned game plan in there. Obviously, you're changing up, game to game, whoever you're facing, but it seems like no matter who you face, whatever the style needs to be, whether it's a 2-1 game, whether you need to get up and score 6-7 goals to win, you're able to do that. How much is there in-game adjustments made by Coach Carbs, or is it kind of stick to your game plan and see if you can just find a way to break through at the end?
It all depends. It all depends on the night, on the game, on the way teams are, whether it's forechecking us or how they're defending the neutral zone. There's always going to be some little adjustments. I think for the most part, there might be a couple different schemes we want to run, but for the most part, it's really only a couple schemes throughout the whole season. So there's I'd say a few teams that play a little differently than most of the rest of the league. So. I think it's just LA was a big one that was something you don't see very often, and they play very well in their system, and that was something that we didn't have a very good game, but we don't have to see them for the rest of the year, and if we do see them again, obviously pretty late in the postseason. So it's just something that you make these little minor adjustments when you need to, but yeah, for the most part, I mean, when we're playing our style, we like to really, impose our will and kind of force the way we want to play down the other team and make sure we're dictating our pace and we're dictating, the style of game that's being played.
Jacob, as you guys are getting ready every night to play, you mentioned there's an opponent skating against you. A lot of these teams are fighting for their playoff lives, like Detroit was, and certainly is here. But during some downtime, road trips, plane rides, whatever, are you guys sort of maybe with a wandering eye thinking about maybe potential playoff matchups and teams you might be encountering?
Not yet. I mean, we obviously see how tight the race is in the East.
Yeah.
It just seems like it could be so many teams still. So, it's not really something we're going to focus on until we get a little bit closer and you start to get a better idea of if it's going to be, 2 or 3 teams. Right now, it's like 5 or 6 that could be in there. So we're just a little far out. So not quite there yet, but it will be interesting to see, how this race goes to the end here.
Last night, Tom Wilson gets his 30th goal of the season, first time he's ever reached the 30-goal mark. I'm curious, you've obviously been in the league for a little bit now. You know the reputation that Tom Wilson had around the league. It seems like he's changed that a little bit with his ability to score goals now. What's it been like being a teammate with him, and your thoughts on him, your first year hanging out with him?
Oh, he's a great guy, great teammate. A guy that is he's the heart and soul guy. I mean, he's a guy that goes out every night, works his tail off, and is willing to do whatever it takes to win. And I think this year he's had an incredible year. It seems like he's just really feeling it with the puck on his stick and those scoring chances. He's bearing down and really making sure he's taking advantage of the opportunities that he gets. I think he's done such a good job this year of producing because he brings so many other intangibles to to our team and to the game each and every night. So to get that scoring touch from him has been huge, and he's just like I said, a guy that leads each and every night.
Another guy about to join him in the 30-goal club is Alexei Protas. And one of my favorite things in sports, Jacob, it just not just in hockey, but anywhere, is when you see a prospect and all of a sudden it clicks for that prospect and they're no longer a prospect. Now they're a badass or a baller, or in this case, a great hockey player. What have you seen in terms of him? I know you weren't around for all of his growth process, but this guy looks like the real deal.
Yeah, I wasn't around for his growth process, but from what I've heard, it's just been a remarkable off season for Pro. I mean, he's really turning into just a dominant player out there in all three zones. I mean, he's so good defensively. He plays with probably the longest stick I've seen on a teammate, and he uses it so well defensively. And such a great wall player, making plays inside his zone to get pucks out of our end and get ourselves out of trouble. And obviously, in the O zone, he's special. Just a big frame, uses it really well in front of the net, and has such great scoring touch. I mean, he's so poised with the puck right now in those in tight areas where you got to, find a way to get it in the back of the net. And he's just been extremely fun to watch and fun to be his teammate. He works at it. You see him every day in practice. He's out there early. He's out there late. He's working on the little details, and it's certainly paid off for him. And, he's a humongous part of this group.
Talking with Caps defenseman Jacob Chikrin here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer in for Grant today. Obviously, the big story around the team right now is Ovi's goal chase. I'm curious, outside, we talk about it seemingly every day. It's something that kind of involves the whole DMV area. Everybody's thinking about it every single day. For you guys on the team, is it something that gets brought up? Is it something you think about, or is it business as usual?
Yeah, no, I mean, we don't really talk about it. I mean, it's something that, obviously it is such a huge deal. But in the room, it's just, you just don't think about it. You don't talk about it. I think when you're out there and, you got an opportunity to find him, you're going to find him. I think you'd probably be doing that whether he's on the chase or not, because he's just, best goal scorer of all time. And he, that's the way he can really be a game changer. So you want to have the puck on his stick when he's, in those scoring, high danger, areas. So, but, for the most part, it's not something that we talk about or are obsessed with like, the media is. I think we just like to focus on what we got to do as a group and as a team. And the rest of that stuff takes care of itself, as it has for his whole career. So, we're obviously excited for him and pulling for him, but it's not something that we talk about internally too much until we're asked about it each and every day, like you said, from the media. So that's really it.
That's our bet on that. But Jacob, it'd be one thing, and just this is my last one for you. If you guys were a rebuilding club, or in last place in the Eastern Conference, and this was like ceremonial, like when you go to a golf tournament, it's like, this guy was good 30 years ago. Here's the opening tee shot. It was kind of this gimmick. This is a dude that's still doing it at 39. It shouldn't be possible, but here it is happening. And it's not a gimmick. You guys are a President's Trophy contender, the best team in the Eastern Conference, and awesome. So it's like, if this was a gimmick, I'd understand it, but it's not. You guys are just making good hockey plays, and it happens that guy's still an elite goal scorer.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it's unbelievable how, the pace he's still scoring at. It's just, he's still got that knack for finding the back of the net. And, it's been obviously a big part of our success this year. I mean, the clip he's scoring at is impressive, and especially for his age. And, I mean, we're going to need that down the stretch too. So, I think O's that kind of guy as well that, has that even second gear when it comes to, postseason. I know he's a big boy, and I know he likes to throw his weight around. And I know, even from watching him in the past, like, come postseason, you see even another gear from him. So, it's exciting. I think, we're like I said, really focused on closing out this regular season with a strong finish and bringing our best into the postseason.
Jacob, appreciate the time, man. Always good to chat. Good luck against Philly tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, nice chatting, and we'll see you next week.
You got it, brother. Talk to you next week. There he goes. That is Jacob Chikrin. IT Cadre's trusted insight helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. Love chatting each and every week with Capstar defenseman Jacob Chikrin. I think any one of these times he comes on is going to announce the extension that the Capitals signed it to. I really like that. I promised Grant I wouldn't pester him this week, but next week we're gonna have to ask him again about it. Could you please just sign here long term? You're great. I love watching that dude play. He has quickly turned into a Randy Douye favorite. A couple things speaking of favorites. 4:00 Nationals opening day tickets. That's a week from tomorrow, FYI. So 1 week from tomorrow, opening day. You get to go if you win these tickets. We'll do that at 4. But next, I want to talk about this. The NFL did a masterful NFL media type bit. This is a class. They should teach this in schools. They leaked out a couple different proposals by some of the teams they'll be discussing with the rules committee. We'll go through those and talk about some of the rules that have to change in this league that I can't believe you guys are okay with. We'll do that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals just wrapping up their spring training action today. They fall to the Cardinals 7-1. Jake Irvin with a little bit of a rough outing today. In other baseball today, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 6-3 to wrap up the Tokyo series. Roki Sasaki making his major league debut, going 3 innings, giving up 1 run, walking 5, and striking out 3. Also, Shohei Ohtani with a home run. College hoops, first 4 last night. 16 seed Alabama State beat St. Francis 70-68. 11 seed North Carolina beat San Diego State 95-68. Tonight, 2 more games in the first 4 in Dayton. 16 seeds American and Mount St. Mary's will tip off at 6:40. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Also, the game following, 11 seeds Xavier in Texas. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. Last night in hockey, the Capitals got the win over the Red Wings 4-1 at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Double play 345 Nationals tickets, 4 p.m. Your chance to win them at 4. We'll do it all week long. Then you can win them on the Junks at 8, B. Mitch and Finley at noon, and then us at 4 again. That's kind of how time works. We'll give you a chance to win them for next week. This just across the old wire. This is the new world we're in. So here's what happened. Adam Schefter got a message from the agent. This is the new way things are going. This is now you can't have a regular report without saying who negotiated the contract. I'm just telling you, as a consumer of the football, I love it. It's great. Consumer of the baseballs and the basketballs and the hockeys. I don't give a single buttered, flambéed, au jus, cooked bleep about who negotiated the deal.
Correct.
Take your money, agent. You deserve it. You did your job. I want to never come by here. I never want to hear who negotiated the deal again. Because here's what's happening. None of you, I promise you, I apologize. None of you guys care about this. I'll give you the actual news in a second. None of you care about this. This is a me thing. Give me a second for me. The new world we live in is if you want to get the Nuggets, the Denver Nuggets, if you want your Jokic, if you want your Jamal Murray, if you want your Michael Porter Jr., if you want your Aaron Gordon, if you want your Nuggets, you've got to scratch the back. Used to be you didn't have to do that. It used to be the most important thing was get the word out and whatever. Well, it's just part of it. Now, you get Adam Schefter at the end of this tweet. Torrey Dandy and Commanders GM Adam Peters negotiated the deal. I assume Peters had something to do with it because it's with Washington.
Sure.
I don't care about the agent.
It's correct take.
They are not the star. The star is this. And now I'm going to get to the point. This is from Schefter. A rework deal for Debo in D.C. The local 53 are guaranteeing $17 million of Debo Samuel's previously non-guaranteed salary for this season, along with adding another $3 million worth of incentives, per sources. Samuel now will play this season as a 1-year deal worth up to $20 million, including $17 million guaranteed. So there you go. There was the mystery. So Grant dismissed this a little bit. I said, hold on, I'm not sure we should totally eliminate the possibility here. There always seemed like something needed to be done regarding Samuels and his contract. Not Samuels, not Curtis Samuels, Debo Samuel and his contract. I think that was part of the reason he and San Francisco were far enough apart. He probably wanted either something like this or more long-term deal. And maybe, I don't want to say a condition of the trade, but maybe part and parcel to the trade was to go from a non-guaranteed deal where he could, God forbid, slip on a pebble and tear his ACL and might not be entitled to anything. I don't know exactly how that works, but you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like non-guaranteed players don't like that. Nobody likes non-guaranteed. That's obvious. To shift to something that made sense for everybody, not necessarily signing him to a long-term deal. What was going to happen? This kind of solves that mystery, Topes.
Yeah, I don't know. How does this affect his cap hit? As it stays the same, I'm assuming?
I don't know. I wonder if now that it's guaranteed, it might increase it, no?
I'm not sure.
Dollar for dollar?
Maybe there's something. I remember there was some kicker in the deal that maybe they could push some to next year. And so I'm curious about the cap hit. To me, when it comes to guaranteed, non-guaranteed, that doesn't affect me. Like, he's going to get his money. That's fine. I'm happy for him that he's due 17 million. He gets that 17 million. It's more so, how does it affect the cap? And at this point, they're kind of, with some of the moves that they've made, now acquiring Tunsil and these different things, they don't exactly have the most cap space to work with anymore. They have enough to fill out the rest of the roster,
Right.
but they're not going shopping in the big boy market anymore, unless they were to go with Hendrickson and they could figure out an extension and make it work. But I don't know. This makes sense. You were going to have this guy, like you said, ease of comfort for Debo, make it something that he's more comfortable to play here. Great. I don't love the fact that he can essentially earn $20 million in a year for a guy that didn't go for 1,000 yards last year. But regardless, that's what he was going to get paid pretty much regardless.
Yeah, if he plays great, he'll earn it, and you go, no problem. We had this discussion a million times over with Kirk Cousins and franchise tags and whatever. And the thing I said at that point, and loosely applies here, was there are 4 different scenarios, big picture, where that could have gone. If he played great, you just sign him to a long-term contract, and it's awesome. You don't worry about it. You go, we got a guy. Who cares? I can't wait to pay him. If he sucks, great. We signed him to this 1-year deal, this franchise tag thing. Goodbye. Good riddance. Thank God we didn't tie ourselves Daniel Jones style to a long-term deal for a guy that isn't very good. No problem. But if he's in the middle, if he's mediocre, or if he's pretty good, it costs you great. That's the problem. That's kind of like this now, but in a much better way. If he doesn't play well, you go, that's a 1-year deal. It's probably too expensive. $17 million against the cap, because that's what it was before this. Who knows if this lowers the cap number or not, TBD. But you go, that's a 1-year deal, worth a swing, no problem. If he plays great, $20 million's a bargain. And I don't know that he will. Maybe the truth will be somewhere in between. But to me, you don't have those negative scenarios you had. I don't know why Cousins came up in my mind, but just reminded me of the money and sort of the is it worth it, quote unquote, that discussion we had a billion times over. If he doesn't play well, fairly well, he's not tying you down for years. But if he plays great, $20 million's a bargain. I guess.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's something that for a 5th-round pick, paying him a little bit of money, you had extra money. Who are you going to give that money to? Because that's the other thing too. Is like, if you say, well, we could have had an extra $20 million to go spend. Well, where are you going to spend it? Does that mean that now suddenly you're willing to go get Trey Hendrickson? Does that mean you would have been in on somebody else? Does that mean you could have thrown an extra $5 million on a Ronnie Stanley so you could have got him instead of having to trade picks for Laramie Tunsil? Who knows? But for a 5th rounder, I don't mind doing it. I don't know that there was a lot of other moves that they're going to make with that money, so I'm totally fine with it. But at some point, too, we were talking last week about, are they giving up too many picks? Well, there's a 5th rounder. If he doesn't turn out to be anything, yeah, 5th rounders are a little bit of a crapshoot, but other people find stuff there all the time, right? Like you found George Kittle in the 5th round. You could find someone like that. You're willingly giving up on that. That's fine. It's not saying it's easy to do, but we'll see how he does this year.
So are you, as a quick side, before we get into some of these rule changes, would you say you're bullish or bearish on his season? Sounds like you're not that excited.
I lean more bearish than bullish.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's not going to do anything, but I if he gives me what he gave me last year, I'm fine. I'm not thrilled.
Same here.
I'm not. It's like I'm whelmed. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not underwhelmed. I'm just right in the middle.
Does he go over 1,000 total yards?
No.
Does he go over 900 total yards?
No.
Then you're pretty bearish.
Yeah, I would say he goes 850-ish. Somewhere around there.
Give or take 700 receiving, couple hundred rushing yards.
I think he gets involved. I think he gets his touches, but I think, Terry's going to get a bulk of the receiving game. I don't think he does anything too crazy. So 800 yards, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so I think I'm more bullish. I mean, to me, his per game yardage totals for the first time last year dipped. You know what I mean? Like, now it's skewed always because there's a couple games a year that he quote unquote plays, but he didn't play.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Where he's active and on the roster, and maybe he's a decoy, and like they targeted him once and that's it. So those always kind of hurt. But if you just look at sort of the game logs over the years, the yards per reception didn't go down last year. The 13.1, he was up from 11.3 a couple of seasons ago. So he's telling you, like, there's still a skill set there. There's still something. He's never been a great man-to-man guy, never a great separator, never a great pure route runner. But if you look at him as a wide receiver, you're going to be disappointed. Look at him as a running back, you're disappointed. He's Weapon X. He's what Deadpool should have been in the Wolverine movie. That disappointed everybody, to be frank with you. I can't believe you have the merc with the mouth, not talk. Like, that's the whole point of Deadpool, is that he talks. He talks to everybody. Talks to you, talks to me, talks to the characters on the screen, and you sewed his mouth shut? What are you doing? There's no wonder you lost control of that studio and you lost control of the IP. You could have made millions of dollars. You got the talker guy in Wade Wilson, played by Ryan Reynolds. What does Ryan Reynolds do? Not eat fast food, Hawk Aviation Gin and Mint Mobile and do a lot of abs and sit-ups, and he talks, and you don't let him talk in any of the movies? Anyway, trying to get Darius interested. Not at all. Nothing. Just sitting there staring at the computer. Didn't care at all. Throwing the chum in the water. Didn't bite anything.
Nothing.
Anyway, so to me, this is still a weapon. And nothing went right in San Francisco last year, and he's included in that. I think this is good. I'm sneaky bullish. I've been talking myself into not that 1770 type yardage total.
What are you thinking? What's the ballpark?
I think he's north of 1,000 yards, dude.
You thinking so like 1050, 11, 1200? You thinking just barely over 1,000?
Little 1050 piece.
Okay.
I think it's 800 plus receiving yards, and I think it's 185 rushing yards, something like that.
What is the level that you have to get to that you feel okay? We're good.
Last year, if I get last year, which was pedestrian, and then I'll be thrilled.
Correct, and that's why I say 800. Last year, 806 scrimmage yards. The previous year, he was at 1117. I don't think you're getting that. But if you're right around 800, where he went for 670 receiving yards last year, he went for 136 yards on the ground last year. If you get that, I'm totally fine with it. And that's kind of where I think he is. I just don't think that in terms of what you're going to get in the passing game, he's not going to be your downfield threat. He's going to be someone that's going to rely on underneath screens and everything.
Oh,
and
yeah.
maybe he's able to pop one of those.
Yeah.
I don't know that I see that.
Well,
though.
with all due respect to Olamide Zaccheaus, those are Debo's touches now.
Sure.
With all due respect to De'Ami Brown, most of the year until the playoffs, when he's like, you know what I am? I'm Jerry Rice 2.0. But before then, he was pedestrian Peter catching a tunnel screen a week. That's Debo's now. Like, you now have a quote-unquote second receiver in that way, the way that Kingsbury and company use their guys. Terry McLaurin's running the route tree. Debo Samuel's running around the line of scrimmage, where he's motioning this way, he's motioning that way. You do a couple things off of that bubble screen, a couple things off of that tunnel, where everything looks like it's that action, and you throw back the other way. To me, there's like endless possibilities about a guy that can make a little and something simple and easy. Just, you don't even have to find the laces, Jaden. Get your snap, flip it to him, and now you have an offensive play. They could do that with Eckler when he was healthy last year, and adding Samuel to that, to me, is a miracle mix.
So I think that you can unlock Debo if you can do one of two things. I need a run game that's actually effective. If it's B-Rob, fine. I'd prefer an explosive running back in the draft. Or I need a speedy receiver. I need a legit number 2 that I trust. Whether it's Isaiah Bond out of Texas, you get him in the draft, because I think that's where they're going to get it. Right now, the little gimmicky guy running around, I don't think is as effective because you're lacking still in some of the other resources. If you were to get a guy, though, that you now trust as a true wide receiver 2, or you get an explosive running back that I have to respect that, and now you're stretching me horizontally while also I have to worry about you penetrating me up the middle, then I think it's a little bit different. But that's why I'm a little bit down right now, because I just think adding him with Terry, he's going to be an upgrade over the guys you mentioned, no doubt. But that goes from like a 2-yard gain or a no gain to like 6 yards, 7 yards. And that helps, obviously,
right?
But I don't think it suddenly turns into 40 and 50-yard touchdowns.
So I smell what you're cooking. And in general, if I had my druthers, I would do that. Like, I would have tried to find it, whether it was free agency, whether it's via trade or, pre-Debo. I would go, where is my speed guy coming from? Maybe it's a draft pick, honestly. Maybe I don't necessarily need to be refined. Do you run a 4-3? Are you good on the track? Let's have you offset the line of scrimmage, and you run as far and fast as you can to terrify defenses to make them back off, to create space underneath, which is where I want to be. Ideally, that's what I would do. So who knows if that happens or not. But again, I just sort of look at it this way. Last year, Olamide Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown, 75 catches, 814 yards between them. I got a more effective player than both those guys, with all due respect to them, in a similar role. I'm not saying he gets all 75 catches, but that to me is the whole point. That's why you do it. So you don't have to go, all right, I got to figure somebody out opposite Terry. What are we going to do? This week I'll try Luke McCaffrey to give him 2 targets. Or this week Zaccheaus will do it. Or Jamison Crowder's going to do it. Like, those 3 guys made up this role that's now one guy. So I think that 800 all-purpose yards thing, if he's just really has lost a step or whatever the analogy you want to use or the evaluation you want to use, I still think just at a floor, he gets most of those touches and ends up with those kind of yardage totals. That's not a crazy way to think about it, is it?
I think that's where I'm at. Like, I think you're thinking that he's maybe going to be better than last year. I think he's the same. And if that's the case, he's an upgrade over what you had, but he's still not Debo Samuel from 3-4 years ago where you're like, holy crap, I got to have that guy.
Right.
I don't think he's that guy anymore. I just don't.
No, and I think that's okay. He's not available if he is. He signed to a
Correct.
huge deal if he's still 1770 guy. But yeah, a lot of wear and tear. But it's interesting. It's a good point. Anyway, Deebo Samuel back. We already knew he was here, but they restructured his contract, more guaranteed money. We'll endeavor to find out what the deal is with the cap hit, if that changes. I don't know that it does. It was already just over 17 mil. I can't imagine that changes when you guarantee money.
Yeah.
I don't know that it would go down, but again, you'll notice about me, I'm a lot of things. A capologist, not one of those things. So we'll see if we can track
So you
that
don't
down
lie?
for you. Oh, thank you very much. I do, but not about that. Anyway, the point is, double plays next. Beltway Blitz at 4, and this is an and situation. Your chance to win Nationals opening day tickets. Stay with the program. Your chance to win Nationals tickets 13 minutes from right now. Not game 12, not game 41. No. That's your opening day Nationals tickets. That's what we're giving away in a matter of moments. Also, chance to win Wiz tickets this evening at 6 p.m. right before we get out of here. I want to remind you that there's no better place to catch every game with us than Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join 106.7 The Fans, Brian Mitchell and JP Finley and Grant and Danny this Thursday and Friday for the opening round of the men's tourney. We're doing our shows live at Tap with mouthwater and game day bites. Tons of TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. And this right here is called the double play. We do this every day at 3:45, give or take. On Fridays, we do winning off the field, but that's a semantics thing. I'm just telling you this is what we do and how we do it. And it's what's going on in our lives that has nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Tobes, I know you got one. I got a small one. I'll do this thing and then get out of your way. Pick up hoops tonight. It was Tuesdays, guys. Just update your calendars. Okay. The group has moved to Wednesdays. Our guy is just a star. He knows how to rent and reserve gym space. If you gave me 1,000 hours and said your only job is to get a group of 12 out-of-shape 40-somethings together to play pickup hoops on a Tuesday at a gym in Fairfax County, I couldn't do it. He talks to the parks department. I don't know if he emails people. I don't know what he does, but he rented the gym for us, which is awesome. So everyone hook him up with a little bit of Skrilla. But it was Tuesdays in the winter. Now we're in the spring season. Wednesday nights. It's my first time playing in a few weeks. I had a conflict. Then I had the sickies. And, you know what the conflict was? Vasectomy. They were like, don't play pickup basketball. Don't do anything. Sit there with your feet is up. So I missed a couple of weeks. But I'm back tonight. I'm nervous about my game. My back's a little sore already. I'm concerned. I'm going to wear my back brace, I think, along with my other braces that I wear. So I use my sausage casing on the thighs.
Okay.
I have the calf sleeve. I'll probably have to do the knee saver for my right knee. It's bugging me a little bit. And then I've got this copper fit thing that I put around my waist, like a cummerbund, that I tighten up so that it lessens the strain on my back when I land. Because when you jump as high as I do, and you land, it's extra impactful.
Sure, yeah. I played basketball the first time in a long time, a couple of weeks ago, and I'm still feeling it.
Oh, you really?
Yeah, it's not great. Not great.
Now, where are you going to carry your cane? Because I'm not. Now, it seems like you're missing something.
Now, that's one of those moves that I bring it and then I drop it like I'm what's the dude's name? Sam. Oh, it's killing me. I couldn't pull his name. He's hilarious. He's on every time he goes on Jimmy Fallon. He's an actor. You've seen him in a million things. He's got like a dancing background. So he'll do a thing where he limps out with his cane and then he uses it to like twirl and dance, like to pretend that he's sandbagging. It was before you guys started doing the thing where you're like, you know, you young people, when you pretend you're having a heart attack and then you do like the chest pump type dance, that thing. He would do that before you guys did that. So anyway, I'm very nervous. My hope, frankly, he's a nice guy, is that Ryan is not there. Not our corporate carrier Ryan, but there's a dude named Ryan who's good, who clearly played basketball. And sometimes I have to cover him, and I can't anyway. But when I'm in better shape and been playing a little bit,
severely
it's like
compromised, yeah.
If he's there, he's going to kick my ass. Unless we're on the same team, then I hope Ryan's there. Does that make sense? If I have to go against him, I don't want that. There are a couple guys like Jerry moves. Oh, have you seen Jerry run around? It's unbelievable. Jerry's a road runner.
Jerry is a bucket too.
Yeah, well, Jerry runs. He's like a point guard. He's an honest to goodness point guard. He has game. Craig's a good athlete. He's relentless. But the other guys are kind of like my speed and my pace. So it's like if I've got to go against those guys, it's harder because they're in much better shape than me. But it's really about Ryan. If I'm on Ryan's team, I'll have fun. If I have to go against Ryan, it's going to suck.
Yeah, that's tough. We don't want Ryan. We don't want Ryan.
But we do if we're on the same team.
Yeah, on the same team, we want Ryan.
Yeah.
I don't want to go against Ryan.
So, Ryan, if you're out there, let me know if you're coming. And if you want to be on the same team, we can figure it out. That's my double play. Tobes, you go.
So have you watched Paradise yet? Have you watched that show? So first of all, it's on Hulu, and I didn't realize I had Hulu. I hear everyone's talking about it. We were talking about it in the producer room a couple of days ago, and just people bringing it up. You got to watch Paradise. My cousin had brought it up, and I didn't know that I had Hulu. So I kind of assumed I was going to be out on this, Danny, because I'm not paying for Hulu. Like it's a one series. I don't care. Turns out I do have Hulu through like.
Do you have Disney Plus?
Yeah, I guess so, and like Spotify and all that.
So I've got like a mini version through Disney Plus. It's like, I have Hulu. Then I went to watch one of the Hulu shows and I was like, you don't have that. You got your JV Hulu, bro.
So I don't know how it worked, but it turns out I have Hulu. So I was like, well, I guess I'll watch Paradise. And it's fantastic. It is so good. It's not normally my style of show. I'm not going to spoil it. It's
Okay.
not normally my style of show, but it is so good. So good. And it's got everything you could want. It's got whodunit. It's got all this stuff in it. And it's just, it throws so many curveballs at you. It's got so much drama in it. It's fantastic. The acting is really, really good. The storyline is good. The plot is good. It's the first episode you're watching it, and you think, oh, I know where this is going.
Oh, dude, Sterling K. Brown.
Yeah.
Is the lead actor.
Yeah. You're like, I know where this is going. I've seen this before. I'm excited to watch it, but I've seen it. No. Even in your wildest dreams, you could not figure out where this thing is going. It is insane.
What's kind of our setup here without giving anything away? Just give me the pitch, the show pitch.
So
like pretend I'm like the corporate guy. Like
Sure.
pretend I'm the Ryan Clary
Sure.
of the network. And I'm
So-
like, I heard Toby got a show. You're the showrunner. Tell me about it. What's it called? Para what?
Paradise.
Paradise. Okay. Wow me. Go ahead.
So there's a president who hires a security detail.
Okay.
And this security detail stays with him after his presidency. And he basically has to protect him from numerous threats which come his way. And it is someone who is incredibly, let's say the president is very, what's the word I'm trying to look for? He's controversial.
Oh.
He's someone that's very charismatic.
Oh.
Someone that is very interesting, but someone that is very, very controversial. And so he has numerous enemies. And this bodyguard has to protect him from these things in a world after his presidency. And it's very intriguing. Very intriguing. It's not anything that I would usually watch. When you get the curveball, you know what I'm talking about. If you watched it, you're whoa.
How did you find it? Like, have you heard about it?
I've heard my cousin talk about it. I heard Anthony talking about it to Darius, saying he need to watch it. And I watched it. Knew something was crazy was going to happen. Still caught me way off
blown
guard.
away. So when Anthony talks about something being good, I immediately think it's terrible. Right? Is that fair?
That's totally fair. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Did you about to say something with Paradise?
Well, yeah. So I haven't watched it yet. It's something I'm that's on the docket for me to watch soon, the Darnell docket. But it's kind of been one of those word of mouth shows because whatever it is that happens at the end of the first episode is just one of the most jaw dropping things in TV right now.
Okay.
That's the way that
That's
everybody's
scouting
finding out
report?
about the
Okay.
show.
Yeah.
Everybody's
It
finding
is-
out the end of episode 1 is where just things are just unbelievably crazy from there on.
It is just so good. It is so well done because if you would have put what happened at the end of episode 1 at the beginning, I probably would have been out. Probably would have been out because it's not my style of show. But the fact that you put it at the end and it looked like a show that would be something that I normally watch. You want to talk about protecting the president. You want to talk about being Secret Service. Great.
Yeah, it's like I've seen that kind of.
I've
Look
seen
at
it.
this.
It's interesting. It throws you a curveball so good you've never seen that kind of pitch before.
So Sterling K. Brown, who's like that dude can act. Like that is a really good actor. What's his butt? James Marsden is in it.
Yeah, he's so good. He's the president. He's so good. So good.
I hate when this happens. This is my territory. You know what I mean? Like I do the shows that are worth watching,
Mm-hmm.
and I hate when one slips by my radar and I'm the last to hear about it. That's right. That's like when other people have read the book and I haven't read the book. I can't stand that. I need to be the guy that read the book so I can tell you about the difference between the book and the show.
And I hate it because I need someone to talk about it with because this is a show that just it blows your socks off when you see the change and then you're hooked because you're like, well, what the heck? How did that come to be? And so it just throws you a curveball so bad that it just hooks you. It's I believe 8 episodes.
Yeah.
End of episode 1 just really pulls you in, and then the rest of it, you're like, I gotta keep watching it. And
Well, apparently it's already coming. It's coming back for second season.
yeah, and it's gonna be so good.
It's done so well. All right. So, do I have it even if I have that JV Hulu?
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like you got Disney Plus. Hey, man, you didn't do anything different, but you kind of have Hulu now, but not really.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would check it out. If not, we'll find a way you can watch it.
All right, I'll look at it. I'll look at that. Good double play, Tubbs. You brought me a show. All right. We're going to give away Nats tickets. Beltway Blitz is coming up. Sam Fortier wrote an article in the Washington Post, kind of a deep dive into a bigger picture theme of the local Washington 53's offseason and their moves. And he drew some pretty interesting correlations, conclusions. Want to go through that with you guys in the 4 o'clock hour. Blitz is next. Chance to win Nats opening day tickets. Stay with us.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. In the NFL, the Commanders agreed to a reworked deal with Deebo Samuel. They're guaranteeing $17 million of Deebo's non-guaranteed salary for this season, also adding $3 million in incentives that he can earn, so he could earn up to $20 million this season. The Texans are signing left tackle Cam Robinson to a one-year deal worth between $12 million and $14.5 million. He'll be their replacement for Laramie Tunsil. Other NFL news, some rule changes officially proposed today. The Packers formally proposing to ban the tush push. The Lions submitted a proposal to eliminate automatic first downs on defensive holding and illegal contact penalties. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Cardinals in spring training today, 7-1. Jake Irvin had his velocity down a little bit today, but he said he was fine after the game. The Dodgers beat the Cubs earlier today, 6-3 over in Japan, ending up the Tokyo series as the Dodgers win both of those games. Roki Sasaki making his major league debut, going 3 innings, giving up just 1 run, walking 5, but striking out 3. Shohei Ohtani with a home run. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at 9 p.m. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. And the final 2 of the first 4 games, 16 seeds American and Mount St. Mary's tipping off at 6:40. You can hear that game here on the Fan. And 11 seeds Xavier in Texas going at it afterwards. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. For 35 years, Eastern's Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Start dialing right now, 800-636-1067. Caller 9, you'll win 2 tickets to the Washington Nationals opening day, Thursday, March 27th versus Philly. First 20,000 fans get an opening day t-shirt for the complete national schedule and tickets. Visit thefandc.com. Good luck, 800-636-1067 is the number. Caller 9, win them ticks, and we'll see you next Thursday at the Yard. We do this every single day. Right there at 4 p.m. Time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll spin around what's going on in sports, DC, and kind of beyond now with the NCAA tournament getting started. We've got some Nats news with Andrew Golden here in a moment. We'll talk Local 53 with our buddy Mitch Tischler from Monumental Sports. But right now, Tobes and me are going to throw the ball around, talking some NCAA tournament. Locals in action will start tonight. Maryland legend, and dare I say, if I may bring this up, former St. Albans school basketball coach Dwayne Simpkins, now current coach at American University. They have the Mount St. Mary's this evening. I hope they win just because it's so, I mean, they're both local schools, obviously, but it'd be so cool for AU to kind of get it done.
Yeah, I would love to see American get it done. My guy, Dan Langer, doing the play-by-play for them. So hopefully they can get it done. But yeah, the storyline of Dwayne Simpkins is sweet. It's really, really cool. Anytime you can get those sorts of storylines into the tournament, all for it. So hopefully they can get the dub tonight.
I love that. So let's go Maryland real quick. They got Grand Canyon. And if you haven't heard much about Grand Canyon, you're to be forgiven. This is one of those schools that doesn't have the tradition. They haven't been around for 1,000 years, but they've made some noise in tournaments past, and it's that kind of a team, right, where they seem pretty frisky. Maryland, I think, has a pretty tough draw. I think that Western bracket is probably the deepest and toughest with Michigan State, with St. John's. Lumen is the 2 seed down there on the bottom of the bracket. Florida, a team that's as hot as anybody in the country. The 1 seed, chances you give Maryland to get by Grand Canyon, and then the winner of Memphis or Colorado State.
I think they're still pretty good. Maryland is good. They've got dudes. It's whether, they've got different ways to beat you. Like we talk about the Caps, you can win different ways. I think they can win different ways as well. They want to get inside. They want to work through the guards. The thing that does worry me a little bit is the guard play when they go up against some elite competition. I don't think they're going to face that right away. Even if you get a Memphis in the second round, I don't think Memphis is suddenly going to be able to stop you like Michigan State was in that game. That was a little bit of a drag out fight before they hit the buzzer beater from half court. So I think they can stick with anybody in this tournament. If they get the correct guard play and they play really good, they're not turning the basketball over, I think they can beat just about anybody in this tournament. So I give them a good chance to get to at least a Sweet 16 and see where it goes from there.
Be big for the program. They just need it. It has to happen. Maryland's in such an interesting spot, and they have been for a while. Actually, when I used to blog, I was writing the occasional article here and there. I wrote one a couple of years ago about what does Maryland want to be? Like if you look at relative comps, like teams that don't have the basketball hotbed location, teams that don't have at that point the ACC and then now the Big Ten. like a team like Xavier, for example, I know is playing in the first 4 this evening, but Xavier had more Sweet 16 appearances, more consecutive tournament appearances, more success more often than a basketball school in a major conference like Maryland. Half the fan base thinks they should be a Final Four team every year. Delusional. The other half of the fan base is going, well, we made the tournament a couple of times. Again, delusional. The truth is that should be a program that a couple of things go right. It's normal to be in the Sweet 16. Upsets happen every year. You know, the elite programs, blue bloods get upset, opening weekends, whatever. I'm not talking about that. But year in and year out, they should have a chance to do what they should do this year. It shouldn't be unusual. The fact that it is kind of tells the story, hoping that this is kind of the beginning for them to start a run like that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years ago, it seemed like, okay, they're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
And then last year was a big disappointment. This year, kind of getting back to what you were expecting last year to be. So if they can build off of this and hopefully make a deep run, I mean, it's something where, you know, you get past Grand Canyon, do you run into Colorado State or Memphis? I think you feel good about that. It's just going to be tough when you run into a team like Florida, probably, who's going to meet you in the Sweet 16. But again, if they're playing their A game, they're taking care of the basketball, they can beat you inside, they can beat you outside. I think it really comes down to the guard play. If they get good guard play, they can beat anybody. They literally can beat anybody.
And foul trouble. I mean, because again, that 5 is good. They're great on defense.
Yes.
And obviously, every one of those guys has taken a turn making a big shot. Everyone from Miguel to Jacoby Gillespie. You know about Julian Reese, veteran savvy, and Queen is special. I'm not saying any of those things aren't true. But again, you get that one ticky-tack call here and there against Reese or against Queen. You get a charge or somebody's, loose ball. You get 2 fouls in the first 5 minutes. Now what do you do? Right? That's just, it's not the same. They don't have the depth. And Colorado State, by the way, if they get by Memphis, they got an NBA caliber player in this kid, Clifford, who does a little bit of everything. That could be one of those guys that we go from relative unknown to like star of the tournament, or the whole week ends up being about that guy. Elsewhere, Topes, just kind of pick something out, a theme, a story, a team, a region that you're looking at, just something that's caught your eye here for the tourney.
Well, I'm going to stay in that same region. The one that I can't stop thinking about is St. John's. I just don't know how far they're going to go. I think the first time I filled out a bracket, I had them in the Final Four. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but Rick Pitino has his guys playing so well.
They play so hard.
They play so hard. They play the right way. And who knows? I think they could go on a run. Rick Pitino is someone that has done it at numerous schools. He knows what he's doing. And so if it gets into a coaching matchup, who knows? And the interesting part about that one is Arkansas versus Kansas right above them for who's going to meet them in the second round.
Yeah.
What if Calipari goes on a little run at Arkansas?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine all that? The guys that we thought were sort of out of the limelight, very much back in it.
Right back there.
They're in the opening weekend. But yeah, it's going to be fun, man. A couple things for the appetizers tonight, including a local game with some intrigue. But now we got to get going in earnest tomorrow, and we'll be at Tap Sports Bar watching all of those games. So come hang out. Watching a bunch of games down in Florida. We'll be watching the real ones next week on Thursday for opening day. Let's talk some Nationals, please. It was good to catch up with our guy, Andrew Golden, down there in the media room in Florida. We brought a couple of those debates, Andrew, onto the radio. That's how heated those things were, right?
They were super heated. Let's get into it.
Yeah. So, and the other one I wanted to bring up, was it a touchdown that Spencer, did he cross the goal line in you guys' matchup or not?
He absolutely did. And that's why I have 4 national championships. And I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. He might hear this.
That was the idea that he would hear it. I was hoping he was right next to it and have to deal with it. So there's an NC2A life matchup. It's like similar to Darius's Madden League. And I saw the photo of it. It looked like a touchdown to me, but listen, I'm not a ref. I'm not paid to do this. Andrew's got 4 national championships. Spencer doesn't.
That's right.
Because of that matchup, it looked like it was across the goal line, but he wasn't. Ends up losing. It's a big controversy, and they haven't done it settled. Nats made a couple minor moves anticipated here, Andrew, but take us through just the symbolism of Brady House going to minor league camp, Robert Hassel going to AAA, as expected, yes?
Yeah, I think both of those are expected. I think Brady House is 21. He got to AAA, and that's a good thing. I think obviously there's some kind of some learning curves and some things that he had to kind of grow in last year. I think the Nationals want to see how he puts it all together this year. Robert Hassel, same thing. I think Robert Hassel had a really good camp. He also had a really good camp last year. But I think what the Nationals want to see is that he can stay healthy for a full season. And so for me, when I look at it, I think he needs to go down there, play every day, and prove that he can stay healthy and produce at that level. And I think he'll be up here in no time. I just think he needs to go out there and perform. But nothing too surprising, and I understand both moves.
Mackenzie Gore named the opening day starter a couple of days ago. It feels like to me, correct me if I'm wrong here, Andrew, it just feels like he's grown, he's more mature in the mental aspect of pitching. It feels like he understands better than when he first got in DC, even better than last year now. It just feels like he's grown so much mentally as a pitcher.
Yeah, I agree. I think that just comes with time and maturity, and I think obviously he was figuring out who he was as a pitcher the past couple of seasons, and I think that he's a better sense of what he wants to be and how to approach it, how to go about it. And so, yeah, I think I see him be a little bit more relaxed and not as hard on himself. I think that comes with kind of who McKenzie is, which I think is a good thing, but I think he's channeling it in the right way. And so I would expect a big year from him. He's the opening day starter. Like you want your opening day starter to be your ace, and I think that's what they want him to be.
Jake Irvin threw today, got hit around a little bit. I'm never really that concerned with spring results in terms of balls in play and hits and runs. There's weird winds and all sorts of stuff. I was a little concerned, though. It seemed like he wasn't throwing that hard, Andrew. And he's not a 99, 100 guy, but average fastball velo is around 94 usually. It looked like he was 91, 92 a couple times today. And maybe that's been a story all spring. Is that something where he's just not hitting the red line yet, or is there any kind of thought there?
Yeah, I think when we talked to him post game, Jake kind of mentioned that he just, he's like maybe something mechanically and he'd dive into it tomorrow. But neither he or Davey seemed too concerned. And I think if there was any concern, I don't think he would have pitched as long as he did.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think it's just a matter of figuring out, is it a mechanical thing? Is it just a matter of some small tweaks or adjustments he can make to get back on track? But yeah, his velocity's been down the last two outings, at least I've seen. So it's definitely something to kind of watch, but I guess I'm not too concerned about it if they're not too concerned about it.
One of the big questions coming into the year was third base, and then Paul DeYoung was signed and seemed to kind of shore that up. Is he going to start at third base all year? Is that the plan, or is Brady House going to take his spot at some point, or what's the plan at third base all year?
I mean, yeah, my expectation is for DeYoung to get the majority of the reps over there. I think if Brady House forces that change in conversation, I think obviously that can kind of be a conversation of should he come up, replace DeYoung. It obviously also depends on how things are going with them at the trade deadline, right? If they're in a position to compete, then you keep your roster together versus, are they not performing as well and they trade DeYoung and, then they call up House. I think it all we'll see how it all plays out, but my expectation is for now that DeYoung will play every day or for the most part, Rosario will get some at-bats. And we'll be ready.
If the over-under, this will be complicated, but if the line is set at this, Al Finnegan has 10.5 more saves this year than Jose Ferrer. Which side are you taking?
I'm thinking wait. Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
So if the line is Cal Finnegan is favored, he's going to have more saves than Jose Ferrer. Who knows if there's a trade or Ferrer takes over the job at some point or whatever.
Right.
10.5 is the spread. Does Jose Ferrer cover that spread, or does Cal Finnegan cover? Does he have more than 10.5 more saves?
Jose Ferrer, I think covers that. I think Jose Ferrer has shown that he can be a closer, has closer stuff. And I think that by the end of the year, as things go on, I think I could see him getting the majority of the closing reps. I think he's really that good. I don't know how it all play out, but I do think Ferrer is that good. So I'll take the under. I'll take Ferrer to cover.
And apologies there for the convoluted question. I couldn't have worded that.
That was a good one. It was a good one. I wanted to make sure I understood it.
I was like, I think I asked it right, but 10.5. But there's 10 Cal Finnegans, and anyway, I ruined your afternoon. Andrew, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Let's talk some Commanders. Mitch Tischler joining us to talk about those Commanders. Mitch, with the move today for Debo, do you know how that affects the cap? And also, what are your expectations for Debo this season?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they got room under the cap to make things happen, so it's certainly not a killer for this team. I don't think you're going to see the Debo Samuel that had a 1,000-yard season and scored double-digit touchdowns. But I do think that you're going to see a more dynamic Debo Samuel in that he's going to be used a lot of different ways. I mean, you look at what happened in San Francisco over the years, and he was this wide receiver / running back, played out of a bunch of different positions. They went and got Christian McCaffrey, and all of a sudden Debo went back to being, quote unquote, just a wide receiver. We saw how Cliff Kingsbury likes to use players in a lot of different ways with this team, and I like the idea of looking at Debo in a lot of different slots out of this offense, and I think you're going to see some of the creativity that Cliff Kingsbury brought to this offense really help out Debo in terms of production, and it's going to be exciting to see him run the ball a little bit, catch the ball out of the backfield, but also run a lot of those wide receiver screens and shoots and whatnot.
In terms of a second receiver, because I think Debo Moore is weapon, like 1 part running back, 3 parts receiver, sort of shuffle it up and deal. What would complement this group the best? Right now, it's Noah Brown as kind of a placeholder. Maybe it's Luke McCaffrey eventually. Is it a possession guy, kind of a third down war daddy, or is it a deep threat? What do you think would make the most sense in an ideal world?
Speed. This team needs more speed, particularly on offense. You know, Terry McLaurin does such a good job of getting separation downfield, and also when he can't, making those contested catches. But you need someone who can take the top off of the defense and can get downfield and force teams, you know, to respect the deep ball. And we saw how well Jaden Daniels throws it. And Noah Brown did a really good job last year when he got in. Before he got hurt, he led the league in pass interference yards against. So not only did he do a good job of, you know, making himself available, but he also, you know, uses his body in such a good way. But he doesn't really have that top end speed, that burner speed. You know, you think back to the Deshaun Jackson type wide receiver who can go out and just do so many things for you. And so as I look towards, you know, this draft and where this team needs to get better, I think, you know, from top to bottom, it's going to be adding more speed and getting guys who can threaten defenses in a lot of different ways. And so I'd be surprised if we get through Sunday of the draft and they haven't added somebody who's one of those, you know, one of those burner type receivers who can do those things.
A couple years ago, it felt like the offensive line, well, not felt like it. The offensive line was a weakness. It was something that they had to kind of scheme around. This past year felt like it was better. Didn't feel like a strength. Do you feel like getting Tunsil that it could turn into a strength this year, or is it still going to be better, but maybe not a strength of the team?
I think it's going to be much, much better. I think when you look at kind of offensive positioning, I think that the quarterback plays so much of a role in how the offensive line ultimately looks. Early in the season last year, folks were talking about the Commanders being a top 5 or top 10 offensive line, and Jaden Daniels had so much to do with that. And as we move forward in his career, he's going to continue to have that kind of effect on an offensive line. But adding a guy like Laramie Tunsil isn't just about getting, you know, the blindside blocker for Jaden. It's also about what it does to the entire blocking scheme, because you know that you can leave Laramie on an island out there on the left, and all of the chips and help from the running backs and tight ends that, you know, we saw last year, they had to kind of split that between the left and the right because they needed a little bit of help kind of all the way across the line. When you can leave a guy like Laramie, you know, on an island, it allows you to bring the help to the guys that need it, whether it's in the middle of that O-line or on the right side. And so I think it's going to be a huge, huge improvement for this group. And I think you're going to see a little bit of a more dynamic passing game, because you're not necessarily going to have to keep in both a running back and a tight end on every passing play to kind of help solidify that protection scheme. You're going to be able to do a lot of different things, get extra bodies out into the field and be able to go make plays for you.
Mitch, will they miss Jeremy Chin, or will we be pleasantly surprised by Will Harris?
I don't want to turn around a question on you, but did you miss Cam Curl last year?
I did not.
The safety position has turned into one of those in the NFL where, you know, you're able to pull a guy, you know, off the street who might not be a big name, but he's able to step in and help you out a lot. And I think I really liked Jeremy Chen last year. I thought he did a really good job. Am I crushed that they lost him? I don't know that I would go that far, because I do think that it's become a little bit of a position, sort of like running back, where if you don't have one of those super elite guys, you can fill in that hole a lot of different ways. And the one thing I like about Will Harris, as opposed to what Chin gave you, is that he has a lot more experience playing man. He played a bunch of snaps out of the slot last year in New Orleans. So he's somebody that's going to be able to help you, not just as a straight safety, but also kind of walk up into the box and maybe pick up a slot receiver from time to time, allow you to, you know, move around the rest of your DBs and get them into a place where they can go make some more plays.
Mitch, appreciate the time, man. Talk again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, buddy. There he goes. That's Mitch Tischler. And that right there is how we Beltway Blitz. So if you didn't win those Nats tickets, sorry, got a chance to do it tomorrow. And then even the next day. And you got chances with the Junks at 8, B. Mitch and Finley at noon, and us at 4. So that's like how many? That's like what? It's like 6 more chances to win Nats opening day tickets for the rest of this week. That's how we're going to do it. So I mentioned a bit here. This article by Sam Fortier I thought was really well done. And we're going to talk about it, even if he doesn't want to talk about it with us. But it's a good piece, and it's kind of about the larger theme and some really good insight as to what the plan might be, the forest for the trees here in terms of the signings of this Local 53 here with Adam Peters and company. And not just, they went and got Javon Kinlaw, they overrated him. Or it's not just they went and got this backup lineman. There's some really good data. We'll pass that on to you. and ask if you're sort of seeing this vision after we'll lay out the case for you. We'll do that next. Plus, also going to talk about some rule changes proposed in the NFL and ask who your favorite national is. A punch more coming up here on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL today, the Commanders agreed to a reworked deal with Deebo Samuel. They're guaranteeing $17 million of his non-guaranteed salary, also adding an extra $3 million he can earn in incentive, so he can earn up to $20 million this season. The Texans are signing left tackle Cam Robinson to a one-year deal worth up to $14.5 million. He'll replace Laramie Tunsil, who was traded to the Commanders. Some rule changes officially submitted today. The Packers formally proposed banning the tush push. The Lions submitted a proposal to eliminate automatic first downs on defensive holding and illegal contact penalties. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Cardinals 7-1 in spring training action today. NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Jazz at 9 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And college hoops, the second pair of games in the first four, 16 seeds American taking on Mount St. Mary's at 6:40 tonight. Then following them, the 11 seed Xavier taking on Texas. You can hear both those games right here on the Fan. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That's taking me back a little bit. Either like college summer or just post-college. I can't remember when Rob Thomas and his like weird hair that went right above his eyes and his earring. Like he and Carlos Santana are buddies for some reason. It's a weird time, man. Music was going through something. I knew what everything was. Like 80s, it was like a lot of synth, a lot of Michael Jackson, King of Pop type stuff. You got your hair metal. 90s, we grunged it. I get it. I don't know what we did from 2000 to 2010. Like, I can't tell you what we were doing. I mean, and I was there. I was doing it too. I don't know what it was. Does that make sense? You know what I'm trying to say? 70s, I get it. You know what I mean? It's like we're wailing away. It's hard rock. It's Kiss. It's Led Zeppelin. It's Foghat. We're getting the lead out. We're Smoke on the Water. Toby, I'm just talking about bands from before you were born.
Yeah, I don't know any of this.
I know. I got you, buddy. I'll bring you back in a second. I promise. My ADD's going hard right now. I knew what everything was. I lived it. What? Rob Thomas from an okay band, and I don't know. It didn't make that much sense. Is my point. Carlos Santana's like, I'm still around, man. You want to do something together? Yeah. Matter of fact, I do. Like Matchbox 20 was nubs. That maybe might get me in trouble.
I can agree with that though. Yeah.
Straight up, what do you have to learn about here? Like it wasn't grunge. But like everybody was singing like her, like they're doing like it wasn't like the Pearl Jam. They're like, oh, like where you couldn't understand them, but it was like trying to do that, but poppy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. Yeah. So are you saying that song there is not a banger though?
Listen,
come on.
The windows were down and that was up.
Exactly.
So I did it. But what did I do? You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, over a 10-year period, I rolled it again, Toby, I promise you. We'll get okay.
This is our time. This is our time.
Just a couple order books talk.
Yeah, do it.
Ryan, these are CDs. Okay, that's all. You don't even remember. Okay. So there was a time like I rolled up to a party in high school. Okay. If you didn't have Nate Dogg and Warren G's Regulate blowing out your speakers, you didn't even go to the party. You would try to time it so that it was like when the dun, 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 like when the beat dropped and it was the perfect beginning and it was a who's here. That's a 1983 Oldsmobile Delta 88 Royale. That's old Fanny Mouillet rolling up with his bowl cut and abs at that point. Not now. Now that I have them, but they're protected by many soft layers of tissue. You see the stark difference between that or like Wu-Tang, the double album from the summer of 96. And then Rob Thomas.
Okay, yeah, there's a stark difference.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm getting the vision now.
Right, like where there's like one, you go, yep. And then, I mean, I did that too, but why? What did we do? What were we doing? Like, so what would you'd have been like a teenager then, right?
Yes, that would have been, high school. Yeah, that would have been high school, late high school.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so, like, you just have a Rob Thomas CD, and you're like, this is what we're doing?
I got a little soft spot for Rob Thomas. He had some good solo songs too.
He did.
I wasn't crazy about Matchbox 20, but when he went solo, I thought he had some good solo songs. Lonely No More.
Okay.
Come on now.
Listen, I don't even really have a point. I'm simply saying
your point is,
yeah, what's my point?
Your point is that era, 2000 to 2010, we don't have a way to define what music was like we did in the previous 3 decades.
Tweet me at Funny
or 4
Danny.
decades.
And I'm actually asking, what were we doing? You see what I'm getting at? Musically, what were we doing then? Because there were still some greats. I mean, that's, Jay-Z obviously was going from the 90s on, but that's some of his best stuff right in there. Right? Like, I think hip hop was in a pretty good place.
But then he did a mashup with Linkin Park.
And it was awesome.
It was
You didn't
awesome.
like that?
But no, I loved it.
Okay.
But this is a part of what were we doing? Like, there was so many different like cross genre mix-ups.
Right. So
in that era.
Late 90s, it's like, okay, but there's a little too much Limp Bizkit on everyone's timeline from back then. Okay, but you did your Korn, you did your Limp Bizkit, okay, and everyone was doing the thing. Why did it wait so long? Huh? Why? Like everyone was doing, you were all doing it. Every one of you. Your fitted hat on backwards. And again, Toby, I promise you'll be involved in a second. We did it. Your shorts were too big. Okay. You had your chin strap beard and your little earring. We did Limp Bizkit. Okay. We all did it. And that wasn't our proudest moment. Okay. But it gave way to some of those crossovers that made a lot of sense. My point is, what were we doing from 2000 to 2010? Welcome back. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. Hi, Tobes. Sorry about that, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that. So
none of it? None of it registered?
None.
You know who Jay-Z is.
Of course.
You know Linkin Park.
Sure.
You don't, do you?
A little bit.
Ooh, okay.
Very little, but a little bit.
Okay. Sam 48. We know him. Washington Post. Wrote a really good piece. And I put there in the chat. But it's basically this. I want to go through some of this stuff with you and then kind of ask folks on the phone to try to get you guys back involved here a little bit. If you're sort of seeing the vision and buying it here. This is a really good story from Sam. So I'll read from this here. Washington Commanders GM Adam Peters started the offseason by retaining 18 internal free agents and signing or trading for 10 new players. Peters prioritized helping quarterback Jaden Daniels and bringing in big bodies. This is the key here. 7 of the 10 new players are linemen, and they are big in different ways. Defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw, for example, is 6'5", 319, and has 34 and 7/8 inch arms. Those metrics, according to a database of scouting combine figures, are all in the 84th percentile or higher for defensive linemen. Here comes the key. Last year, what was the theme of their draft? Do you remember? Only Micah Samerstill was the guy that was kind of outside of these elite spark scores or raw athletic scores or things where, are you big, fast, and strong for your position? The answer was yes for every one of the guys. This is now maybe prioritizing. We'll go on here a little bit, but just want to pause to get your reaction. They're talking about just straight up size here.
Yeah, I mean, you think about what they're building to beat. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. And how did they win? They won with size in the middle. Maybe not all their dudes are ginormous, but they're beating you inside by having stud offensive linemen and stud defensive linemen. So it makes sense to say that we're going to build by making sure that we can at least somewhat counteract that.
We go on. The team also added backups with size. Edge rusher Dietrich Wise, 96th percentile in arms. Defensive tackle Eddie Goldman, 94th percentile in weight.
That'd be me too.
And I was going to say, I'm going to go percentile there. Remember that was a big deal when you were a kid? It's like, he's on the 80th percentile for weight. I'm like, that's awesome. Now it's like, oh, crap. And Eddie Goldman, 94th percentile weight. Guard Nate Herbig, 93rd percentile weight. The emphasis on heft seems like a direct response to the, as you mentioned, Philadelphia Eagles, whose famously big and talented lines helped them win Super Bowl LIX, or whatever number that is. I just wish it was a number.
59.
Is it 59?
Yeah, 59.
That's 10 more than I thought it was going to be. There you go. But so then you add up a couple of the other moves, but just again, kind of your response to that. I hear that and I go, yes. Some people may not. Some people just may think, you build to build the best version of you and see what happens. I don't want to do that. My thought is I'm going to try to catch a group that I've got to play twice and get past if I want to go anywhere. That's a great place to start to be able to get past anybody else.
Yeah, so I don't mind this, but I need good football players. So, I'm great that Dietrich Wise has long arms. I'm glad that Javon Kinlaw is huge and has long arms and weighs a lot. I'm glad that Eddie Goldman weighs a lot and can clog up the middle. I'm glad Nate Herbig is big. Can you play football well? Because this is something that we talked about being down in West Palm. the size of the Nationals minor leagues is ginormous. The guys there.
They're a get off the bus team.
They look like a football team. Problem is, you might not be able to hit a baseball. Can you throw it over the plate? If you can't do that, I don't care. You could be 5'5" for all I care. If you're good at football, I'll find a place. And so that's my thing with this. They've improved in terms of, okay, they've gotten some guys and they've increased maybe the team size, but are these guys going to be impactful on the field? I think that Goldman can kind of stand there and hold his ground maybe in the run game a little bit. I don't know that he's a huge impact player. Javon Kinlaw, I just don't think that he's worth what he got.
This offseason,
but
which we'll get to.
That's the thing. Like, I like the idea of saying that I understand that we need to be a more physical football team, and the easiest way to do that is through the trenches and getting some mammoth dudes to play in there. But they're also, it's not like they got, outside of Tunsil, huge impact guys in the middle either.
So the way I read these, talking about the Goldmans and the Herbigs and stuff, these are not your marquees. Your marquees, Laramie Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, all right? And then whoever they draft, and there may be a couple others that we don't think about to this stage. But they're depth guys. That's the part where I'm kind of going, this is clearly a type. This is clearly purposeful, where they don't want their rotational guy to be the undersized, like, underhand boxing Irish pugilist style that's trying to hit someone above their weight class. If you're going to play for 20 snaps and give me max effort, you're going to be a space eater. You're going to be the big monster that just is tougher for the offensive lineman to wear on, where I don't want you for 55 plays a game on defense. That's not what you're supposed to be doing as a rotational piece. But it seems they're rotational players. They're looking for size and some thump.
Yeah, I like that because, I mean, if you're going to play offensive line and, say, when Allegretti gets banged up for a play and he has to step out, I've got a guy who's, instead of weighing 280, weighs 315, and that half second that it takes to get around because I'm a little bit stronger at 315 is enough for Jaden Daniels to complete the pass down the field. I like that. I like the idea of that. I need still good football players, but the idea of saying we're going to still try to grow our size a little bit, understanding, like he mentions here, that the team that you're looking at to improve against is the Philadelphia Eagles, because they have a couple of these guys, by the way. Becton, when they brought him in, he wasn't very good. Now, obviously, he got paid and it worked out there. But what was Becton's big calling card? Massive.
That's a big dude.
Jordan Davis. I don't think he makes huge impact plays. But what's his calling card?
Big dude.
Huge. And so you can get away sometimes without having the most talented guy by having a dude who's bigger than their guy. And I think having some of these dudes might help them at least counteract what Philadelphia can do.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time when it comes to baseball, and being a starting pitcher is hard. You've got to have a repertoire to get through the lineup multiple times over. Whereas some people go, you know what, that guy's just a reliever. It doesn't mean that your peak isn't as good as somebody else's peak, but it just means we only want you at your peak. I only want you for 1 inning instead of 6. And that's what Dietrich Wise is to me. He's a 1 inning guy. He's my middle reliever. You still got to get out of a big spot sometimes. But we'll go through the rest of this, kind of slotting in some of these signings. But are you buying this approach? 800-636-1067. When you look at the totality of it, right? Forget about Tunsil and Samuel. I think those are your frontline guys. We're directly thinking about Jaden Daniels. Let's improve the offense, make things easier, because you got better at 2 O-line spots just by acquiring Laramie Tunsil, because you're kicking Brandon Coleman somewhere, whether it's left guard, right tackle, right guard, I don't know, but you're going to be better there, presumably a guy that proved he could play in the NFL as a rookie. And you add in Samuel to make it easy. All those looks that went to Crowder, Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, I'd rather have the ball in Deebo Samuel's hands. Even if he's not the same Deebo Samuel's a handful of years ago, I will take that, right? But the other guys, the rotational pieces, it's bigger bodies, and that's clearly a point of emphasis. Are you buying that? Is that the right way to go about it? 800-636-1067. We'll go through what it means to have Jonathan Jones. We'll go through what it means, the fit for Kinlaw, that Sam lays out a pretty good case here. But go through Sam Fortier's piece in the Post. We'll do more of that next. If you start now, you could lose 50 pounds or more by June. What's up? Sandy Rouillet, my pals at Copair. That's right. If you start here in March, by the time it's bikini season or bathing suit season or don't want to look pudgy anymore season, you could be down 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds like some of our listeners already have. It's more than just an injection. It's more than just a coaching program. It's everything, right? It can make the difference, the accountability, being able to weigh in and check in every week to figure out, hey, this week I retained more water. Well, why is that? This week I lost some muscle mass or gained some fat. You always want to be able to figure out what's going on. You can combat it instead of just trying to find a light switch in the dark. Doing it on your own is really hard. I know for experience because I tried to do it on my own. It's too hard. That's why I've gone back to Copra. These guys are fantastic to figure out where your pitfalls are, where your challenges are, and how you can meet them head on and get to your fitness, weight loss, health goals. They are the best at this. Start now. Get started. Make the call like so many of our listeners have, like Grant and I have. Give them a shout at 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com. Caught up with Trevor Williams at Nat Spring Training. We'll air that for you in the 6 o'clock hour, so stay with your pals. At that time, we're also now going to give you a chance to win some Wizards tickets. We're kind enough to do that for you. It's a Wizards Wednesday after all. I want to remind you that this radio program right here, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Rolling through Sam Fortier's story here in the Washington Post. It's a good one. It's kind of next level. It's not just, hey, they signed this guy, he might play guard. It's the why, the where, with kind of these what they call scouts one-liners about a role a guy might have. But Tobes, the big thing just to catch people up is not the Lerman Tunsil's a big dude, not the Tunsil and Deebo Samuel signing, and maybe not Jonathan Jones a corner. That's a different position, but size and physicality seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, I like getting guys that are outliers or dudes that, have something that's unique, whether it's long arms, whether it's, a unique frame or something like that. Like we talked about, obviously they need to have the skill of a football player, but even just getting your depth guys to say, well, at least I have a mammoth of a human being to step in at left guard when Allegretti steps out, or, when I need to throw in someone for Biotish, I've got a huge dude, or my swing tackle is going to weigh 330 versus weighing 290, right? Like having dudes who are larger, who have long arms like Dietrich Wise rushing off the edge, different stuff like that. I like that idea. The bigger, faster, stronger, right? That's the whole idea when you get some of these dudes. They're the reserves and they're the guys that are going to step in. So I don't hate it. I think it's something that having a bigger team is generally going to help you out as long as you still get athletic guys. And like you talked about last year with the draft, that was something that they focused on, getting guys that were still relatively athletic for the size that they were and getting guys that fit what they're trying to do with the position. So I think building a foundation that way with guys that you feel like can physically impose, and I think they want to be a physical football team, it's a good thing, and it counteracts the team that was one of the most physical in the league, if not the most physical team in the league last year, that won the Super Bowl in the Philadelphia Eagles. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
So let's put the cards on the table here. The big, what do you want to call it? The big bet or the big X factor. I wish there was a better term than X factor. But the biggest variable signing to me, as if this could be you ain't as smart as you thought you were, or my God, these guys are geniuses, is who?
Javon
Kinlaw, right? Everybody knew that right away as soon as I started bringing it up. If they're right and they've got him for a role that he hasn't really done a lot of, maybe a little bit in New York towards the end, they tried him as kind of an on-ball nose tackle. Nope. But towards the end of the season, they said, okay, maybe move to kind of a bigger defensive end role. Apparently had a little bit more success. Dan Quinn had a guy like that. And this is from Sam's story, named Red Bryant in Seattle, who did a couple things. He played that big defensive end spot, and he blocked 700 kicks against Washington. Like, that's the things that he's known for his life. Like, I think wherever Red Bryant is, if someone from Washington, D.C., not state, kicks the ball, he will block it. That's FYI. But maybe that's your early down defensive end. Maybe that's kind of the role, but maybe that's a setup. Are you buying that?
I'm interested to see if they're going to get a little frisky with some fronts. Now, generally, Dan Quinn runs a lot of 4-down. That's kind of what they usually are going to major in, but I'm curious if they're going to get a little frisky with some of this stuff where you can have Newton maybe line up outside and as like a 3 technique or a defensive end and a 3-4, right? And have some of these things, and maybe you run 3 down with a Goldman in the middle, and maybe you have Payne rotate in there, and you have Kinlaw on the outside, and you've got some dudes, because I think if you're looking at their best defensive linemen right now, with the exception of Dorrance Armstrong, most of them, even though I don't necessarily love the Kinlaw signing, most of them are defensive tackles. And so maybe you can find ways to configure these things a little bit differently, and maybe you do that. Who knows? Maybe you stay 4-3 and you run a big end and you say, go ahead, try and run this way to a dude that weighs 290, 300, and whatever Kinlaw was. What did he say he was listed at?
319, I think.
Yeah, 319 or whatever. Go ahead and try to run this way at this guy. I don't know, but I'm interested to see what they're going to do. I think they're going to be able to try some different things. This is something that I think last year that they enjoyed, having guys that they can do different stuff with, whether it was Chin, whether it was Luvu, and obviously they kind of unlocked Luvu being a second-team All-Pro. Maybe they view Kinlaw as the same sort of thing, not necessarily moving positions. He's still in the D-line, but is he inside? Is he outside?
The answer is yes.
All over the place, right? So maybe that's something they have in the plan.
And so maybe that's my thought is I'm such a this defensive tackle plays defensive tackle. I'm still in that mode, right? It took me a long time to make an adjustment to the NBA, for example, where I'm like, who's the point guard? All of them. Who's the center? 2 or 3 of them. Who's the wing? Everybody. You know what I mean? The way offenses are run, this sort of positionless 5-out type stuff. And it took my eyes a while to adjust. And you still have some throwbacks where you got to cover a Vucevic, or you got to cover the occasional honest to goodness big that's old school. But for the most part, it's everyone's away from the basket, and we're diving and kicking. We're playing Euroball. Took me a while to figure that out. Maybe there's an evolution here for the line as well. You mentioned Luvu, and that's the key. When they were at their best, it was against, to me, I always put it this way, it was against offenses they weren't afraid of. When they didn't think that you could beat them, they had this feeding frenzy mentality where Luvu was basically lining up at a stand-up edge rusher spot like it's a 3-4. Like he's Kevin Green coming off the side. He's your Jerome Harrison or something like that, right? They basically said, we're coming after you. Now we're up big. We know you ain't running it. And if you do, so what? We'll come get you the next play. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe it's the 3 biggest linemen you can find and a stand-up edge, a.k.a. Frankie Luvu, as a quote-unquote blitzer, but he's not because they're only rushing 4. Maybe something to that where they're going to mix and match more than I'm thinking of, okay, here you line up next to the guard. Here you line up in between the center and the tight end, or the tackle and the tight end. Maybe there's something to that, the mixing and matching.
Well, and to your point, I mean, position flex was something that Ron talked about a lot.
Oh, did he
and he
love
was
it?
terrible at it.
He loved it so much.
He was terrible at it. So having a coaching staff that kind of understands, I'm going to get a fringe guy, a guy that maybe can't play safety, can't officially play linebacker, but can play a little bit of both. Jeremy Chin, right? I can't necessarily throw him deep, but I can't always play him in the box, but somewhere in between. Luvu, I can't just line him up at edge. I also can't just throw him in pass coverage at linebacker. I can do a little bit of both of that. Maybe that's what they're looking at Kinlaw, because you'd think dude that size would be good against the run. He's not. Newsflash, he's not. You'd think you could just throw him in the middle and say, okay, stuff the run and get after the passer. Well, he can do one of those things a little bit, but he can't stop the run. So you maybe have to get a little interest. This is where it's tough, though, for me, Danny, is, and this is what people bring up all the time. You have to trust Adam Peters, and that's rightfully so. He's done well. But this is where it's tough for me, saying you paid a guy $15 million for a, we hope we can. Like, that's tough, right? Like, you might have a plan, but I'd rather spend on someone that's a little more sure, but that's kind of the difficulty of free agency.
Yeah, that's part of it.
The sure part costs a lot of money.
Well, and the other thing is, and we'll jump out on this, is if there was I'll put it this way. The thing I always say about the Ravens over the years, with Ozzie Newsome and now DaCosta being in charge, is when they were picking late in the first round all the time, because they're always good, they didn't care about what you couldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
They would look at Terrell Suggs, who didn't run a good 40, and go, we'll find something for that guy. We got something. We'll be just fine. And he's a Hall of Famer because they had him rush the passer. They didn't have him in space being a conventional linebacker. They ran a thing that made him really good because he could do something really well. And if you find that and go, this is undervalued, I'll go sign that. In other words, you find a cornerback that plays great bump press man coverage. Even though your team doesn't play a lot of that, you go, I don't care that he's not a great zone corner. We're going to have him play press man, or vice versa.
Correct.
It's risky to me when you haven't seen any of it from a guy. That's the Kinlaw signing to me, is I go, if he was this great run stuffer that's undervalued and you're giving him more money than anybody else would, all right, that's important to you, that's fine. Or if he was this dominant interior pass rusher that was miscast, okay, that's fine. He hadn't done either. That's the part that makes me nervous about it, is that's a big bet. And could you have gotten him for less? That's the other part. Was the market that robust where you had to do that on day one?
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it right there. Where if you feel like you found something, maybe the big edge rusher is their thing. Maybe the big end is their little thing that they think they found, maybe. But it's just tough for me. I don't want to become the same just because it's different with Adam Peters. You know, we were crushing Ron because he brought in all the dudes they're familiar with. And then you look at here and it's like, well, that dude played for the Cowboys. That dude was from San Francisco. It's like, well, doing a little bit the same thing with better teams. So I don't want that to become the trend, but maybe they found something here, but it still feels like that one is going to be the turning point, whether it was a good offseason or not.
We're going to jump here. So we'll take a few calls on this, 800-636-1067. No great question coming out of this. It's just sort of we're kicking through the roster and the moves and the thoughts and the designs. Just give us a reaction to this discussion here, 800-636-1067. Going to talk a little Nats with you next hour as well.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. In the NFL, the Commanders agreed to a reworked deal with Deebo Samuel, guaranteeing $17 million of the non-guaranteed salary for Samuel, also adding $3 million he can earn through incentive. He can earn up to $20 million this season. The Texans are signing left tackle Cam Robinson to replace Laramie Tunsil, who was traded to D.C. They signed him to a one-year deal worth up to $14.5 million. The Dolphins signed linebacker Willie Gay Jr., and the Bears signed wide receiver Devin Duvernay. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Cardinals in spring training action today, 7-1. This morning, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 6-3. They sweep the Tokyo series. They come back home for their regular opening day coming up next week. Roki Sasaki, in his major league debut, went 3 innings, giving up just 1 run. He walked 5 and struck out 3. Shohei Ohtani hit his first home run of the season. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at 9 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And the second day of the first 4 tonight, 16 seeds American taking on Mount St. Mary's at 6:40. You can hear that game here on the Fan. And then following that, 11 seeds Xavier and Texas. That game also here on the Fan. For 35 years, Eastern's Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Eastern's Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's great, Nate, here on the Fan. Tobes is in for GP. We are at Tap Sports Bar tomorrow and Friday. Come see us. It's the best. The best. Feet is up, watching the tourney. Sorry about it. Fried food right here. I'm pointing right at my fat face. It's going in my mouth, right down in my tummy, and then you know what I'm going to do? Bob Senley style on a 50-50 play. Full send. Let's go. We're sending that runner.
Love it. Keep going.
Guy's got a cannon in center field. It's a line drive one, hopper right at him. My guy hasn't even touched third base yet. Bob Senley. More appies, more appies, more appies. Let's go. Stumbled into this Local 53 discussion here, Tobes, based off of what Sam Fortier, really nice piece in the Washington Post. And there's no real defined thing. Usually behind the curtain here is you try to have like an either or kind of a refined topic, something hard hitting. Like, question. Are you in or you out? Is it good or bad? Or which side are you on? This or that? Don't really have that here. But we're just sort of thinking about the approach and kind of brainstorming about where Javon Kinlaw might fit and how the usage might happen. Just kind of ask for people's reactions. And the phones are full. I say we talk to the people. Let's touch them HR appropriate. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Let's go to Bob in Tennessee. Bob, thanks for being patient, buddy. You're on the Fan. Your thoughts on our discussion.
How y'all doing?
Good, pal.
Hey, I love this discussion. I had a couple points to make about it seems to be a Peter's strategy to get the biggest, the baddest, the fastest, and the most character. And we'll figure out where to put them, like you said, and then we will coach them up to make, okay players into very good players and perhaps good players into great players. That's a page taken out of the Tom Landry playbook from the 70s, where they would do that all the time. They would get these superior athletes that nobody ever heard of from Central Michigan. And voila, they coach them up and they're like, dang, they're pretty good. Well, no, they weren't really good men, but they were good when they left. And I think that's what Peters is doing now, but it's so dependent, I think, on the quality of the coaching staff. If the coaching staff isn't good, you've just got big, strong people who can't do anything.
Yeah, you got raw Play-Doh, right, without any kind of design. Bob, it's a good phone call. Appreciate you making it. I think that's an astute point. And the thing I was talking about all the time, I was influenced heavily by this. A guy named Nick Sorensen, who played at Marshall High School and then at Virginia Tech and is now a coach in the NFL, I believe. We played Legion baseball together for a summer. And he was going to go play college football, so his priority was doing football stuff, less so than me and some of the baseball guys. And I saw him years later, and one of the things he told me was, everybody's talented. When you get to the NFL, everybody is so good, right? It is finding the dude and the scheme and the coaching and the thing that puts the talented guy in the place where he can be talented. Like, if you have the fanciest car in the world, if you got the, I don't know my cars, but if you got the best Lamborghini in the world, but you live on a cul-de-sac and the speed limit's 25 miles an hour and there's speed bumps, so what? You know, if you live on the Autobahn and you can beat the Lamborghini, you could do that and go 140, then that's the right place for it.
Well, what's interesting about this is stuff we have discussions about all the time in the draft. We talk about this all the time. What doesn't matter what sport it is. Football, basketball, baseball. Give me the bigger, stronger, faster guy. This is something that happens in the NBA draft all the time, Danny, where you go, give me the 6'11" wing with a 7'4" wingspan that can shoot it a little bit. Give me Alex Sarr, right, over some 6'2" guard who may or may not turn into something because that guy has traits not everyone else has, right? And that's what happens here. This is just in free agency. They're doing it where they're getting dudes that are just big, long arms, all sorts of stuff, and seeing maybe they can find something. It's just a little interesting.
Elijah, DC line 2. Let's chat about it, my friend. We're talking this roster build and this offseason.
What's going on,
up,
fellas?
buddy? Hey, man.
What's up, man?
What's going on, man? I actually love the decisions because it's letting us know how many times it just felt like we were so out of touch at the end of the season. We didn't know what we needed. I think of this old movie, Pearl Harbor, when they was going to go have their response, and it's like, man, we've got broomsticks for tail guns. And I felt like at times we were just undermanned, and we were trying to we just didn't have what we needed. And we have to understand, we had to get guys to practice against bigger. We have to understand, my brother retired from the UFC. We used to train all of the time. And when you're tired, man, and you're going against a bigger guy or maybe a guy who has certain size on their team, when you're running through camp, that's when this size matters. You got to get heavier getting off of the bus. You know, so if Coach Quinn, and DQ and a defensive coordinator is like, we're going to roll with a deep crew, how many times at certain parts of the game you felt like we needed more size so we could even be more flexible? We had guys that were seemingly undersized at certain points. So this is what you need. You have to show the guys that you already have on the team that we are willing to support you. Everyone's like, well, this is the best that we can get with this squad. There's nothing else that they can do to get these guys who are already on the team to perform better. What they're showing is something different. They say, we believe and we see in our building that our guys can maybe do more. Maybe Frankie Louvu doesn't have to wrap all the way around from the blind side to run all the way to the play side to wrap around and make a tackle. Maybe someone could set the edge and help them out. Maybe so. That's what these things are designed to do. When you show up to certain games, you're going to know Philly, you're going to have some weight on both sides of the ball.
Elijah, I love that. Now, what was that phrase he used, Toby? Set the what? What was it? What he said?
Set the edge.
Now, what is that?
It's something that defensive ends, edge rushers should do so that runners don't go outside and go for long yardage, long gains.
Oh, so you're trying to prevent Barkley going to the house every time they run a pitch play
Correct.
that way.
You don't want him to go all the way out there. Correct.
You don't want him to, because you'd rather stop him for a shorter
generally
gain.
You know, generally, general consensus, common knowledge. You would like that.
I'd like to do that. Shane in Fairfax, what's up, bud?
Hey, first of all, congratulations, Commander, and Grant on the new people to the family. So congratulations
thank you, buddy.
there.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks.
Absolutely, man. And that's what we do it for, right? And number two, hey, look, this draft, you got to go through the draft too. And look, the Eagles have got to figure it out. Obviously, 6'6", 330, 6'5", 330, one of the biggest offensive lines. And what do? They push people around. That's what you got to do. You got to push people around. But the draft, I think, is when you're going to steal your talent, especially this year's draft. It's going to be deep in edge rushers, very deep. And you know what? What's to say you go out there and get a good sized corner too? You know what? Everybody, we need, because right now Lattimore ain't showing me nothing in the corner right now after the year he had. Hopefully he can rebound from there. But you know what? That's how you win. It's old school. I hate to say it, but the trenches dominated, and look what the Eagles did.
No, there's a place for it, Shane. Always appreciate you, dude. Next to the kind words as well. There's always a push and pull. Like if you want to run the Shanahan Kubiak school of some of those stretch zone plays and some of those things that can be wildly effective in terms of running the football, you don't necessarily want the 330-pound plotter. If you want to play power game, you do. There's a push and pull there in terms of what works best in your opponents. But the way it's lining up, Philadelphia's chosen a direction. And if you're following that to try to counter it, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I think they want to play physically and then allow their skill guys to be the finesse, right? Like you think about how Baltimore has built their stuff. They're a physical football team with the most finesse quarterback in the league in Lamar Jackson, right? They've got Derrick Henry. They've got a good O-line. They've got all these guys, and then they allow their playmakers to be the guys that'll do everything else, but they want to beat you physically as well. I think the Commanders want to build something like that.
Reese, St. Mary's, appreciate you making the call about talking about.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
I think people keep talking about Philly, but they ain't thinking about Redskins when we was the Hogs.
Yeah.
That's who we should be taking after. We taking after being bigger in the front and being bigger on. We want the Hogs back. And that's being big and physical. It ain't got nothing to do with Philly. Philly got lucky. We was doing this for a while. It's just that we got to get back to it. Because once you big and physical, you can now, Jaden Daniels can do anything he wants. Just think about a play action fake. And now they can't come, and then they got to go against a big guy. Now you can't get in. So Jaden Daniels going to eat up with this line and doing that thing. But we the Hogs, we ain't worried about what Philly did. We been did that.
Reese, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Phone was it was on a CB, I think, right there, where it's like over,
Yeah.
But it's a good call. And to me, obviously, if you mention offensive line play, it's catnip here in Washington D.C. I lived it too, man. I mean, the Hogs are unbelievable. That was when nobody else was, right? Nobody else was 300 pounds, and they had a whole line of 300 pounders. That was like unique. Now it's like you go down the street to Matha, there's kids on the bench that are 300 pounds.
Yeah,
But I see his point. I think you have to have an eye line towards Philadelphia, but I understand why you're saying no. Do your own thing. Go back to what we were. The game has changed so much. I mean, you think of the running game and passing as an extension of that to try to open up defenses and some of the different looks on looks. But at the same time, as complicated as schemes and designs have gotten, there's still the simple, I've got to beat you. I've got to push you to where I want you to go to create space for my guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think as much as you want to recreate what was with the Hogs, that's definitely true, but the team that's kind of has that the best right now is Philly. Philly. You're looking at them just saying, how can we counteract that? Maybe we can't get the dude like Jalen Carter. Maybe we can't get the dude like, whatever, Jordan Mailata, right? But we can get a guy that size-wise makes it a little more difficult for him to do his job. And so, when we're stepping in there and we got to back up in or we got to rotate through, it's not going to be as easy to move our guys around. Like, you go from, say they go with a big edge, right? Where they've got Javon Kinlaw over there.
Yep.
The difference for Mailata of moving Dante Fowler and moving Javon Kinlaw for setting the edge, it's night and day.
Well, I want to be able to give different looks too, and I like that.
Absolutely.
Right? Instead of, listen, if you've got Aaron Donald, you just play Aaron Donald. I don't care about changing up looks with Aaron Donald, right? But if you don't have a star, which, Hendrickson or somebody notwithstanding, then you go, okay, one play you got to block 320-pound guy that's got long arms and a punch. The next play you're trying to block a speed demon going around the edge. The next play after that we're running a TE game, and the next play after that I don't want you to know where we're coming from. That's the way to make okay into good. I think I can't remember which caller it was, but a couple ago was saying that to me to maximize it, I can't just go, all right, I got Dante Fowler, and then I got another guy that's also 240 pounds coming off the edge. When you guys want, you can run that way. I can overcommit to stop it, but you're going to be able to run. Okay, now you got to pick your poison. Now, to me, the flip side of that is, if I see Javon Kinlaw in the game, until he proves me otherwise, now he might shut me right up, and that's great. I'll go, well, I'm going to make him move. I'll throw that little bubble screen out to the side. Whereas Dante Fowler's out there disrupting it because he's fast, he can motor. That's not who Kinlaw is. So I'll run some action away from him. I'll throw it, drop back, and pass. If he's your defensive end, I got an advantage throwing the football on first down. Is that something you're willing to deal with? But again, it's always a push and pull. It's not a solution as much as it is a trade-off.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting, back to the point I was making a little bit earlier, when you think about this compared to the draft. When you're drafting a guy, you say, okay, I think I can develop him in this way, Danny. Like I see the traits that he could become this. Doing this through free agency is interesting because, to your point, when you look at Kinlaw, you're like, well, has he been a great pass rusher? He's shown flashes. He hasn't been consistently great. Has he been good against the run? No. Do you think that you can develop him, or did you find something that you feel like people missed out on? And that's the case where it's interesting to go through this sort of move now in free agency. Is maybe they're identifying, hey, this guy in this specific scheme and this specific set of circumstances and this role is going to be good. I'm going to trust Adam Peters that he's figured it out, but it is intriguing to see if they're going to be able to do that sort of thing with these guys they picked out.
So 800-636-1067. Just having kind of a roster discussion based on Sam Fortier's article about them basically going with size. There are exceptions. Jonathan Jones is not a big cornerback. He's 5'9", 185. Maybe half boundary, half slot corner, totally fine. I like that versatility, that position flex. Shout out Ron Rivera, wherever you're at. It's not as if Will Harris is Kyle Hamilton at safety, but he's a thumper downhill, kind of replacing Jeremy Chin. But in the trenches where they majored, it's size. And Deebo Samuel, by the way, is a bit of a freight train. Is kind of call him a running receiver or a wide back. I don't know what you're doing.
Whatever.
Yeah, but he's not 6'5", but he's there to. If I'm Jonathan Jones, for example, I don't want to see him with a head of steam in practice. I'm going to get truck sticked. But I feel like people are annoyed that we're focusing on Kinlaw, and I want to respond to that. I'll do that next. Plus, we're going to talk some Nats with you guys. Remember, Wizards tickets at 6. Plus, we'll have our interview with Trevor Williams. We'll air that in the 6 o'clock hour. But I got some Nats to talk with you guys about, and I want to address you're addressing me about Kinlaw. We'll do that next on The Fan. For more than 60 years, Tedbert Ford has been crushing it. What's up? Danny Rouillet here. For my guys at Tedbert Ford. I love them. It's the best buying experience I've ever had. That matters to me, right? You can get a car lots of places, right? You can do some weird thing online. You can go to a bunch of different dealerships. Take it from me. That time and that money that you're going to be spending on a car, they understand that it's valuable because it's yours. So they're going to get you in and get you out with the best deal that you've had. The buying experience, I'm telling you, matters so much to me. Because you can get a Ford a lot of places. You won't get Tedbert for life everywhere else. This is peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more for life. New vehicle, brand new, or anything less than 100,000 miles. So if that car has had 78,444 miles on it, you get the same treatment as the 0.0, folks. That's what makes Tedbert Ford special. They want to make it easy for you. They think about it as winning your business. They've won mine, and they'll win yours too. Give them a shot to do it. They're in Fairfax, Chantilly, tedbritt.com. No matter where you go, when you go to see Tedbert Ford, tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders agreed to a reworked deal with Deebo Samuel today. They'll guarantee $17 million of Deebo's non-guaranteed salary, also adding $3 million in incentives that he can earn, so he can earn up to $20 million this season. The Texans are signing left tackle Cam Robinson to a one-year deal worth up to $14.5 million. The Dolphins are signing linebacker Willie Gay Jr., and the Bears are signing wide receiver Devin Duvernay. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Cardinals spring training action 7-1 today. NBA, the Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at 9 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. College hoops, the second day of the first four. 16 seeds, American and Mount St. Mary's at 6:40. 11 seeds, Xavier and Texas will follow that. You can hear both games right here on The Fan. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's too funky not to let it go for a second. It's my contention. This has come up before. You know where I'm going, Darius, right? You know exactly where I'm going? I think this is the funkiest song of all time. I have caught some Eric flack for this. I challenge you. Give it a little volume in a second. I challenge you not to bob your head. Go ahead. I challenge you. That's the funkiest song of all time. I see you, Stevie. Welcome back. G&D on The Fan. Tobes in for GP. That's how we do. I got a Nationals discussion I want to have with you guys. Hopefully it's a little bit of fun. Speaking of Nats, Trevor Williams, our chat with him down in Florida. We will bring that to you in the 6 o'clock hour. Get you set for some tournament action tonight. Plenty more to do here on the radio program. I want to tie this up here at the end. So I've seen a few folks chirping me, whether it's via Twitter or feedback here at the station, different chats, whatever. And it's totally fine. It's what we welcome. It's what we want. It's the whole point is to reach out and be able to touch the folks here, Tobes. But it's the why are you so focused on Kinlaw? There's a reason in general when you sign Josh Norman, when you give a huge contract to William Jackson. Oh, I'm picking on cornerback spots. Or when you go out in free agency and spend on Albert Haynesworth, nobody cares about the rotational defensive tackle. Like if Dietrich Wise doesn't work out, you didn't change the future of your program because of that. I'm not saying Kinlaw's making that kind of money, but this is one of those, he's getting a huge pay raise without producing. This is one of those panned signings of the free agency period that's to me one of those tipping point things. If it goes great, like we talked about this last year with Coleman in the draft, right? Obviously, the whole thing's about Jaden Daniels, okay? If he's great and everybody, we don't care if Luke McCaffrey works out or not. We don't really care if Johnny Newton turns into a star. My God, we got the quarterback and nothing else matters. But you go from having the most important draft with Daniels to, dude, they got a star lineman, or a stud at least, maybe a potential, we thought at the time, a left tackle, in the third round, a guy that played a lot of guard in college. That's your tipping point. To me, that's what Kinlaw is for this free agency class. They're paying a lot. They're paying a premium. They're paying like he was in demand for a guy that hasn't produced. If they're right and he's awesome, whoa. But if not, that's an easy one to point to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a questionable move. That's why you stick on it. Like, Dietrich Wise, he's not getting enough money for me to feel like if
Eddie Goldman stinks, who cares?
Yeah, like if these other dudes that they make a Tunsil move, right? That one can be criticized if he's bad. They make a Deebo move. If you want to say that can be criticized for a 5th round pick at the end, fine. But those ones you feel like are good value.
Mm-hmm.
This one does not feel like the value matches the player that you're going with. So that inherently means that there's going to be some criticism for it. We would love for this guy to be awesome. I said this last year, some of the draft picks, some of the stuff they made moves for, I didn't like it. I was wrong, and I'm happy I was wrong. I didn't think Zach Ertz would be as good as he was last year. So look, they proved me wrong last year with some of the moves that they made. Maybe it's going to be again with Kinlaw, but this is a large deal for a guy that frankly has not been very productive. When you think of Javon Kinlaw, you hear the word bust, you hear disappointment. That's not someone that I immediately say, I'll pay you $15 million. Like that's the difficult part about this.
So here's from Sam's story. This is his piece in the Washington Post. Big disruptive lineman, talking about Kinlaw, who has a good motor, and though his attacking style can lead to misses against the run and on tackles, the Commanders are betting that they can maximize his size and pass rush strengths. Kinlaw's 3-year deal, worth up to $45 million, was one of the most widely panned moves of free agency. One critic, salary cap analyst Jason Fitzgerald, graded the signing an F. A rival NFL personnel executive who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss another team signing called it, quote, a pretty big bet. The deal could be better. The deal could make better sense if the Commanders use Kinlaw more as a pass rusher. He struggled with the New York Jets as a run-stopping nose tackle last year, but flashed improvement at the end of a lost season. Kinlaw struggled with injuries in college and early in his NFL career, played every game the past 2 seasons, and is just 27, meaning the optimist take is that the Commanders bought low on a potentially ascending player. That's the optimist case, and that's right. That is 100% correct. That's the upside case. My question, follow-up, would be, okay, did you have to pay that premium? If it turns out you did, this is the kind of thing that I wouldn't have the chutzpah or the stones to be able to do. If I'm in a bidding war for Deebo Samuel, right, where a guy has a track record, and last year was his worst year, and he still was more useful than anybody but one player in my offense. Non-quarterback division, obviously. If I got to give up a fourth to win the bidding war, I'll do it. If other teams are competing for Laramie Tunsil, I got to give up more than them, I'll do it. If I've got to win a bidding war for Javon Kinlaw, I'm not doing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's not the thing. And I'm not an executive, and I shouldn't be. I'm not qualified to do anything. I'm not even qualified to do this, for God's sakes. But that is not the way that I could go as an executive, and I think that takes stones.
So this is the thing for me where I get frustrated sometimes. We do this with the draft. We do this sometimes with free agency. And I'm going to sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I agree with what you're saying there. I hate the idea when sometimes someone gets like, holy smokes, that's like $4 million more than I would have given him. $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. You know, I got a lot of flack because of the Kyle Finnegan non-tendering, and they saved a couple $1,000,000. Like, you couldn't have just paid the guy and not worry about all this stuff. I get all that. Sometimes in free agency, you have to pay a guy. Sometimes in the draft, you're like, whoa, you drafted him at 29? He could have been available at 40. Well, I don't have the 40th pick, so I just took him at 29. Is it a slight overdraft, sir? So when you look at Kinlaw, maybe it got to the point where could you have got him for 12? Maybe. But did you have to go to 15 to make sure you got him? Okay. I wouldn't have done it for Kinlaw. But sometimes you have to do that in free agency, and that's why you can't make a living off of it. Because dudes that are worth 8 go for 12. Dudes that are worth 10 go for 15. And suddenly you have a bunch of overpriced guys like that. So maybe they found something here. Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it. But maybe there was a premium that had to be paid because it's in free agency, right, and maybe someone else was in a bidding war for him.
So last year when they signed Dorrance Armstrong, I think his cap number was $5 million in year one. It jumps to 10 this year. When they signed Dante Fowler to punter money, when they signed Cleveland Farrell, a former first-round pick, a high pick by that John Gruden and I'm blanking on his name, who's now back to NFL
Mike Mayock.
Mike Mayock, thank you, NFL analyst. They drafted him way too high, but they paid nothing. I'm sitting there going, yes to this. Oh, that's brilliant. That's awesome. Now, that's overly simplified elementary going, I'd like to get a great player at a very affordable price. Okay, Chieftain. Good luck with that. You know, it's the type of thing you have to turn the Madden settings off to be able to do that in your stupid video game. But you see my point here. If you're going to do a post-hype value on a player and you turn the ultimate profit, they spent next to nothing on the conglomerate of Dorrance Armstrong, $5 million against the cap last year. Dante Fowler, a little over 3. Cleveland Farrell, same type of deal. And you got basically 3 rotational starters out of that. And 16, 17 sacks for less than price of a cup of coffee in NFL terms. Yes. So they're doing spin kicks. If you sign Javon Kinlaw on one of those value deals, I'm going, man, is that sharp.
Yes,
Peters knows him. That makes sense. Hell yeah, you're bringing a guy that it hasn't worked yet, but maybe they know why it hasn't worked. Maybe the scheme was all wrong for him in New York, and maybe it was injuries in San Francisco. He was there. He's got it. But you're doing that for like I don't know. I don't have a great example, but somebody, because there wasn't a great defensive end in this market that was out in a free agency, but a guy that's had 10 sacks a year for the last 3 seasons, that's the premium you pay. Not quite, but close to that.
So this is I don't know why everything keeps coming back to the draft for me on this, but this reminds me of what I've said about Ron. Ron's issue with the draft wasn't necessarily that he overdrafted guys, which he did. It was that he overdrafted them and then they sucked, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you think about this with Javon Kinlaw, I overpaid, but if he plays well, I don't care. If I overpay and he sucks, then that's a problem. So if I pay him the $15 million, he comes in, he's a serviceable player. Okay, maybe he was worth 10. I got a good player. But if he comes in and I can't even find a role for him, now I've doubly screwed up. And that was to me like going back to the Ron thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he would bring a guy in, they weren't good, and then he wouldn't develop them. If you bring in Kinlaw here and he says, well, he wasn't worth 15, but I turned him into a good big end. He was useful against the run and stop, creating an edge.
Yeah.
Then you know what? 15 was probably a little bit too much. Maybe I overdrafted. Maybe I overpaid a little bit, but I still got a useful player. But if he turns out to be bad,
I think that's the core of it.
This one, you get egg on your face.
Yeah,
this was bad.
Because again, if Dante Fowler doesn't work out, who cares?
Whatever.
Who cares? $3 million and it's a 1-year deal. He's gone. But this is more of a commitment. I think that's the distinguishing point. So I appreciate the feedback on it, but I just want to clean that up a little bit as to why. Trevor Williams of the Nats joins us at 6. Okay, we'll go through some tourney talk. You have a chance to win Wizards tickets at 6 p.m. as well. Next, I got a simple question. Nats fans, assemble! Who's your favorite national? We'll do that next on The Fan. So Grant and I, and Toby by extension, welcome back, G&D here on the Fan. Topes is in for Jeeps. You got a few baseball nerds up in here. Brian hosts when he's not doing his corporate stuff, right? Going to corporate retreats and talking about synergy and branding and very corporate buzzwords. He's you know what I heard him say on the phone the other day? He goes, "Let's put a pin in that discussion and circle back later."
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like, "Oh, right away, Mr. Clary." Yes, of course. But you got some baseball nerds in this program. There's the baseball guy. This is a baseball show. I could say that, right? So we try to do things generally where we're bringing you the baseball information. We try to hit hard, no pun intended. Talking about some of the in-depth things. We try to educate. We try to entertain. We're talking about the Nationals. This is not one of those segments. This is just a feeling. Who's your favorite National? I was thinking the reason I'm interested in this is because there are a bunch of guys that are on the way, but we finished the era of Scherzer and Strauss and Soto and Zim. I don't know why it sounds like I'm singing like a Scherzer and Strauss and Soto and Zim, like I'm singing like a drinking song. But you had Bryce for all those years, and you had heroes at Corbin, and even before that, the Clippard Storin type years. There's so many great dudes have come through, great players. You don't have institutions yet. You got the idea of a guy that will be. You know exactly what I'm talking about. A couple of these really promising young people who have all the ability in the world and could turn into stars maybe this year. But right now, this minute, taking the pulse. It's not who you're going to buy a jersey of, because like you and Grant are hipsters. You have to buy like a jersey of a guy.
Oh, I'm not the hipster.
Oh, well, he has to buy.
Grant is.
Yeah, he's the guy that like if he gets more than 3 at bats, Grant doesn't want the jersey anymore.
Yeah.
So it's not the buy the jersey question. But right now, who is your favorite National? And that's what I'm asking you guys. 800-636-1067.
So this one's tough. This one reminds me a little bit of how this past year's draft went for the Commanders, where Jaden Daniels is clearly the guy, right? We understand that.
Yep.
And that would be James Wood in this scenario, clearly the guy. But in the second round, they went with Mikey Sanders still, and that one's the one that got me a little steamed up.
Right.
That's a little Dylan Cruz action. That's a little Dylan Cruz.
Dylan Cruz.
Gets me a little fired up. Thinking about Dylan Cruz, the modern word for all this, Danny, is aura. He's got aura. I mean, down there, we did a little mini mic thing. You can check it out on some of our socials, and you'll notice that in the background, everybody else is outside except for who? Dylan Cruz. Why? Because everybody's chanting, Dylan, Dylan. They want autographs. Everybody, just nonstop Dylan Cruz.
By the way,
he handles it so well.
By the way, that's a thing. I want to make sure people understand this. He's the most popular, I don't know, like sort of live fan interaction player that they've got.
Yeah, not even close.
I kind of stunned by that, to be honest with you. Nothing wrong with, I mean, I'm excited about Dylan Cruz like everybody else is, but there's more. I mean, I joked with him. It's like seeing one of the Beatles. And then I had to explain to him the Beatles were a rock band from before he was alive. Anyway, but it's like there's this like clamor and throng for him, more so maybe than some of the other guys, than Wood, who's already accomplished more in the show, or Abrams, who was an all-star, or otherwise. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so to answer your question, James is probably my favorite, James Wood, but Dylan Cruz gives me the steamies. He gets me a little bit excited about the season. So probably James Wood, but Cruzy's right there.
Corporate Ryan Clary, who's your favorite National?
My favorite Washington National right now is the obvious answer is James Wood or Dylan Cruz. Those are like the biggest names at this point, but I'm going to go with Jake Irvin, man. I get so psyched for a player that just kind of comes out of nowhere. And Jake Irvin really just kind of came out of nowhere. Like I remember when he got the start, everyone's kind of like, oh, cool. Like a prospect.
Yeah, I guess we'll get to see that.
No one really heard of him at that point. And he stuck, and he has been really good and has shown signs of being a number 2 starter on a pretty solid Major League Baseball team. So I think Jake Irvin has a great story behind him. He's recovered from Tommy John surgery in the past, coming out of the University of Oklahoma, which, by the way, the Nationals love University of Oklahoma pitchers. Cade Cavalli, Andrew Bennett, and now Jake Irvin also. So Jake Irvin, for me, is the answer. I love him. He's a great guy, and I think he's a great baseball player that will take off here in year 3.
Garris?
I'm also going to stay away from the easy answers of James Wood and Dylan Cruz. I'm actually going to go with Luis Garcia right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Louis.
Because I think Luis has that kind of charisma that you see that it's kind of infectious in a way, and I really enjoy it. I think it's seeing his improvements, especially from what he was, 2 years ago, where he was basically on the bubble of the roster. He wasn't sure if he was going to make it beyond that season. I'm just really happy for the guy. I'm happy that he's finally broke out, found his niche. Looks like he's going to play every day and not have to be a platoon player anymore. And he just looks like one of those guys that has a lot of fun in the locker room, a lot of fun in the dugout. You always see him with like big glasses on or something in the dugout and celebrating with the guys after they come in from doing a home run. I just like that kind of personality and that infectiousness. So Luis Garcia is my guy.
Was looking for my thunder. It sounds like Darius stole it somehow.
Did I just rip that right from you?
That's exactly. Remember, I was a Luis Garcia guy before.
You were?
It was cool.
You were?
I'm always on that island. These are all good answers. There are plenty of guys that are awesome dudes. Like Jacob Young looks like the bat boy. There was an emergency. You know how hockey has that emergency goaltender thing? Like it's a local dude from a beer league. Jacob Young's like, really? Okay, I'll give it a shot. And he tracks balls like a predator in center field and is muscular now and can hit. And hopefully he sticks and is a stud. There's no better guy, more impressive, well-rounded guy than a guy like Josh Bell. I think fans are going to love Paul DeYoung this year. You've had C.J. Abrams, who was an all-star, which nobody's mentioned just yet. Let me give you mine. At 800-636-1067. Take a couple calls on this, too. I have many weaknesses when it comes to evaluation, okay? I have soft spots as well. We all know my weaknesses. Athletic power forwards and big wide receivers. Those are my weaknesses. If you are one of those things, I cannot evaluate you correctly. I said Tyrus Thomas and Thomas Robinson and Derek Williams would all be superstars in the NBA. None of the three were any good at all at any point in time. Okay? I've been on record. I have to take myself out. It's like when they're discussing my school in the committee, I have to leave the room. I have to go full UNCAD.
Yeah.
I have to leave.
Full Tar Heel.
Yeah, full Tar Heel. I also have a weakness for big wide receivers. Like Mike Williams from USC. The guy ran like a 4.7. I didn't care. He was a big wide receiver. He caught the bottom half of the ball on a one-handed catch one time. It's the greatest catch I've ever seen. And I go, that guy, I don't care about anything else. I want that guy. And again, ate himself out of the league, something that I would probably do. I have to leave the room when we talk about big wide receivers. I also have weaknesses. Weakness number one, in terms of baseball evaluation, I love muscular, free-swinging Latin outfielders.
Ooh.
Right? Like, give me that dude that doesn't care. His chain flies out of his shirt when he takes a daddy hack on an 0-2 pitch. Give me Richard Hidalgo. Like, I love that dude. Like, whoever you're thinking of, you're correct. Like, I wanted them to spend all of the money on that dude who came up with the A's, who had a cannon, who went to the Mets, right? I want all of it. Cespedes. I love that genre of player.
Yeah.
Okay? Here's my second weakness. Are you kind of a meanie? Are you a little bit brusque and abrupt and curt and short and don't have time for nonsense? Are you a filthy SOB on the mound? Are you nasty? Are you kind of resentful that the other guy would stand in the box when you're trying to pitch? Are you pissed off at the fact that he's living and breathing the same air as you when his role is to get out and bleep you? Are you Mackenzie Gore?
Yes.
Then I love you.
Yes.
Mackenzie Gore is my answer. A left-handed pitcher with that kind of power stuff, I can't help it. I'm in love. I'm a Mackenzie Gore guy. And I think he's a good dude for the record. Like, I've always enjoyed our conversations, but like, he's got that Max Scherzer thing. I'm not saying he's Scherzer, ability-wise. Bear with me.
Mentality.
Nobody's Scherzer. But that same, like, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I don't have time. I don't have time for your thing. I don't have time for your nonsense. Like, he never said this. It never said anything to me at all. But when I'm sitting there trying to ask him a good question, and he's looking at me, the vibe I get is, hurry up. Hurry up and ask your stupid question, idiot. Now, he's too polite. He's a nice guy. He doesn't say that. But he doesn't have time for the nonsense.
And I think he's grown because the issue that he used to run into, he has that mentality, and he used to use it on himself. Because he'd throw a bad pitch, and he'd be like, Mackenzie! And then now I think it's, let's get this guy now. I can't stand that I threw a bad curveball. I'm going to strike him out now.
I love Mackenzie Gore. He's my one seed. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who's your favorite national? And we got Trevor Williams interview with him that we'll play for you next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders agreed to a reworked deal with Deebo Samuel. They're guaranteeing $17 million of the non-guaranteed salary for Samuel this season, also adding $3 million that he can earn in incentives. He can earn up to $20 million this season. The Texans are signing left tackle Cam Robinson to a one-year deal worth up to $14.5 million. He'll be the replacement for Laramie Tunsil after he was traded to D.C. The Dolphins are signing linebacker Willie Gay Jr. The Bears are signing wide receiver Devin Duvernay. In baseball, the Dodgers beat the Cubs this morning 6-3 to wrap up the Tokyo series with a sweep of both games. Roki Sasaki making his major league debut on the hill. 3 innings, giving up 1 run, walking 5, striking out 3. Shohei Ohtani with his first home run of the season. The Nats fell in their spring training action today, 7-1 to the Cardinals. On the NBA, Wizards taking on the Jazz tonight at 9 p.m. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. And the second day of the first 4 in the NCAA tournament, 16 seeds, American taking on Mount St. Mary's at 6:40. Can hear that right here on the Fan. 11 seeds, Xavier in Texas will follow them. You can also hear that right here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Final stretch here, G&D on the Fan. We got an interview with Trevor Williams. We're going to play for you here in about, 10 minutes or so. Got your Wizards tickets right around then. Also, we're multitasking. We can do all of it. We're shucking. We're jiving. Tobe's in for GP. It's Grant and Danny hanging out with you. Question's pretty simple. I'm not asking you for the Sabre or the Spectre stats or the Shredder numbers, improvements for rookies based on weighted runs created plus in the minors, plus a profile of what they swung at in the big leagues to accurately predict what Dylan Cruz or James Wood does this year. We're not at that level. We're not doing that. Who's your favorite national? Go super quick around the room one more time. Tobes, who's your favorite national?
Dylan Cruz.
Rhino, who's your favorite national?
Jake Irvin.
Darius, who's your favorite national?
Luis Garcia.
Danny, who's your favorite national? Mackenzie Gore. That's how we play. Chris Heitzville, thanks for being patient, bud. Who's your favorite natty nat?
Danny, much like you, I have types. In basketball, if you were a big oafish European guy like a Vlade Divac or Arvydas Sabonis, I had your post. In basketball, also if you're an undersized guard, a Muggsy Bogues, a Spud Webb, I'm a mark for you. But in baseball, I know everybody loves watching Paul Skeens and 100-mile pitches and wipeout sliders. But if you're Jamie Moyer, if you're Kyle Hendricks, if you're Cliff Lee, and you're getting guys out.
Let's go.
If you're Greg Maddux, if you're getting guys out with 89-mile-per-hour sinkers, oh, my God. I get so steamed up. So I'm not saying this because you're about to have an interview with him. Trevor Williams is absolutely my favorite national to watch right now. Because he does it in spite of the sport. He does it in spite of the trends.
And he's bucking them. That's what I love. Like, now this is pre-pitch clock, but the guy I was so steamed up about back in the day, it's been more than a decade now, which is crazy, would give me Doug Fister all day. I'm here to take the mound.
Yes.
Get 3 or 4 warm-up pitches in, tell you to go ahead and throw it down. I'm here to get early contact on some sinkers. Left side of the infield, you're getting some work. Let's go. I love that one. Let's go to Bill in Southport.
Bill, you're still with me?
Yeah, you're on, bud. What's up?
Oh, okay, thanks. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, real quick, just wanted to mention in Southport, spent years and years and years teaching the little kid up here up the street who used to throw wiffle balls. So I'm crassly going to take credit for teaching Walker Jenkins how to hit a curveball.
There you go.
Anyway, I got a sleeper for you. If a pretty swing can get you to be my favorite national, I'm going to go with Robert Hassel III. I don't know what they're going to do with the guy, but what a beautiful swing. So there you go. It's a potential favorite.
Bill, that's a good one.
Love that.
He's a dude. And I had a good. You guys talked to him for Bustin' Loose Baseball.
Yes.
Right. I don't think it's an interview that we're going to play on our show because he's going to be in the minor leagues. I think at least to the start of this year, and I think for the majority of it. But I had a good conversation with him off to the side where he volunteered this. I just sort of, hey, just want to reintroduce myself. We haven't talked in a while. You may not remember me. And he's like, was polite about it. Of course, he didn't remember me. He didn't care. But anyway, we had just a frank little dialogue. And one of the things he said was, you know what's different is I'm taking the little things more seriously. When you're 20, 21, 22 years old, it's like, I play baseball, dude. Like you take batting practice, you lift your weights, you do the stuff that you normally do that like is the glamour thing, right?
Yeah.
Like you hit as far as you can in BP, or you go shag fly balls, you run your sprints, the Instagram stuff. But the boring things, the day-to-day where you actually, instead of having a conversation, while you're kind of like bending down to touch your toes, you actually bend down and touch your toes. You're doing the recovery thing. You're doing the little grind stuff that lets a guy like Josh Bell keep playing at a high level. That let a guy like Ryan Zimmerman, after all the injuries and everything else, keep showing up to the ballpark and getting himself ready to play when he couldn't do what he could at age 25 anymore.
The interview we did with him for BLB was so good and got me so fired up for what he's going to do this season. He's had a great spring training. Just to give you he was so locked in, dialed in. Just to give you a tidbit. We asked him, I asked him, do you take pride in your defense? It's something people don't necessarily always talk about. He goes, yeah, I take pride in my defense.
Yeah.
And he goes, people take hits away from me all the time. I want to do the same thing to them. I'm sick of them doing it to me. I'm going to do it to them. That sort of mentality of no more crap, no more fooling around. I'm taking it for real. Like it kind of lines up with what you said.
Yep.
Would not be surprised at all if he makes his big league debut this year and plays a really, really good season.
I think he will. He's now kind of the forgotten man in that deal because it didn't go great right away when he first came over in the Soto trade. And he was the guy that had maybe, I don't want to say done the most. The guys that the headline, that Score and Abrams, of course, had been in the show. But that was the dude, Bobby Barrows, and how good a hitting prospect is he going to be? And it didn't go great right away. Injuries and a bunch of things happened. He's kind of been overlooked. Don't overlook him.
Yeah.
Is what I would say.
Very good player.
Yeah, I like that. Chris Damascus, who's your favorite Nat?
Hey there, fellas. Thanks for the coverage. It once was said, and everybody may have heard this, 2/3 of the world is covered in water, the other third. The original saying was coined in Philadelphia by some sports media dude, and it was about Gary Maddox back in the 80s. 2/3 covered by water, 1/3 covered by, or the rest covered by Gary Maddox. Give me the Predator drone. He's my favorite. I love that nickname you gave him, Danny. And you have me Jacob Young. Thank you, fellas.
Appreciate you, dude. Should have won a Gold Glove last year.
Should have. 100%.
It happens with the Gold Glove award. I think it sounds counterintuitive, but it's also kind of an offensive award. Like if you got some notoriety where you're bashing the ball out of the yard or doing something special, hitting the ball, you also get recognition for defense. It's not the Silver Slugger. It's not what it's supposed to be. But listen, it's not to say there weren't other good outfielders that were also deserving. If I'm blanking on the guy from the Rockies that won it, but
Brandon Doyle.
Doyle, thank you. Had he not won it, they'd be doing the same thing in Colorado. But Young is a Gold Glove caliber center fielder who gets great jumps, gets everything, is a better thrower than he gets credit for, and it allows your defense to play certain ways. Like we talked to James Wood about that. There's a comfort level knowing that if I don't get a great break on a ball to his left, my left, talking about James Wood, Jacob Young's got it. Cheat towards the line a little bit, right? You can be more aggressive going that way. Same thing for Dylan Cruz, kind of learning that spot in right field. And Cruz, by the way, has made unbelievable plays. It's even back-to-back games in right field where you go, oh, crap, this is for real.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a really good outfield defense. But to your point about JY, any ball that hangs up just a little bit, it doesn't have to be something. If it just stays in the air a little bit, he's going to get there. It's incredible the amount of ground he can cover. And I don't think it's talked about enough how good he is. And you're right. I think hopefully he wins a Gold Glove there this year.
Yeah, he'll be in line for it. He plays enough of this season. I want to give these Wizards tickets away for folks. So caller number 10, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You'll want a pair of tickets to check out the Washington Wizards. Join the Wizards for Cherry Blossom Night in partnership with the National Cherry Blossom Festival when they take on the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday, March 29. Check out the Wizards Special Edition Cherry Blossom merch before you catch the game. For tickets and more info, visit thefandc.com. Caller 10-800-636-1067. So we've had a bunch of interviews that you guys have heard, hopefully. And if you haven't, there's a podcast available via the Odyssey app, wherever you get your pods. Some great conversations down there in Florida. Had Mackenzie Gore on, who you guys have heard, Kyle Finnegan, who we replayed. We played Nathaniel Lowe yesterday afternoon. I want to give you this one right now. Trevor Williams, a guy that's been through the ringer and pitched really well before injury last year for the Nationals, figures to be an instrumental part of their rotation again this year. Here's our chat with Trevor Williams